This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Anything can happen in Stage 2.
All we can control is the here and now.
Well, today we have 4 more teams taking to the stage and deciding how this mid-season week ends up. Welcome to day 3 of week 3 of VCT Americas. We're back here in the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I'm Mimi, standing alongside Wyatt and Athena yet again. It's not that
summer,
sunny in
baby.
here, is it?
It's summer, baby. What do you want about?
It is summer.
I know,
She's
baby,
not
look at your
wrong
shirt.
about that. Yeah, this is actually...
Don't act like you don't understand the assignment.
This is me, as it turns out. Yesterday, we had 2 games here, starting off with Sentinels, who scored a big 2-0 and qualified to Champions Paris against Cloud9. I think we thought that this could have ended up being quite a close match, but Sen just ran away with it, Wyatt.
I gotta say, Sentinels yesterday, they gave me hope for America, Mimi, because it's been a dire couple weeks. The rest of the globe, they're looking down at our region because things have not been going too well. But when Sentinels are able to win such a clean 2-0 against a good team like C9, I feel like there's hope.
How were you feeling about NA when you watched the second game, though, Athena?
I feel good. I feel like we have some contenders up there.
It does feel good to see MIBR finally back in form. That 10-2 comeback on Bind.
I feel like it was finally seeing freeing the shackles off of OSPOS again and just seeing MIBR be free and play the way that they were supposed to play this whole time.
For sure, and it's made the Omega group actual fire, top to bottom. I mean,
I
listen,
actually agree
we'll
with you.
see. I think the only caveat people have with that is Loud and KRU, because the results have been mixed over the past 2 weeks. But if they put on a banger today, that group really feels like anybody could beat anybody on their day. And I have no idea who the best team in that group is anymore. You could argue NRG. 100 Thieves, I think people are going to be falling off on them. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is wild. Really shakes things up for a group that I think a lot of people thought would end up just being 100 Thieves sweep, 5-0, move on. That's not the case. But if we talk about that first game again, a big part of the win for Sentinels was Narrate. He's been playing great all stage long, and he's our Pulsar flick of the week for week 3 here. This is a round against Cloud9 with the Sheriff that it just felt like the nail in the coffin for this series.
I feel like on Haven in general, he held it down. This round was kind of crazy, just clearing every single angle with the micro adjustment and then getting on that spike to defuse. Just overall really well played. We saw him do this multiple rounds as well. Even on B, just getting 3K when they're down numbers. Narrate really brought them into this game.
100%. I mean, right now, just by the numbers a few weeks in, Narrate is the 2nd highest ACS average player in the league in Stage 2 and the highest non-duelist. He is completely on fire.
And it's funny, after seeing him start his career as an American player with a French team, now qualifying to his first champions here in his 2nd year at least with Sentinels, where he's going back to France.
They have someone to cheer for. they've got Narrate.
I think I'm really going to have to sell the French fans on
I think
that
they're
one.
going to cheer crazy for him. I'm going to predict that. Yeah,
All right.
I think so right now.
I'm waiting for it. All right. Well, we are basking in the summer vibes here all weekend, and that's all thanks to the release of the brand new Splash X bundle. For a closer look at the development of that brand new skin line, Vansili caught up with one of the developers.
What's up, guys? Vansili here with Vanessa Landeros, senior animator artist, here to talk about the latest Splash X skin line. Vanessa, welcome and thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Yeah, for sure.
Great to be here.
Let's get right into it to talk about the Splash X line. What actually led you to the thematic here to launch this latest line?
You know, I think when the team discovered that we were doing a spiritual successor to Black's X, we were so excited. Who can pass up water guns, honestly? Anything water related for summer, we were all for it. So we were just excited to push into that direction.
So it went from foam weapons to water weapons. I think that's pretty cool going into that one as well. The design process though, so we talked about the idea of going through water guns, but what did you want to feature the most about the Splash X skin line?
I think at least from the animation side, it was really important that we capture the childhood essence of what it was to own a water gun when you were a kid, So obviously you weren't gonna leave the battle dry, and you had to have the pump action, of course, which was a feature that we wanted to add in the Inspect.
Let's go into inspirations about it now, because we talked about going into the water guns, but now you actually have cool melee weapons. We have these water balloons, boxing gloves. So what brought you to the inspiration to pull these out? Because that's quite awesome.
Water gloves, boxing gloves, what have you, they don't exist in real life, right? So as an animator, we have to do our best and gather as much information as possible, visual information. So I did a lot of research, a lot of fun research, and what ended up happening was I did a lot of research on slow motion water balloons. Those are great for capturing physically what basically a water sack would do. And that's essentially what the water gloves are. Your fist is inside a water balloon. We had to make sure that the water gloves fit around every agent hand. And maybe people don't notice this too often, but we have different various size hands on all our agents. Jet has the smallest hands. I think Brimstone has the largest hands. And then Sova has medium-sized hands.
Okay.
So I had to work really closely with the tech artist, Leif Waldridge. Thank you, man. You saved us. He set up the logic and the blueprints, and together I helped tweak some variables in there to make sure that my one animation set could fit on all the agents. So that was some tweaking there.
Big attention to detail. Let's look at the flex in itself. So we have a little shark, and I don't know if you've ever seen this one before, but there's like a G2 account that pulled out this little fan picture of Jogs. So it's basically Jogimo dressed up as a shark, and it kind of fits one-to-one.
It absolutely does, and we never named this shark either, so I am fully adopting this name, Jogs.
G2, Jogs, we got that one. So what was the inspiration for that flex to bring the shark out as well?
So if you look at the flex, you see this little shark, and it's not a realistic shark, it's a toy, and it goes perfectly with the thematic of childhood callbacks and sort of having this feeling of this toy in your hand, right? So when we were rigging the thing, it's really just on the tail and also on like the dorsal fins and whatnot. So we had that and like have it do a few chomps. It's just similar to like holding like a toy when you're a kid and just going da 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 da.
Playing in your like a bubble bath and stuff like that as a kid. The finisher in itself, a cool interacting finisher that you have around the skin line for the Splash X. Talk me through that one, the balloon dropping as you drop your last kill.
I have to give a shout out to our team over in Singapore. They did a really nice job of executing the finisher on this one. There was a challenge with getting the water balloon feeling right, with the bouncing up and down. But I think after some back and forth feedback with the animation team over there and also here, we were able to execute it pretty well. So
lastly, we were looking at community expectations. So what was the expectation you would think that community would react to once you were releasing this Splash X line, which is currently available right now?
I hope they have a lot of fun with it. There was a lot of nostalgic moments that were hopefully recreated in the skin line. So I'm hoping people have a nice trip down memory lane and also just have a fun time playing VALORANT with this new skin.
Well, Vanessa, thank you again for your time. And for those of you watching at home, make sure you check out the VALORANT store because the Splash X line is currently available for you to grab.
Now, the second match has some teams who, let's just say, are treading water right now. So we've got Yang and Valina here from our Portuguese and Spanish language broadcasts, respectively, to convince me that these two teams do not need help getting out of the water they're in right now. And being over the age of 15 and possessing a driver's license, I am extremely qualified to save someone's life and to moderate this contest as a lifeguard. Now, Valina, you're pitching crew. Yang, you're pitching loud. Tell me why they're good.
I have a hard time today.
Oh, you're gonna have a hard time because crew.
I know it.
I'm gonna go and just crew is gonna have a really, really,
all right,
really
give me the sell. How are they getting out of this predicament they're in?
So okay, first of all, where have you seen a team that you have two gods? So crew. First of all, they have Kesnet, and his nickname is Kesnet Deus. Deus, it's God in Portuguese. Yeah, that's funny, but it's all right. And then you have Dante. Dante, he inspired because of Kesnet, and his nickname now, like today, is Dante Deus. So that's like never happened in a team. So they have two gods, and that's
fake
just
gods.
Crazy.
There's got to be more than just having a god.
Yeah, like you have two gods, but then you also have a crew that has always qualified to champs. Like, it's okay, Loud win a champs, and it was like 100 years ago, and blah, 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 another team, and then Sassi, like, he retired. But yeah, like, crew, they have been to all champs, And that's like crazy. So these champs, we're really like rooting for them, and then they're gonna qualify like
didn't
100%.
make it one grand final.
No.
But 4 years ago.
But they always
4
qualify.
years ago.
They always qualify. I don't need another argument. Like for me, that's
Is there an
perfect.
argument about now, the here and now for crew?
There actually is.
Okay.
And it's a really important one because we have an IGL that it's actually from Americas. And he's not imported. He's from Chile. He's from my country, so that's even better. But yeah, he's actually from America, so we don't need an import from Europe to like tell us what to do. We have our own talent in America, so yeah, if you need another reason why, like for rooting for crew, like I don't know what to say.
And I love what you're saying. I still feel a little worried about the Kesnet Sky.
Me too. I don't like Sky. I'm not rooting for that Sky, but for me, they're gonna do a change. Like today is the change.
A new day.
A new
I bet
day
they're
for
going to
crew.
use double duelist today just because it's against Brazilians.
Okay.
A
But
Brazilian
what's
team.
the sell though for Loud? How are they getting out of this one?
Yeah, it's a hard time for me to be the one trying to find a way to convince you, but I really hope we need someone to help us, to save us. But I really try to convince you and the audience to try to cheer for Loud. Because the first thing we need to say about Loud, if we're talking about the past, isn't it, Valina? We have Loud going to almost all the grand finals, at least the important ones. So we saw there, they went to Locking, the Americas, they won the Americas, they are the world champions.
Little detail, the team is completely different now.
Yeah, but they have Pankara.
Same about the crew 4
what crew
years
have
ago.
for today?
Okay.
Yeah, it's a hard mission, but
I have the
stick
same
with
question.
Loud.
Here and now, what is 2025 Loud actually bringing?
Yeah, in 2025, we also have a new rookie, the best rookie in all of the VCT leagues. We have Luke Shaw today.
That one's hard.
Let's be honest here. Dante Deus didn't show up in all the other matches.
Wait, top 5 ACS globally?
Yeah, but Luke Shaw is the greatest ACS across all the VCT leagues. So today, I guess he will show to us more about of what he's capable of. So, but it's not like always all that. Because we also have the Robbie BK. The script is happening again, like we did with Loud in 2022. We have foreign IGL like Sadak, but today we have Robbie BK with more swag than Sadak ever had.
No, he's from MEA.
Yeah,
Like, you're not gonna,
look at that moves.
No.
He's even more Brazilian than myself today. I don't know how to dance like that, but he's our IGL. And he's understanding the Portuguese, the Brazilian culture.
So your pitch to me is that Robbie BK,
know how
a
to dance.
Dutchman, is more Brazilian than you are because he dances like that.
Yeah, I don't know how to dance, but he did. He
Good
does.
sell.
For me, it's not. Like,
No?
he's
Why
not even
not?
from America, so he's not, like, for me, yeah, I'm not gonna even discuss. Like, Luke Shaw, you got it.
Luke Shaw,
he's really good.
Verti.
Verdi, you guys
Yeah.
rocked from us.
All right,
so,
guys,
yeah.
They choose the right
No,
side.
I'm not.
Wrap it up. Both these teams, they might need some help, but one of them's gonna get out of the pool today. We're closing it down. Break it up. Everyone out of the water.
Hey guys, it's Potter from Evil Geniuses. Welcome to my fit check. So we'll start with the top glasses. These are some Gentle Monster glasses that I got in Korea at Champs last year. This is a jacket I got from Zara, and I don't get to wear jackets like this very often, so thank you VCT for giving me that chance. This is a watch that I bought in 2022. It was a milestone purchase for actually qualifying to VCT and just making it with our team, and I wanted to remember that moment, so bought that watch. Then EG shirt, of course, you can buy it in our store online. These pants are from, I think, Zara as well. This belt is a Tom Ford, I forgot what kind of leather, but it's a pretty cool belt. The shoes are Alexander McQueen shoes. And I think that's everything.
And this is my $5,000 pineapple with sunglasses on t-shirt and my Gucci Vuitton glasses as well.
It's a rare collab.
They don't talk about that one
exclusive
very
collab.
often. Always dripped out. Is Potter got the little look into the fit check there, just casually dropping the
love
Rolex.
that it was so humble with the Rolex. I just got this in 2022. Never mentioned the watch, the watchmaker at all.
Yeah.
Respect.
Let's talk about this first game of today, because it's G2 taking on EG. And last week, this leafless edition of G2 scored a win over their fellow Ascension squad in 2G. And Wyatt, I think what was especially impressive in this match was how good they looked on Ascent.
Yep, EG, they need to get that right out of the pool. It is G2's best map right now. They destroyed Sen on it in week 1 as well. And honestly, a lot of it comes down to Baby Bay on the chamber. They started on attack both times, which is always going to be the case when you're actually picking Ascent. The other team will start D. Both of those games on Ascent, Baby Bay got 4 first kills on just attack playing chamber. He actually takes over the early round of those games.
I feel like not only does he obviously go crazy, but he also fully understands and brings that kind of strategic sense to his chamber gameplay, where he knows when to take space, his strategic timing for understanding, hey, the other side of my team is like not doing so hot, so let me push forward. And so I think he just did a great job overall, and they looked really solid together.
Yeah, looking at their strength of schedule now with getting those that early loss to Sentinels as well. You're looking at the rest of the strength of schedule, and it feels like we're on path to playoffs, right?
100%.
That Furia win, that one should be, I don't want to say easy, but
whoa.
But you'd expect
maybe.
G2 to win that one. And then you have 2 other games here where I think, well, there is some risk of upset. Even without Leaf, you favor G2.
100%. I think everybody right now would predict them on paper to just go 3-0 for the rest of this group. And that's not to say that EG or Cloud9 can't contend, make a close game. But at least I'm not going to predict them to win. This G2 team still looks so good.
Yeah, and for a team that's buying time to get their full roster back, they're still doing more than just treading that water for the moment. Let's check in with one of their players. He's outside with Elizabeth.
I'm here with Trent. Now, G2 is already qualified for champs. Sentinels has now joined you as of yesterday. But I want to ask you, when you've already qualified for Champions Paris, how do you find that inspiration or just kind of like drive to keep on innovating when there's tape on you if you do that?
I think we watch a lot of VODs. We can see what works, what doesn't work. And we also kind of know what works and doesn't work. We have 3 coaches, and they're very smart, so it's pretty easy to innovate with them. But yeah, I mean, we watch a lot of VODs and see what works and doesn't work.
You say best of luck today.
And Athena, that's what's been so impressive about this substitute edition of G2 to me. I think it's been proof in the strength of their system, in the strength of their leadership, and the ability for the rest of these players to step up, even without their strongest and one of their most vocal players in Leaf.
Yeah, I think it's when you look at Leaf, you always see like that fragging power, and you have Baby Bay who's coming in, who's setting up for a lot more around the strategic side. And it's hard to always slot in a player and fill a gap that, I mean, Leaf had such a big focus on the team.
And one of the players who's helping to fill in that gap is Canada's finest, Jonah P., who had an excellent week last week, Wyatt.
He was fantastic. He's one of the players on this team that will just sometimes give you a takeover game. Well, like, if we're being real, anyone on this team are capable of that, really, at any given time. They're one of the most well-rounded rosters in the game. And, of course, in G2 fashion, gets a lot of kills with the Stinger. They are just the Stinger team, so can expect that every single week.
Yeah, and I think he really stands out to me because he is able to kind of play whatever role he's kind of put in. Playing that Viper, playing that Vice, also playing that Omen. He still does such a good job at pushing forward and making sure that they have that space that they need.
I have a take for you guys to agree or disagree with. G2 was the team best suited to switch into a meta with solo duelist and double controller on every map out of our teams.
I agree.
Yeah,
Full agree.
I would agree with that as well, for sure.
Based on the way they default and how they like to sometimes, like most of the time, slow play and feel a round out, and the fact that they have such good mid-rounding means that they can get away with having the double controller because they can fake, they can set up for whatever, and the second they do need to pivot, they have a plan ready, they just need the util for it.
It really fits Valent's style as a leader. But you talk about the other side of this matchup in Evil Geniuses, and it's looking a little more grim over there. lost out in this game to Cloud9, and both of the maps showing better starts and then just very much struggling in the second half.
Yeah, what's crazy is we're looking at them losing on Lotus, where they actually beat G2. I think Cloud9 are the only team, or like the second team only, to have beaten them on Lotus this year, and EG have beaten 7 other teams on it, which is crazy, including G2. But they switch away from the Chamber, where Derek was farming week 1, and then on Haven, I mean, pretty tragic. They had a good lead and just completely planked on the side swap.
Yeah, I feel like, just to follow up on your Lotus point, they had the Taeho instead of the Chamber, and I feel like when you do that, you have to have a full solid game plan on how to use his util to kind of take space and make sure your post plans and your retakes are unstoppable. But it felt like
Potter just troublemaking.
Damn,
that was caught on camera, by the way. That was crazy.
I do have another question. Are you guys, as it stands, confident in the direction EG is taking? They've moved away from this Chamber. They're still playing things like the Clove on Lotus. Is this an EG who at a strategic level is making you confident?
That Clove on Lotus has worked for them all year. Their Lotus has been absolutely top tier. It was a map that they could lent on, or were leaning on rather.
I'm waiting for the but.
In their playoff run, but often when we see a team able to find success with a comp like that, at some point they hit a brick wall. The teams have just started to figure it out, and that move away from the Chamber. I mean, I want to give you more time to talk about that, but
I mean, I feel like when you're on Chamber, you have so many opportunities to get those first kills on both sides. But when they're playing that Clove and when they're playing that Taeho, they need to have a full set strategy, which I feel like they just didn't flush out properly. So for me, that was the issue.
Yeah, you're looking for more for EG in terms of that set stuff out of them. But the last time these two teams met was back in Stage 1 playoffs, and we were selling a very different narrative coming out of that game, because this was an EG Riot that was 2 rounds away from knocking G2 out of contention, going to Toronto, and going on an even deeper run into these playoffs.
This game was an absolute heartbreaker. I remember the crowd were going crazy. People genuinely thought EG were going to win. I thought they were going to win. They had the lead on Pearl towards the very end, and then there was a couple unfortunate rounds here from Ye where he dashed in with the shorty in this 4-on-2. They end up losing that, and that's where things fall to pieces. Aside from that moment, though, Ye was on the best run he's been on since Optic in the playoffs there, and Icy was white hot too. Like, those two guys were just
I think you can say.
carrying them through, and they were nearly in Toronto, which is crazy.
Yeah, it is really wild to see them being so close to that after us always talking about them waiting for the moment to get back to a game where they can qualify. And then it finally happens, slips away. Now they're trying to make right on those wrongs here in Stage 2. And a big part of that new direction has been Coach Potter, who's standing by with Elizabeth.
Here with Potter from Evil Geniuses. A very quick question. The Derek Chamber was iconic. We loved it. And then all of a sudden he's on the Taeho. Why switch him off?
You know, Derek had a lot of fun on Chamber. He wasn't ever supposed to be permanently on Chamber. Taeho's been working out really good for us. Last week, we weren't able to stick to our game plan, so this week, we plan to change that.
Best of luck.
Yep, EG has struggled on Lotus, and personally, I have a couple ideas on what I think went wrong. A lot of it does seem to fall a little bit down to communication. So I'm going to start on this round, EG versus C9 on Lotus. You have Supa with this really good Viper Pit to get that C control, and C9, they fall right into this trap. They get those 2 kills, and after this, you know, you're up numbers. So normally, if you're a team that's down numbers, you want to push, get that space just to equalize the numbers and try to get some sort of map control. And so that's exactly what C9 did here. And Nature, unfortunately, using that util to get information, but gets caught off guard. So now we're down to a 4v2, which isn't that bad. He does get a kill. But again, here you have these 2 players rotating in. They took a little bit too long to re-clear towards that A site, thinking they could go in from B. But I mean, Nat here, he had such a wonderful round. When you're up with 4, you need to have a solid plan for retake, and this is where I think EG does struggle sometimes. 2 of these players pushing up, using util, Net gets 2, and now all of a sudden you're down to a 2v2. You have the Taeho ult on Derek. He does use it to try to flush out these players. And Mitch and Net, I mean, they ran away with this round. Granted, Net had a 4K that went really good for him. But again, EG, they had like 4 different chances to win this round if they just played together more and were a little more structured. And now this round is notoriously talked about because, as you can see, we have the Fade ult, which is just being used on that A site, and the Raze ult to follow up with it. I'm assuming the plan was just to follow up if there is anyone on site, but there's no one there. Literally, the whole site is clear. They have all of that information, but Icy pops his Raze ult, knowing very well that C9 is playing completely off the site. That means they're playing full retake. You want to save that Raze ult in order to kind of delay and make sure you do some damage when they're trying to do that retake and delay that util. So this round just sort of starts to fumble when you get Icy getting traded out, Mitch and Oxy getting those kills. And as a kind of last chance grasp at straws, Supa knew that the winning condition was to throw his pit down. And that's what he did, but you've used 3 ults this round. And it looks pretty rough because the way that it turns out is that EG does end up losing this round. And now not only have you burnt 3 ults and lost the round, you now have to go into the next round without a solid game plan. So EG, the good thing is these are like small little communication issues that surely they can fix by now.
You're just in time.
Yeah, what is going on here?
I don't
Hold
know.
on, what did I walk into?
I don't know what you were saying about Evil Geniuses, but we're here for something more important.
Oh my
Would you like
goodness.
An implement?
Yeah, there is a pitchfork up in here.
There's your implement. It's our summer barbecue. We are inviting the 3 of us and 5 of our absolute favorite players to this barbecue. We've done a very poor job planning this logistically, so we have a total of 5 hot dogs and have to dole them out with extreme intentionality. Yes, absolutely.
I love intentionality.
That is what we have to do. So
with my
I've
pitchfork.
asked you each to pick 2 players to do that, and I feel very threatening gesturing at you with this spatula.
Yeah, it is quite
But I
bad.
want to hear who you would invite.
Okay, all right. I went off of vibes. All right. I got the dog himself.
Okay.
Jogamo.
A great pick.
And Sato.
Okay, great pick.
They're gonna go so well together. They're gonna
considered
eat
both.
their hot dogs with smiles on their faces.
Yes. Okay. Can you tell me more? Maybe something about their gameplay that compelled
well,
you?
one, they are insane. They are 2 of the most insane fraggers. I feel like Jog, he's been a little bit on a rough run, but he's still got that dog in him. I feel like they are playmakers for their team. They also do tend to bring the vibes. I feel like a lot of the time when you have those duelists, they're so locked in, they're so happy, they're so fun and energetic. And Jog and Sato, I feel like they are these 2 players that bring that to the team.
My one small issue is thus far we've only invited duelist players to our barbecue. And I want to branch out. And Wyatt, I'm hoping you're going to be the one to bring that.
I can solve this. I can round out our team with both good vibes, good play, and other roles that we need. Because me personally, I've chosen Zelsis to come to the barbecue.
Okay.
First of all, he's, great support player, all that, but he's going to bring those high energy vibes that we need, right? But then next to that, to round things out, I brought Derek, who fills in some of the other roles, but brings just a nice, chill, laid-back vibe to the function.
That.
So that high energy and sort of chill aspect of Derek kind of cancels each other out, and it's just a well-rounded event at that point. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The vibes are fantastic. Everybody's chilling. We got 5 hot dogs.
Yeah, that's 2 more hot dogs.
We're having a great time.
We're having a great time. We're going to have to dole them up. This is like a, I don't know, like an SAT question of how to divide them equally between us. I think the SAT questions are probably harder. I don't know. I didn't take the test. I have the 5th player. What an incredible honor it is for me to get to choose them. And guys, I'm so proud to announce that I picked none other than Baby Bay.
Okay,
the greatest Sentinel player in our league.
Let's go.
An excellent man to bring the energy, the fun, the life of the party. No matter the time, be it 7 a.m., be it 7 in the evening. He's bringing the joy to a party like this. And he's also, guys, legitimately been playing pretty well this last week on Chamber. We were already talking a little bit about it earlier, but he looked competent.
Yeah, he looked pretty good.
He was his Chamber play has been nice. It's been real nice over on Ascent Attack. I'm a fan of the function that we put together. I feel like we got a good invitee list.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty good vibes.
The vibes are powerful. I don't know about how it works as a Valorant team.
Yeah, so let's think of it as a
ultimately, let's have a
Valorant team.
good time.
We run back through. This is it. So we have Derek, we have Sato, we have Baby Bay. So you have like a couple more experienced players, a rookie. You have Zekin in the mid. Okay.
How did
That's pretty
second get it?
Maybe
Wait,
Zelsis
who
was
invited
sick.
him?
Who invited Zelsis?
He just wanted to show up at the party.
We only have 5
That's cool.
hot
Zekin's
dogs.
a cool guy.
No,
that's
I'm
fine.
down for that. That's fine. Maybe that makes more sense for the roles, actually.
A third duelist player? I don't know about that. I don't think that fits us our problems.
Actually, yeah,
Triple
that
duelist, I like that.
I'm a
doesn't solve the
fan,
problem.
though.
Zelsis had to go home early, I guess. That's chill.
We put together a pretty good team. Let's refocus on the matches coming up and take a peek at our talent predictions here. I don't feel happy about everyone going for G2.
We did this yesterday, and we learned our lesson about 100 Thieves.
Yeah, we did get cooked on the second game. We did have all the matching preds for Sen versus C9, and we were all correct, though. So, yeah, I mean, I don't love it. I don't hate it that much. Game 2, though, that honestly does feel like a coin flip. I'm going to be
Wait,
honest.
did you pick Loud or Crew?
I already forget.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest.
What did you pick, Loud or Crew? Okay, I picked Loud. I believe in Loud.
I think I picked Crew, coping that they would have 2
Well, the
duels
cope is
today.
there. But the first match today, we all went for G2. They're facing up against EG for a mid-season bout. Last time, Toronto was on the line. This time, a chance for revenge as G2 and EG take the stage.
And EG on an eco now have to make something work with the Stingers. Eyes on Jorgamo inside that smoke and a time in. Barely going his way here, but Jorgamo!
Okay, I was like, I just knifed Ye, and I'm just like confused, like, how's he in front of me? How did I knife him? I would like to knife Ye, but I think I'm going for Derek this time. I gotta get Derek one time.
What?
I know he'll just get so mad. He'll be like, oh.
Yo, Jaw, you are never gonna knife me, ever. I will be knifing. I don't care who it is. I will knife Jaw or any of the G2 guys. Playing against G2, definitely, I wouldn't consider too much of a revenge match only because they have Bebe instead of Leaf. Listen, I love Andre, but yeah, I need the full 5 for it to be considered a rematch.
It's gonna be more of a battle, like with the IGLs, how they're gonna actually maneuver. I mean, there's IC that's over there that came from G2. I mean, that's me that came over there from EG. So like the play styles are gonna clash, and it's just the best of both worlds, I would say. But it's also gonna be who's the best in the server that day.
Well, we're about to get underway, and our first team taking to the stage is G2 Esports. A lot of clouds over this team, having to bring out a substitute after already having qualified towards champions. But with 3 games left in the season, it still feels like they're on the right pace to make playoffs and stay as strong as they've ever been.
I feel like this team is looking really good, really fresh. I feel like they haven't wavered too much adding that substitute. They're really letting Bebe fit into the role that they need instead of trying to change the game plan around them. And I think that's really good coming from them.
Yeah, it feels like they're just preparing themselves for when Leaf comes back. Just easy 1-to-1 and then 1-to-1 right back. Though that being said, I would still love to see a little double duelist with Baby Bay. Just one time.
Okay. I don't think you're gonna get it.
Just one time. Give me Dre on the duelist. A little neon. Come on. One time, man.
If they're qualified week 5, we need it. But here comes their opponents, Evil Geniuses, who of course lost to G2 by a narrow margin to miss out on their bid to return to an international event. Now, coming back to the stage, Derek says he doesn't consider it revenge in this game, but I think you still have to consider it as a very important milestone for EG, especially after having lost to Cloud9 last week. If they could take a win here against G2, that would be an absolute statement that they're back in stage 1 form.
100%. And I feel like the smaller issues where you lose a round just because of communication issues are the most frustrating, because you know you are that team and you know you have that potential and you know you can bring that to the stage. So for EG, I'm really hoping they've just cleaned up a lot of these little silly mistakes and bringing their true form up to the stage.
Rolex spotted. Potter's Rolex on wrist, and she has the Tom Ford belt on. She's locked in. She's ready to go. Now, this should be a banger game, and EG, yeah, it just feels like now I have the thought in the back of my mind that at any point they can just hit the go button to a level we didn't think.
It's always the EG narrative, right?
Yeah,
you think they're having a rough start.
They could get to at the beginning of this year, but they proved that they can. Maybe that'll be shown today. We'll have to see. I'm really excited to see the battle in this game, honestly, because we've been talking about that at G2 Ascent. I want to see what happens as far as that goes.
Anything you're hoping to see coming out of the map pool here as it comes up now? Corrode getting first picked into this pool from G2. We saw them show this in week 1 when they played against Sentinels. Lost out on that one, but was a reasonably close game.
Yeah, also in that loss, in the coach interview with Josh after, he's like, yeah, we feel like we kind of got cheesed because we haven't practiced on that map and they just picked it into us. Or he said they like scrimmed one time. So now getting to see G2's idea of how to approach that map with more practice, honestly really cool. I'm excited to see what they've cooked up.
And I think they played Yoru on it last time, which I feel like now if they kind of put Jog on that Neon, especially how he first played Neon when she came out, he was like the crazy god at it. So I feel like that's something that will flip the tides.
We're about a month into Corrode Pro Play thus far. What looks have you guys liked the best on this map? What are you hoping to see from an EG who is yet to play Corrode?
I mean, I think, man, I'm wondering about the duels because, man, the Yay Neon, very rare. And Icy, I don't really associate his best to duelist games with playing the Neon either.
Could we get a chamber on this map, do you think?
I would love to see a chamber. I think a chamber would go crazy.
I actually am still curious kind of about like the double Senti Vice chamber approach. I still think that's the double Senti is just relevant in this meta, running that for sure. I mean, it definitely is on Ascent, but this is a map where I kind of want to see that explored.
Role-wise, if there was a map to get Yay Chamber, I think it would be here. Put Icy on dive, and everything else fits in. There's the comp for
there's the
G2.
chamber. Hey, if there was anything I want, Baby Bay on here.
Baby Bay, let's go.
And this is a change.
Give me the chamber, I'm
down.
down.
They played the Vice week 1, now locking in that chamber instead, but he looked great at that agent on Ascent.
I think it's a little bit crazy that they don't have a Vice because Vice is so good on Corrode. But I agree, if you have Baby Bay and he wants to play Chamber, I think you just let him play Chamber.
Switching from Vice to Chamber, what do you gain, what do you lose, Wyatt?
Well, the Vice is just, I mean, it's such free lockdown on the choke points. Not a lot of them on the map, and like there's not a lot of lanes on the map.
And yeah, he's locking it.
So, yeah, Chamber v Chamber. We saw this from 100 Thieves. They ran the solo chamber. It worked for them. But at the time, they were running that double initiator, double scan look. The double controller, though, with the Viper Omen has been super standard for the early Corrode meta.
Yeah, I feel like the Chamber, too, it's a lot harder to hold down a site. I feel like with the Chamber, you have to be hyperactive on your defense. You have to be really proactive, pushing the choke points, making sure you get a lot of map control versus making sure you can just sit on one site with your Vice and just let her exist.
Lock down a choke easy mode.
Literally.
First time Ye is going to be locking Chamber in Stage 2. An exciting way to start with the mirror matchup against Baby Bay. So, of course, we have to send it over to Doug and Ender for the call.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Yeah, for G2, their story is figured out. They know they're headed to champs. They know they're going to be in Paris. But for EG, Christy, there's a lot to fight for here.
Absolutely, right? EG are remembering their last match against G2, where they were denied by 2 rounds, losing on Pearl 13-11. But that came down to the fact that EG entered into playoffs in Stage 1 in the lower bracket because they came out of their group as the 4th seed. Now, as we load up into game quick with the Samsung match start, you can load up fast with the Samsung SSDs. It's important to note that Evil Geniuses are in another tough group with Sentinels and C9 looking strong. This game could very well be the thing that propels them out of that 4th place potential final result and allow them to have that double elim benefit.
Crazy to think that a match in week 3 has those implications so much further out, but that is the case. G2 on the attacking side. Flirting over B at the time being. Ye will be the tip of the spear. You see both chambers scrapping early on. Icy trying to fill in on the space and will be punished.
Yeah, trying to run a little bait setup there. Icy was supposed to be unexpected, but those kills are not found.
Oh, the attack has some room to accelerate towards B now. That's exactly what they'll do, but Ye is there to hold the line, at least for now. 29 HP, 2 bullets left in that Headhunter. And the challenge comes through. Trent getting a couple, make that 3. And Supa's gonna arrive late to the party.
Damage done on Trent and Baby Bay, though. He has an angle here if he can deal with Baby Bay on the left.
Knee giving away, the TP will buy a little bit of time. He's well out of the play. The Haunt will tag. Supa has to play this so carefully. The swing out to spot into the first. That's 4 for Trent to start things off.
Trent is such a monster, man. 4 kills in the pistol, but he has just been having the best year of his life. Doesn't matter what stage he's playing on, he has been elite.
Has consistently been Trent timing that pistol will secure things. and that G2 continue their pistol success. We saw it right before the round started. I think like 80% win rate on pistols.
Yeah.
They don't lose those very often.
And that round comes with Giacomo getting picked in top mid, sort of splitting away from the rest of the team. The rest were going 4 in through main. Can usually be a little tougher to break through an early choke point, but not if you're just finding these opening frags.
Baby Bay getting the best EA. First time they've played since, what, May of 2022?
Yeah, May 14th, 2022. Ages ago. Ye got the dub back then. But it's Baby Bay and G2 to strike first this time.
You see a couple of these early eco frags. IC does have... well,
just farming.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
IC does have a shorty. It's the last weapon up on the side of EG.
We take the moment, before IC's eventual demise. It is worth noting, like, both of these teams playing the chamber, there is not the same amount of stall that you'd expect to have on the defensive side. Usually that B side is littered with Vi's utility, Viper utility. Vi's is throwing multiple lineups from spawn so that there's thorns in both choke points on each site. You don't have that option, so much will come down to these early gambits, these fights between the chambers trying to post up in main. You're going to see a lot of these early fights. Far more forward than you'd normally expect.
Why you smiling, dog?
G2 with an opportunity to really run away with this early half on this bonus. Bulldog, the Outlaw, in the hands of Baby Bay. A couple of early smokes traded across the middle of the map.
Both these teams are generally avoiding the middle of the map. We saw this a bit from G2 when they called the Sentinels at the start. This time just some spam onto Baby Bay. That's right on the corner of the box, just having a read that Baby Bay would be searching from over there.
Yeah, early punish, maybe even a pixel. Tough to say. But EG with control of the middle of the map right now.
Yeah, so G2 want to come back in, clear out some of this. Trent doesn't have so much utility. He's got a Nightfall because of all those kills on pistol, but a singular Prowler. And his haunt should be coming up in a few seconds here.
That's another.
Wow.
Spam kill from Nature.
Cover going out.
We'll get to see both of those. Yay online, making that Guardian sing the double swing onto Derek. We'll clean him up.
Pinch come.
One enemy
And
remaining.
there's no real way for them to go.
Brutal.
Put into a corner. EG are on the board.
Now I'm expecting the style of these rounds to change pretty heavily as we move forward here. These early rounds, there's the gun mismatch. These teams are taking it slow. They're looking for these opening fights, these one-on-ones.
Yeah, there was no pixel on that
No,
one.
I don't think so. But as we get deeper into this half, expect G2 to just try to bully into mains a little bit more. Even if you can trade 1-for-1 against Ye or force out his teleport with good utility from Trent and Giacomo on the approach, these sites can be easily overwhelmed because there's not that layer of stall utility to keep G2 back in the mains.
So much of the pressure of anchoring the site, of holding things on, is on the shoulders of the Chambers.
And Ye's in a good position back here in pocket.
Will be tested. Currently playing in the range of his TP, but just barely. That Nightfall all the way across. Giacomo slides across the screen, and the site is theirs.
Derek's still a nuisance. Calling some rotates, but VALORANT is holding these angles.
They're really fast on this, though. EG have arrived at the scene well ahead of schedule.
G2 have realized there's a gap back towards spawn, so 2 players peek back, clear out all this space, then they can turn around and focus on the 3 EG members trying to get back in through Link.
Meanwhile, you hear the attack side op rattle off a couple of shots, letting them know where the fear lies. As EG, a little stumbling as they try to make their way out onto the site now, forced to sit back behind the smokes. As it goes down, as the cover clears, a couple kills traded, still an advantage wave G2 as VALORANT keeps them back. Supa's out.
I don't even think he got a chance to really fight anyone there.
No.
There's smokes in his eyes the entire time. And that's what I'm talking about. G2, if they can overwhelm that forward hold, the sites are just complete paper. And EG are going to try their best to, keep players on site. You saw Derek there hiding behind smokes inside the site. EG don't have so many great tools when it comes to retaking in. Very little forcing utility to get back into that space.
Quick check-in on the ultimates. Nature and Derek have theirs online.
Big B main fight underway.
Yeah.
Derek with a paranoia ready to go. Icy to capitalize. Same as Pistol, as a matter of fact. Ye wants to take the forward line. He TPs out, and then Icy would go sprinting on through.
Balance there.
Yeah, now with no one found, it's moving 3 players back into mid. They can shift into A, expecting G2 to be heavier on that side of the map.
It's a deep defensive smoke, too. I wonder how much further up.
Oh, the spam still?
Yeah. And now Icy's going to take all of this space.
Yeah, this round is just cooked for G2. They need to go back into B main and push Ye off of the forward line. Otherwise, it's too easy for EG to stack into mid and A. That pressure causes some doubts from EG, but still not enough to lean back into Ye's spot.
Narrow miss there.
Look at Babybay creeping into A, though. While all these kills are going down, it seems like now there's not enough of an opportunity. Evil Geniuses playing so passively on the actual sites themselves. They know with numbers, if you just control the mid space, you can always react to whichever side of the map the attackers are going to be hitting and just overwhelm with numbers.
You wonder how much further up he's going to go here.
He kind of needs to go all the way down this much. You can't just sit back and wait for the plant to come in. You need to get out in front of things.
He has, since joining G2, been so good at moments like these, at taking some of these timings, at finding some space and then capitalizing on it. But you're so heavily outnumbered. Time is not on your side.
Nicely done.
That'll get things down to a 2v4.
He needs more, though.
EG still in a power position. Babybay looking for the second bit of damage that he can find. A narrow miss. Bullets buzz by. He'll live to fight another day. Now push off the paranoia, sliding across, and forced to handle too many angles at once. Trent just forced to sit back and watch. There's no real way into this.
Getting some kills on the way out there, but he had no real chance at assisting Babybay, it didn't seem like. Babybay's getting overwhelmed with Util, pushed back into Ye, who'd rotated into spawn. It was a very calm round from Evil Geniuses once they got these numbers.
How many of those have we seen so far? Is that 5? Have we seen just like spams into the smoke mid that are resulting in kills?
It's been a lot. And it's just all down mid as well. EG getting the upper hand on those. But really, this game for EG will be so simplified if they can continue getting Ye on the forward lines. Can shrink the size of the map. It's all about this fight here.
Lot D. There's a trap. Stuns, flashes, everything, and now the Hunter's Fury. Icy trying to hunt him down. That's exactly what he'll do. Into the second swing, behind the walls. Another name claimed.
Spike down, B.
And as things settle, EG find themselves up in numbers.
That is 3 different outcomes of the same opening setup from EG. On pistol round, we had, Ye posting on the line and then the Neon sliding out behind it. Then the previous round, it's just the chamber up there. The rest of the team rotates mid. Now it's everything thrown into it. That's the type of way Potter likes to set up a lot of halves. All these small wrinkles to keep you guessing.
And you're forced to respect every single one. You can't look at the same look and
exactly
know what's on the other side of it. Beautifully done.
But now as we reach the halfway point in this defensive side for Evil Geniuses, that's when I wonder if things change. If you go to a completely different chapter in the playbook, maybe get away from the B main control now that, well, G2 are really going to be concerned about that. Now that you don't have these ultimates to work in as well. You do similar things over towards A. It's a little bit wider, so the paranoia maybe not as effective, but Ye can still post up on those lines.
You want to play?
Lighter vibe for G2 here. Trey pops the ult. None of that early aggression.
Got revealed by the bolt, so has to get on out of there.
G2 haven't taken very much space at this point.
No, and there's still Ye over towards A. But again, nothing to stall out this hit. It's fully reliant on his marksmanship to hold down onto elbow.
Note that Derek is within striking distance. Can try to bail him out if he gets stuck in a sticky spot.
Last time G2 came here, Giacomo just rolled Ye.
Oh, they're both taking their heels in. Entrenched in the site, trying to burrow themselves in further and further. Paranoia will buy a little bit of time. But Ye now stunned up with nowhere to go. Meanwhile, take a look at Jonah's positioning. He's covering the flank, and it's perfect. Able to take care of one, but Ye still on the site, still holding the line. ultimately will succumb to the pressure of the ult. Nature and Superman left to try to take this site back.
Oh, this is awkward. 35 seconds and Nature is full steam ahead.
That shot deals some damage here. Investing the pit. Just a brief moment of respite as they settle, now pushing into it. Settles in a 1v1. Nature with the gun advantage. Jonah with the positioning. And it's Nature who comes out on top.
What a play from Nature. Having to sprint back through mid, try and support his teammates on site. I mean, that was a mess. G2 on a light buy, forcing so heavily into the site, getting even numbers advantage. But I want to see how Nature steals his way back into the round. Here it's that 1v2 clutch. It's the read on the first and adjusts well enough down to the decay on 1 HP. That was close.
Timeout called here by G2. Give Josh a chance to get involved in the conversation, see what adjustments can be made on the other side. We've seen G2 play this map once, EG first time debuting this. And so I say that to say there's not a ton of history to work off of. There's not a ton of film you can watch to kind of lean on tendencies and things of that nature.
Yeah, especially when it's such a new map as well. You don't even know like the historical styles, because so many of these players, you know, we talk about Bebe and Ye played against each other 3.5 years ago. These players have been going up against each other for forever, the coaches as well. On other maps, you have that historic knowledge. You know the individual tendencies, even if comps are changing, ideas are swapping.
Right.
Corrode is a whole new game.
A map that I would argue still has not been figured out.
Definitely not. I mean,
a couple of things to solve for sure.
Even these two teams having a very different read than most teams globally. I mean, Chamber v Chamber mirror matchup, not playing for stall, but for these forward B main holds. G2 have to be thinking about that because G2 seem like they've just been running into a brick wall when they're fighting up into B. A, on the other hand, even though they lost the last round, has been very flimsy. And yet the call is to go back into B. They have to prove they can win here to have that threat.
Now this is a slightly different look from the different faces we've seen from EG here. This time it's just the Neon and the Viper.
Yeah, no Paranoia, no Chamber with the teleport out, so that actually gives G2 a lot of information. And what they want to do, I think, is just leave Baby Bay posted up here, expecting EG to maybe have been stepping back into the space, re-clearing, trying to get on the forward lines. That's their read on EG's macro of the map. And it's not a bad one.
They're rotating back that way.
Yeah, now that no one's actually stepped back into it, they are just planning on overwhelming this. Once the gas is burned here.
Smoke already towards mid, the Nightfall used. Icy's position, oh, still very good, still undetected. Meanwhile, Valen did TP up into heaven, gets a kill, but it's traded back.
And Nature's still here, so G2, they have to go back into this lurk over on the A site. Huge space taken by Jonah P on the other side of the map, and he can keep on hunting. And that's Ye with an operator in his hand back in spawn. It's going to be so hard to come back and deal with Jonah P's forward position.
This is such a fickle game.
30 seconds left.
So the question becomes, how far up do you scale?
I mean, look at him right here. It's beautiful. Here's all these footsteps.
This is such a miserable thing to have to clear if you're the defense. Every single angle, Jonah punishes Ye. Cannot connect on the second, but has bought time, has bought some breathing room for his team.
But now getting back into the site, no Paranoia. There is a recon dart for Evil Geniuses, but Baby Bay has the operator. They don't have good tools at dealing with him.
That smoke will buy you a little bit of cover, a little bit of time. Baby Bay forced to peek ahead of it. Tag through the smoke.
Got him.
Second time's the charm. Derek with 3. Trent. Is it time again? No.
Who is this guy?
Falls at the hands of Nature.
Just pulling off the spike and still winning out in the 1v1. That's now 2 huge moments for Nature.
Against the kid who you were mentioning a couple of rounds ago has set the stage, the year on fire.
Absolutely. That has been locked in, but here, I mean, again, you called it early. The amount of kills EG are finding through smokes.
Let's go, baby.
Is just ridiculous.
When it works, man. Look at a light buy for G2 again.
Yeah, looking for maybe a dive up into mid, into A-Link. See if Jogamo can get himself online.
Boy, that was...
I'm gonna say no. Oh, dear. These are all kills through smokes.
Yeah, this has the makings of a quick round.
Yeah, well, look at that spike as well. Not exactly in the ideal position. It's planted for bot mid right now.
And that's one more domino that will fall. One step closer to getting into the 10th round. Jonah's left in 1v3. And while difficult, we have seen a couple of very unconventional 1v3s pulled off so far. So I hesitate to dismiss this round. A lot of time here if you're Jonah too.
But still has to recover the spike. The way EG are playing it as well is a little bit funky. Only putting one player on the spike, but if Jonah was to pick up the spike, it's almost guaranteed he would go back link into A. So EG would have faster rotates. Now they see nobody player in A main. They know almost exactly where he's got to be coming from.
Tucking behind the dart. Nature will be the first to swing. Here's that jump spot. What can the professor do?
No one's actually going to see him grab the spike.
He's gotten away with it. A sneaky devil. And now he's headed back A. He's going to get the spike down.
Hey, and in a post plant, he's actually got his Viper wall here to play around. If he finds the right timings through the wall, he could get it working.
He's got to commit. They're going to try to go fast on this. The spam not connecting.
Another kill that Nature can't actually see the player that he's killing. Nature and Derek have unlocked something on this map.
Wall hacks.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. That is crazy. EG starting to run away with things now on the defense side.
The tone feel like it changed when EG showed the third layer of that B main fight.
100%.
That's when it felt like G2 did not have the tools to respond.
I mean, since then, it's been 5 round wins in a row. G2 have been timid when it comes to approaching the B main side of the map.
Reasonably so. I mean,
yeah, and when they go mid, they just get killed through smoke. So it must be so frustrating. Going into A feels a little bit obvious, but it's been successful for them early on.
They're doing it again. Nature has the ult again. He's gonna pop it too.
Except this time there's not a chamber behind it. It's just the ult play to see if they could get G2 to sprint over into A where Ye would be holding with the operator. So it's yet a fourth new look on that same B main default.
Little damage done on the Trent there. Take flight. So you're gonna funnel him back into the other side of the map. Where, as you mentioned, Ye lies in wait.
I mean, hook, line, and sinker, G2 are eating this up.
Icy's up. He's denied so much of that space. They've got them boxed in. Ye will get challenged, and Ye will walk away on top.
Just disrespectful through the wall. But now the herd approaches.
Can he strike again? The paranoia will push him off the line. He cannot find a way out. Gets tagged up, sent into the next.
And EG are still boxed. 3 players trapped behind a smoke in link. Now it goes down. They can get back into yard. Icy's got to find something, some angle back in.
G2 looking to play behind their own wall as Icy tries to take that space that you mentioned. It fails at it. Spam just a bit off the mark. Supa's got it. Interesting timing if he can find it and make it work. But they're all staring their way. EG trying to force their way back out onto this site, doing so from multiple fronts, trying to find different angles. And Supa cannot find a way in.
Player standing.
The defense crumbling. Nature left in 1v4. And we'll take one to keep things interesting, but G2 gets a 4.
Feels like G2 stumbled into that A hit after all the early attention put back onto B main, but again, it proves that they can bully this A site. It doesn't even matter if Ye is finding the opening pick. Once he uses that teleport out, there's nowhere really left to go.
And him getting caught on the wall while Flash couldn't get around the corner.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, those little things that kind of have to ask the question, what if?
Nice flash, Jake. Thank you. Like I was lost.
And so now it's EG who will call their first timeout of the map as we near the end of the first half. EG up 2. Quick check-in on ults. There are a couple that we can talk through. Jonah P particularly will have his on the attack.
Yeah. It's funny because this game has some of the worst ults like available in terms of, like, you don't have those high impact, like, we take over a site with this ult. You have like double chambers, double neon, so it's some fake ones there, omens too.
Omens, yeah.
So you're really looking at Sova and Fade as being the primary go buttons for the teams that you can play around.
I love that sign.
I missed it. This is so sad.
Oh, that was so good. But yeah, I think for EG here, other than that one round that we just saw where you mentioned it, it felt like they maybe stumbled their way into it. I think that was a very appropriate way to describe that. It really has felt like EG the whole way. Their defensive side has felt lock in the whole time.
Yeah, you know, I think EG are expecting G2 to keep trying to work into A. That is not the case in this round. Ye's going to be on his own on B. And this is where Jogamo's speed can again just bully the chamber on the TP back.
Because they don't know he's there.
They do now.
Oh, they know there's someone. Now they know it's Ye.
A lot of good that knowledge did them.
Better the devil you know, I guess. Meanwhile, Dre looking for a pick across the middle of the map. There are players in the vicinity.
But now you have to get a sight hit working without any fade utility. Paranoia is their only tool. They don't even have the excess of a neon stun.
And so they will try to quietly waltz their way in.
And they can lean into lurks a little heavily. No Vi's utility. Chamber playing on his own stuff. Leaves gaps that Jonah P has found on A before.
Tiptoeing his way through, Supa. That timing is not on his side. Jonah's there. Beautifully done. And now they can accelerate out onto A.
And this pit as well. Looping a bit into Link here. It's such a narrow path to try and get back in. There's even a chamber trip inside of it.
Can they find the space within these tight margins, these tight lines?
I think it comes down to Derek on the flank. He's got to do something for main.
He's going to have plenty of chances. Position, I'll give it away. They don't have the tools for this.
They've got to go.
That Paranoia will tag a little bit. Dre in a really nice spot to cut this off and a play spoiler, but it's a rare miss. And there's lethality on the other side. Jonah playing in his pit, trying to keep them back. As G2 bolster the hold. Valen with 3.
Valen taken over. But it came down to that time pressure, EG being forced to act. And not even remotely close to a comfortable position at that. See that again. Another kill through smoke. Really compelling stuff. And here's Valen. Doing great work. Under fire from the right. You can see he didn't even flinch.
Nothing, yeah.
He trusted his teammate to have his back there.
Insanely difficult to do. Into the last round of the half we go. An early pit from Supa towards B.
And a complete force down. Baby doesn't connect again.
Has not been as sharp as he was to open the map. And he's been tagged up now, 20 HP.
Did get a lick back on Nature. Through the wall, so not a kill.
EG are investing so much more into controlling the middle of the map here.
Back into A we go, though. Story as old as time.
And Ye is there.
Teleport's ready.
This time, though, EG have Derek and Icy. That's some of the stall utility that can keep these players pinched.
Sure, the stun, but the Paranoia was just used mid. They're trying to re-clear that space, and that's going to give them a time window for G2 to get out.
All alone again is Ye.
And they know where he is. He's been playing here every time. It's telegraphed. It's punished. Jogamo pops the ult. Nature and Supa are so far away from the play here.
And a full control back into spawn. Valen guarding Link.
And G2 have somehow clawed their way back into this half.
Going even would be a blessing here.
Given the nightmare that was the middle, I absolutely agree with you.
Wow, back-to-back 3Ks for Valen.
And a 6-6 half after, what, 5 rounds in a row from EG?
Yeah, the middle just ran away. And at the end of things, it looked like EG, everything they were doing on B seemed completely unbreakable. G2 had no answers onto the B site. But EG couldn't figure out how to support Ye when he was on those solo A holds either. And G2 took advantage. Once they identified that, that was a consistent problem, whether it was Jonah P going slow on the lurks or those fast plays with Jogamo scaling in quick. Every look into A was a success.
Yeah, they found where it hurt, and they pressed on it multiple times to get us to a 6-6 half. We'll see what they can do on defense on the other side of this break.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
A tightly contested affair between these two teams that, again, have a little history, and it was with international play at stakes. And now, as you mentioned, Ender, at the beginning of the map for EG, you're looking to best G2 just so you can avoid some of what happened in Stage 1, where you don't have to go through lowers and deal with that mess.
Yeah, EG, they don't want to be in that situation where it's single elim for them again. Third seed or better is what they're seeking. And it started with a close first half, 6-6, but G2 carrying some of the momentum at the end and following through with it here. Valen Paranoia ready for Jugma to fight.
Just waiting to see what that spark is. Once the go button, once the trigger, there it is. It dashed out the Paranoias, but it's traded right back. It's Bedlam outside of A. And again, as the utility and the dust settles, both teams walked away alive.
Just gonna lick some wounds on the retreat. No utility to work with, but B main belongs to Baby Bay. And now there's no recourse for Evil Geniuses. You can't go back into B. A has to be the opening, but pressure onto a Ye to find a lurk, pressure on the core of EG to break this mid hold.
Just gonna freeze there, beautifully done by Jonah to get his one. Trent playing up close, that right click will betray him. A 2v2 now, Derek's so weak, and Valen waiting on the other side. He was stellar for G2 in the first half, will get his. And it falls down into a 1v1.
Talk about that first half. Nature was the guy for EG.
The dart to try to find where the threat lies. That will give it away, and Nature does not miss those. A 3K for the captain as EG take the lead.
Baby Bay clip farming there with the wall bang, but none of them connected. That's one way to get things going back for Evil Geniuses.
Last player standing.
Good trade coming through the smoke onto Valen.
Nick, let's go.
Puts him up to 14 on the game.
And a devilish grin, too. A lot of confidence brimming on the EG side of the stage. Now position to build into that a little bit more. G2 not much behind this round.
EG taking their time, waiting for the reaggress.
One shot to hit there. Super finding a little bit of value. Almost gets away with two.
I really like the way he approached on those jiggles, not over-committing himself at all to those fights.
Valen can't find an opening. These classics, this lighter weaponry is not delivering as needed. Of course, as I say that, a kill is found with the classic.
Player standing.
But it's all on to Trent now and his 11 HP.
Yeah, I don't love his odds.
They are slim. So this will give us a chance to think a little bit more about the rest of what this half will hold. I think for EG, we saw a couple of different looks on the defensive side where they completely ignored the middle of the map, then they were investing 2 or 3 in there. Are you expecting that same approach from G2 on defense?
Honestly, maybe not so much. I think G2 are probably going to be looking to incorporate Baby Bay more and a bit more fighting with the rest of the team. I think EG were very happy to just let Baby Bay play into the mains on his own, or let Ye play into the mains on his own, so he can hold down the fort. I think G2, the way they like to operate is a little bit more grouped up fighting rather than letting one guy hold a line. Can use that chamber on more passive angles, perhaps onto the sites, or just to have an extra body into mid with the distraction of a teleport. Because I think for G2, the solve for them might be less about, you know, what EG was doing, trying to lock down the mains entirely, and more about guaranteeing the quick mid rotations.
I do have Noden in the hands of Trent here. Some of that early spam early on. And there is plenty of threat here, although it is now just Icy who got out onto the site.
How is Icy back here?
He's behind enemy lines.
So is Ye.
And he's gonna find that kill. Jonah was tucked. The threat went off undetected. EG now with the numbers advantage and the site is theirs.
Baby Bay's making the call to go on the long walk around. Ye's been dealt with. This trip is not an issue. He's going to need to find an opening and find it quickly. The longer G2 go without giving any audio, any sign of a player, the more EG will expect the flank.
One benefit is that, again, they're approaching us from both sides. And silence across the map. Refusing to show a single thing. Nature will be the first one to fall.
Oh, he gets that!
Unreal. Valen has to deliver again. Can the leader do it once more? Forced into this brutal 1v2.
It's huge for Supa to get back into the game himself as well.
Yeah, he's had a quiet map so far.
He was struggling early, but they're winning the bonus, shutting it down to the 3K at the end is absolutely huge. That kill he got onto Baby Bay was crazy. The paranoia coming in as the blind connects.
Yep.
He saw just a shoulder. Predicts where the head's gonna be and takes it clean off.
Oopsie, sorry, I didn't realize you were.
And so now 3-round lead for EG. They rattle off dominantly in this opening couple of rounds of the second half.
G2 are focusing more around mid. We thought 3 players stepping into that space. So it's Trent that's left alone back into pocket.
And obviously a different player, a different agent, but we saw how difficult it is to have one player anchor this spot.
He doesn't even have the escape option, but he does have the benefit of that forward scouting utility, so he can call in his teammates a little bit earlier. You already see Valen slipping back into the site.
Rotations are going to be really hard to come by here. I mean, they have to play on the other side of their wall, but Dre's ahead of it.
EG are certainly taking their time.
He's in a really good spot here to play spoiler. The shoulder gives it away. Now he has to give all that space back up, and EG gladly will take it. I don't think it saw him. I don't think it saw Jogamo. I think he's in position to punish, but no. Derek clears him.
That fight going well into main too. EG can speed up into the site. It's only going to be Valen back into elbow, but EG don't even have to worry about that.
No, I mean, look at where Supa is on the other side of the map. He's just looking to catch our lurk timing, and ultimately he falls, but that just relieves so much pressure elsewhere on the map.
A combined 52 HP between the 2 surviving members of G2.
Jonah P did grab a weapon.
Enemy remaining.
That's 3. And that weapon is all that will stand. That, okay, well.
Hey!
That felt incredibly unnecessary.
That was really messed up. Okay, you can't reach him.
Yeah, don't tell him. He doesn't know. You're safe there, little guy.
The Red Bull clutch for little guy back in spawn.
That one was free. So Jonah will hang on to this weapon, barring a swing from Nature. And yeah, he will keep it.
I think everyone in the building was hoping Jonah P would fall down there for the actions he did on the field of battle.
Yeah, made a lot of enemies along the way, didn't he?
He really did.
One enemy remaining.
This next round,
No, what
Brother,
are we doing?
In the replay.
Oh, the humanity!
He knows what he's doing too.
Look at that little side eye.
17 and 11 for him. I think he's earned the right to slash a couple of snowmen along the way. Meanwhile, the ult popped. Icy looking to gain some of this early space up mid.
But still 2 players waiting for him towards the B site.
Awkward angle for a fight.
Challenge in A main.
Yay and Baby Bay. This match we've seen play out so many times across history, and it's been a bit of a drought. No, go back.
Here
Thank
it
you.
comes.
Thank you. We might just freeze here
Come
for a minute,
on.
actually. It's Yay on top. And that opens up A. I mean, you've got VALORANT who's playing all the way back in his spawn, but Icy was behind him. A is theirs for the taking.
All off the early mid work. Now another layer of lurk. This is just filthy.
Trent walks away with the win. Another awkward attempt at a retake for G2.
Jogamo completely on his own back into spawn. I don't think you play it.
No, I don't think they can afford to.
But that's giving EG an 11th round. Baby Bay's won off the ultimate, so can maybe hope to get that online, but it's pretty hard to play for those orbs defensively.
I feel like I'm gonna get flashbacks every time I see a little snowman now.
That's the takeaway from this match.
Yep.
Is now we have to be on watch for, I think, our little rock friends.
EG get up to 11. The finances are in a great spot. They're gonna carry over the op for EA as well. 21 and 12 for him on the chamber. And much like we saw in the first half.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, that is filthy.
The split screen there. Oh, I love that we can just throw that up like that.
He knows he was bested. And so much like we saw in the first half, EG put together a very impressive streak. Now, the one difference is there was a timeout that was called, they had hit 5 in a row, and then G2 come roaring back to make it a competitive fight.
Yeah.
We're at the same point again in the second half here. And the one difference is it's way later in the game. You've got shorter runway.
Exactly. So much later in the game. And also, I don't know if G2 have that same hook of an idea that they can abuse in how EG are playing it. Because the first half, it was just, okay, we see that we can win these fights over onto A.
Right.
That site's going to fall apart. Here, it's not so clear because EG have played multiple different speeds into the rounds. They've just done those fast execs into B that have looked very effective.
Right.
They've gone for these crazy lurk plays that last round, allowing Icy to get inserted all the way up in top mid. And that's where it becomes tough for G2 because you don't have that focus heading into this next round.
Right.
That's what coach is going to have to bring to them here.
Again, 5 rounds in a row. EG looking to put G2 away. On G2's map pick. No early acceleration. Actually, hold that thought. G2 playing very aggressively out Bay main.
All about the A site. They're full seeding mid, which is a bit shocking.
That's a paranoia out with... Didn't seem like there were a ton of Qs.
Yeah, they got the wrong read there. Thought EG were slipping into the space.
Yeah.
This time, though, G2 do have the trip that Baby Bay places in top mid. So not the same options to go for that lurk, but now after taking both main controls, they're putting so much on the back of Jonah and Valen.
Attempting to hold the extremities and contain.
Yeah, last round Baby Bay couldn't do it, so G2 decide to let their smokes players be the ones to take the challenge.
And it is an op on the other side. A 21 kill, yay, make that 22.
And now the ultimate to accelerate, to actually rotate over into B. EG are up into mid.
There are a couple of members from the defensive G2 that are trying to hold on to B. You see they've been torn asunder.
Supa on those lurks, I mean, everything is going EG's way.
Yeah, it seems like they can do no wrong. I mean, even Dre getting tagged through the utility there, down to 79 HP. He's got to find a free one. And I don't know that he's going to be given it.
You can't just keep saving. G2 have to play around.
Last player standing.
Even the free one doesn't go his way.
And all that goes down just for Trent to find a trip right in his face. I do want to shout out, while these hits work and EG are coming up with a lot of different ways to approach into the site, what Supa has done on these late mid options for the team has been really effective. And I think there's even worlds where if EG are shut down in that initial hit, because Supa is finding the pick on the rotator coming in through A link, if EG were, you know, somehow stopped up in top mid, they could always cut back into him and finish into A.
Match point.
And that's been a staple of Evil Geniuses on their best maps. You think back to their Lotus when they played so lurk heavy around the lurks of particularly Supermen. He has always been so at home on this Viper on the attack side of things.
Frustration on the side of G2 there, and for good reason. The timeline tells the tale. 6 in a row for EG.
G2 just can't win a fight in mains against Ye. He's completely diffing them.
A flawless half so far. And the opportunity to put the finishing touches on this perfect look. No early spam kills to start this round off.
I'm looking over to B main again, though.
Yep.
We're back to Baby Bay versus Ye.
See Giacomo finds safe passage, tucks into the corner, and then punishes onto Nature. Now he's the one who's under threat. He's the one who's under fire. Jonah P has his back.
Look at B main, Doug. Oh! It's Ye again! Except this time, EG faltered in mid. That spike is now firmly in the control of G2. It's all on Supa. One for him. Can't get another.
Ye can't 1v3 this with an op. I mean, he's got money. They've got a ton of money. But I think the threat is in giving an op over to G2.
Yeah, don't let Baby Bay have that.
30 seconds left.
Is he going to give this a go? He's considering it. Letting the intrusive thoughts win. Now they know. And he falls. Jonah gets his 3. The op is picked up. And G2 stay alive.
So G2 get a little secret sauce there, and it is just the mid fight. I think Giacomo rather saw the Odin spam from Nature and anticipated the position behind the box, got the early spam kill, which then helped them so much when it came to that second wave of fight. EG bringing that to them. But G2 still have not solved the problem of mains. Now, they could ignore the mains, they could keep heavily fighting into mid. Maybe just give a little bit more support into the fights.
The thing about when G2 had this advantage when they were on attack is they had some of Fade's utility to clear, or at least to attempt to clear the pit. EG do not have that luxury.
Well, they've got a drone if Nature wanted to come over. That's just one big ability. Losing that early in a round means you can't re-clear the op later, or re-clear into this mid space, which is always a problem on Corrode.
Right. He's looking for a pixel. And he might just get it. Meanwhile, spam ensues across the middle of the map.
New challenger in B main, by the way. It's Giacomo.
He's going to get tested.
Except this time, Trent is coming over to assist. This could be the difference for G2. Put 2 players here, but EG are also bringing 4.
Remember, Trent has the Odin. Giacomo pushes forward, and Supa goes unchecked. Ye gets him too.
Valen has to be a hero.
I don't think they know where he is. They have no idea. Valen plays spoiler. 2 before falling. And time was bought.
But no one else is even close, Doug. That spike goes down. Once again, Baby Bay and Jonah P completely isolated.
With an op to clear a pit. Such a tough spot.
Teleport's ready.
But it's a puzzle they will have to solve if they want to continue this map. If they want to stay in this fight. But they're so far out of the play. And with every second that passes, this gets into a bit of a mess. It's Ye and Jonah P in a 1v1.
Time.
Jonah has to go fast. He's got to go now. And does not have the luxury. Hits the shot. And he's going to get the defuse.
That was crazy. The spam through the ult, and all of a sudden, all those EG players turn around to look at Jonah. That's when Babyface slips into the pit, finds his mark. Jonah P as well, I think, having the presence of mind to break Ye's anchor back in main after he won that opening fight. Don't forget Valen doing his work with a couple of kills there.
Him getting 2 there is criminal.
G2 needed multiple players to step up in a massive way. And even then, it was only barely that they got the round.
Those 2 answered the call, and G2 stay alive.
5-8 for EG.
Trent has an ult here. You imagine he's just going to play a little bit further back, though. And with that, the Hunter's Fury is in play.
Now EG are about to walk into 3 players of G2 because Babyface is posted in mid. He has the rotation line.
Yeah, they have the tools, though, if they want to pop onto A. Between Nature's ult and Icy's ult, this is hard to hold.
This freeze has cooked G2. G2 were overthinking it. They think a mid fight is coming. And yet G2 have just completely frozen, waiting to pop out into A with Paranoia, with Hunter's Fury. It is time to go.
I think the Paranoia split the uprights. I don't think it tagged anyone, and Shogamo spams onto Icy. G2 still in a power position, and now the Hunter's Fury from Nature.
EG are still stuck back in main. They can't find a thing. They can't hear a thing.
Everything invested and no value found. And so what? It's a fake towards A. Make as much noise as you can.
Derek and Ye are going to give it everything, but actually they're calling the spike back into them. EG are going into this A site with 20 seconds.
And everybody is here. Baby Bay lights it up first. Jonah P joins them. EG crumble again. Unless Derek can pull this off, that's 3. 10 seconds left. You've got to get the spike up in a 1v2. It's been pretty, but I don't think there's enough behind this miracle. Derek has to commit to the plant. As the smoke dissipates, Valen's there to greet him. He gave it a hell of a run, but it was just not enough.
G2 are starting to piece a little something together here. 3 rounds in a row. That tag from the Haunt catching 3 players. With a Nightfall behind it, the support that Trent just gave his team is what locked EG out of the site. So now EG look back into mid. This has worked for them earlier on. Early dart, smoke into top, the spam to follow.
Meanwhile, G2 have inserted Dre on an aggro line B main.
EG have exploited G2 when they play a weak mid setup. We saw the lurks going through mid late in the rounds from Supa, early in them from Icy, all the way back into their spawn. Don't think G2 can afford to leave those gaps open, so this time they call over Jonah P on the Viper to assist the Neon at top mid. But that forces Baby Bay back onto a solo line. That removes numbers from the sites themselves.
Not ready yet.
Stealing sight.
Paranoia invested. They're trying to control the middle of the map, and they'll get it with very little resistance.
EG are taking their sweet time, down to 45 seconds.
It seems like they're intent on leaning A. And have Ye, who will be late outside of main. The dog tags him. So now, I mean, they have a couple of options.
They do, but only 30 seconds. Supa's not lurking into Beast. They can't cut back into that. A is the answer. They can only go forward.
Valen has delay.
20 seconds.
Flash in hand. They're trying to play this quietly, but now it's been given away. They know what's waiting on the other side. Valen tucking in his own smoke. 13 seconds left. Has to face it. And again, EG falls. Not enough time to solve this problem. G2 get to 10. 5 rounds in a row in the first half. And G2 roar back to get to a 6-6 half. 5 rounds in a row in the second half.
If they can see this next one through.
Oh, it's 6. I lied to you guys. Sorry. That's not the point. You get what I'm trying to say.
We all get what you're trying to say. Look, G2 are frankly, it seems like boring EG to death. EG waiting a minute plus into the rounds. G2 just aren't giving them a fight. Now that Ye hasn't been able to find those challenges in mains. When he's gone A, it's been Baby Bay over on B. Those early fights aren't coming. And EG are struggling to find an answer out of the mid round. And in that last round especially, I think even they have a shot if they can get into the site. But Trent back in elbow saw Ye jump peeking around the corner. And that's what informed, oh, this is a split hit coming in immediately. That's when Valen rips the paranoia. There's very quick communication going down in the G2 camp to identify what EG's plan is. And just in the blink of an eye like that, one ability is what shuts down any of EG's momentum.
I think a testament to how well drilled and built this project is on the G2 side to have those protocols and know exactly how to react to the slightest of tells. Very nicely done. And that's now 4 rounds in a row as they continue this comeback.
You see it all the time with Valen. Playing so well off the information his teammates are giving him.
Yep.
Calling it through, showing up individually in the server too. And while so much of this game has just been the Ye show, Derek too having a crazy map over for EG. The smokes for G2 have really been what is carrying them, even within 2.
You want to play? Let's play.
Ult pop to kick things off. A no early challenge. Ye's creeping forward. This would be a ridiculous shot, and I think that was just enough noise to dissuade him from jump spotting again.
Yeah, that teleport threatening the cross here, so a single operator can't just hold into main. Forces the smoke out of G2.
And the dog.
A lot of utility to be burnt.
And you really didn't gain anything on the other side of it.
Well, this is weird, though, because for one of the first times ever, you have Baby Bay playing on a passive line on B, so that drone in from nature doesn't see a thing. And that means that very likely EG are thinking there's a chamber over on this B site. And they might even be trying to target Baby Bay then.
Seems like they're trying to accelerate that way.
Smoke into yard to try and pinch off this pocket player.
Valen.
Trent feels that pressure, he's falling back.
Valen has a flash though. It's gonna have to be exchanged. In fact, choosing to hold on to his Trent vacates the space.
30 seconds.
30
Again, they're burning the midnight oil here.
Except this time, Derek has an ultimate to go back into Supa. They might call for that. But G2 haven't flinched. They've still got 2 players on B.
They're so far away. There's no time to flip the map here. They're committing.
He's ulting into the site.
Gives the space back up. 15 seconds left. They've got to find a way through. Derek in nature. It's all onto Derek. No! Valen gets all of them. 3 fall as G2 get to 11.
EG just forgot there's a clock. 3 rounds in a row. It's coming down to the wire. And G2 are not falling prey to any of these mind games. The cut noise, the fake utility. Drones over into B main, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean a thing to them. They're perfectly comfortable in their setups.
Let's go.
And when they can anchor down like that, when Valen can deliver rounds repeatedly. You remember the last 2 rounds of the first half, back-to-back 3Ks for him. Now another one. G2 are within 1 of forcing OT.
Corrode has delivered so far. All that's left to figure out is, does it end here? Do we go the distance? Do we go to OT?
Deploying drone.
The story of the game has been Ye finding the opening picks. This time Baby Bay is spotted on the passive line. Forced back.
Misses. EG have to go aggressive here. They don't really have the guns to play this slowly, and that's exactly what they do. Looking to accelerate. A blistering pace towards B. And they've managed to push a lot of the defense off of the line. Note, Jogma has his ult. A little bit away from the play for now. But can pop on at a moment's notice.
Blinding.
Second set of utility 2, the paranoia and the dog. Baby Bay falls. Ye getting the pick. It's a 5v3 as Ye gets another. Better late than never, I guess. EG, hang on to this. Trent has to pull it off on his own. A 1v2 switches to the Phantom. Time is short. Snaps on the run. Can Trent do it again? A 1v1 with Icy there. And it's Icy who delivers. EG, hang on and take map 1.
EG versus G2 delivers again. This is quickly turning into one of the most exciting matchups in Americas. Back in stage 1, it went the distance. Map 1 already living up to the hype.
We were talking about it earlier, and I said if these two teams come in at good form, this has the potential to be the best match of the stage. And it's just been one map, but holy smokes, that delivered.
That was an amazing way to start it off. Corrode, the first time we're seeing Evil Geniuses rock it out on this map. It's Ye locking in the chamber mirror matchup versus Baby Bay on the other side. But it was really the supporting staff, I think, that had so many major moments. Nature in those early clutches on the attack side. And on the other, Jonah P and Valen so locked in.
Ye almost drops 30. 29 and 18 on the chamber.
Ridiculous.
Insane out of both teams. My guess is the fun hasn't stopped. We have plenty more on the other side of this break. Haven next. We'll see you guys there.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me school. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip society. Underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
He hits the box. They weren't expecting it. It didn't make the full sound of breaking his own ankles. That's one from Valen. The leader to put him on the final point. Valen!
Spotting out at least one of the players, and he wins out a critical fight. It's already sticking. Right clicks. Nature, where the hell you pulling this from?
Here, the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter, now an almost perfect second half, and then we almost lost it all the work gone. Talk to me about how G2 were able to come back and how you stopped any sort of overtime from happening and what we're going to bring into map 2, Haven.
Yeah, you know, we've been a team for a long time, but sometimes it does feel like we're a new team, just kind of finding ourselves. So that's kind of what happened. Our confidence was getting a little shaky after that one, but these guys all stepped up. Nick, Derek, Superman, these three, the core, absolutely made us keep our composure. So thankfully, we were able to get 13.
Best luck on map 2.
Thank you, Liz. That was a sick first game of this series on Corrode. And getting into it, we were talking a lot about the different Sentinels on this map as both teams opted to play the Chamber instead of the Vice. So that means that on defense, you're going to need to be way more proactive. You cannot just be bunkering down into those sites. Ye finishes that game with 29 kills, 8 of them being first bloods. And I'm going to take a look at some of the ways they were setting him up. This is early on in EG's defense. Now, if you just want to take a look here at the minimap, check out EG. They have over in main both Ye and Icy ready to go, Derek with a Paranoia lineup, and then back here, Nature, ready to send out a recon. So as we get into this, here's that lineup from their IGL. Ye's just pushing forward. Now, none of that other utility is going to need to get sent out because obviously there's not a lot of G2 players here. So Ye is just able to hold that line, get an easy first kill, get his team the advantage. Now, in a subsequent round, look at this setup again from EG. Basically, all of the same stuff, but now they have a couple ultimates to play with still. Nature on that lineup. Derek ready with the Paranoia. The Duelist and the Chamber in main, ready to go. So Baby Bay and the rest of G2, they're taking contact here now with this operator. And look at all of this util that comes out from EG. This is crazy. At the moment, you have right down there, again, this recon landing. Then you have the relay bolts and the Paranoia coming through. This is so oppressive to any of those attacking players that are trying to come in. They're stunned, they're blinded, they can't break the dart. Now Icy gets to play around the ult coming in from the Sova. EG are able to trade things out, effectively get into a 3-on-2. And then from there, what we saw a lot of from them, just good trading. They close things out with a nice fight in mid. It comes down to just Jonah scanned up, and that's just an easy 2v1 win. EG played this Chamber comp lights out. Let's hear what Coach Josh has to say ahead of map 2, how they can bounce back into this with Liz.
Here with the coach of G2 Valorant, Josh RT. Now, Josh, that is a heck of a way to lose your map pick. 6-6 half, almost a imperfect second half, but you almost make the comeback. What happened that map? You guys almost had it, didn't have it, almost have it, very kind of seesawy.
I think Ye caught fire. It's very similar to our last game, or our last matchup with them when he took over Lotus and actually ended our streak. And a lot of that, in both games, there's a lot of similarities. We lost a lot of man advantages, even macro, I would say macro advantages, we knew where they were going. But it's sometimes hard to contain Ye, especially in those lurker 1v1 extremity fights. So a couple adjustments were made to make sure that's not as effective for them, and it was a little bit too late in my opinion. And eventually they closed it out, but I think it's a good takeaway for us, and I feel like we're very, very confident going to the next game.
Well, best luck with El Diablo and Haven.
Josh speaks to the impact Ye had, as did you, Wyatt, in winning the first map of that series. But I also think you have to give a lot of credit to Derek, who has been very flexible thus far in Stage 2 and has been having incredible performances across the board.
It feels like he's just been super, super consistent, always showing up when it counts, especially when he's on that Sova, making sure he's using that util to set up his team and then following through, being that rock on sites and holding it down.
And you look at his agents, right? He's not playing any duelists. He's playing Sova, Teo, Omen, and of course that one map of Chamber he pulled out as well. And he's looking just as good on all these roles, Wyatt.
It's crazy, yeah. We never really saw Derek as a flex player in the past. He was just a pretty hard scan initiator back from 100 Thieves till now. Was always a very solid player in that role, but expanding his agent pool and fragging like this, he's hitting another level right now.
Now, question of where the agent pool is going to land for EG, because Haven's coming up next. Last time they played this map with a win was all the way back in March, and they juggled around trying the Waylay, playing Breach comps in Stage 1, but we're yet to see it in Stage 2. Is there any direction you're looking to see from EG on this map?
I feel like they just need to keep being super proactive, super setting up for Ye since he is on fire right now. And I feel like they just have to, honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing a Chamber. I know that's crazy, but I would not mind seeing Ye on that Chamber, just walking up C-Long, taking the A main fight and making sure that the team gets the frags that they need.
I honestly would not hate something like that either. I know it's pretty crazy for Haven, but sometimes You just got to lean into the star power on the team, the comfort in the moment, who's got the hot hand in the moment. I really wouldn't hate it. I don't think we're going to be getting that, though. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and I think especially against G2, since they're such a good defense team, since they're so good at their mid-round plays on their attack and pivoting, you really need some sort of wild card to throw them off their game.
Yeah, I'm wondering as well for you guys, looking at that map number 1, G2 ends up losing it, but they are literally 1 round away from taking us to OT. It feels like now they're going to a very comfortable map, and this is what happened in that last series, stage 1, right? EG takes the first map in close fashion, but then it's G2 rallying back at the end to end up winning out on the series. Are you expecting something similar, especially considering where we're going with this map pool?
Yeah, that is a big danger. The map pool going into this seemed kind of G2 favored, but I will say, impressive that EG, they were able to close that game out, because something we've seen from them a few times earlier this year is, even against C9 on Haven last week, get a big lead and then it crumbles, but it didn't happen today. So makes me believe that they have a good shot at closing the series out.
A big opportunity for EG to get a win against America's back-to-back champions, but that takes beating them on one of their best maps. We head to Haven when we return.
Well, the first map, excuse me, was a gift. EG managed to avoid stumbling at the finish line and walk away on top 1-0, but now we turn our attention over to Haven, a map that is EG's map pick, and where we assume, if history will repeat itself, that there are going to be some different schools of thought around compositions as we head into it.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see it right here. On the right side of things, EG playing the tried and true. The only thing, on the Jet is worth highlighting for them. But G2 very much are playing so many of the new ideas, so many of the ideas that the G2 sort of trailblaze here. Double smokes here with the Viper and the Omen. The Vise for Baby Bay as well is so much stall. But instead of a Neon or a Jet or any of these agents that can zip into a site quickly, it's Jogamo back on the Yoru, which gives them a lot more opportunities to slow play, I think, on both sides of the map.
I think you touched on how things look over there. I think it'll just be interesting to see how, again, these clashing schools of thought will play out. We touched on it as we turn our attention over to Pistol on Corrode. G2 have been borderline flawless on pistols this stage. I mean, the win rate is ridiculously high, and we'll see if they can continue that.
Yeah, 75% there, sitting 9-3 right now. Making it oh so easy. And that's classic, you know, G2 on pistols, G2 on stingers, on sheriffs.
G2 in games.
Yeah, they're a pretty solid team, but fell short back on Corrode. This time around, EG slowly working up into A, but quick spot out from Trent. We'll give G2 the info they need. Really, my eyes are on Jaw on short.
Yeah, I was just looking at him as well.
His teleport just ran out. He's stuck here.
And Icy's waiting on the other side. Who will show the first shoulder?
I mean, even if Icy shows, now Trent is playing with Jogamo from on top of sewers. G2 have 3 players here. This haunt is going to be broken away. That's big info.
That's a stun to push Trent off the line. Aggressive. Icy looked to accelerate off the utility, and it was not safe. Jogamo funneling back in onto the site, getting another on the pistol. But it settles into a 2v2. Spike now sunk on the soil of the site. Jonah P and Baby Bay again in a position where they have to answer the call for G2.
EG are worried about potential flanks, though. They can't both be trained on spawn. And this indecision is what G2 need to pounce on.
Chemistry matters here. Derek looking to play around the utility. Baby Bay on the swing. It's Derek again in a 1v1 with Jonah P on the other side. A sliver of health. There's the first swing. Still alive, dancing around what's left. And it's Derek on top A 3K as EG take the pistol.
Denying that from G2 is massive. That's not an easy round to play in the post.
At all.
Honestly, when it comes to execing into the site with the disaster that happened down sewers, Icy getting taken out without clearing the corner. This site should have been kind of untakeable. G2 had 3 players here already, but a quick dash into backside from Ye gets the first, and once the dominoes start falling on a hold like that, it's very hard for G2 to fill in more players to back it up. Now for G2, just a Sheriff on Baby Bay, a little walk down into mid. The wall they can throw up if they need an escape route.
Super playing in that smoke. VALORANT should not be getting away with any of this. G2 doing that thing where they keep us at the edge of our seats.
Thrive a bit in the chaos. This Viper wall can be really annoying. You see it go up, you're not expecting someone to come through it.
Trying to clear it. It goes unchecked. Oh, finally. Okay.
He tried to abuse that little pocket. The drone has to go all the way up above the wall to be able to see down in. Good on Derek to clear. And now it looks like EG have guessed right. They're expecting G2, as they are, to start creeping up on the extremities now that numbers have gone down. Then they can exploit through to mid.
EG have a little room here. They've quietly made their way out.
And we saw in Corrode, EG like to take their time.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they're in no rush. It's a bit leisurely for them.
Revealing area.
No upgraded weapons at the hands of G2. And they were so concerned with what was happening elsewhere on the extremities that they're pretty far out of the play.
EG making a good call to group up together and focus on C-Link control with numbers.
This might not matter, but Trent jumped over the trip.
Oh dear.
Icy's dead. Remember, there was no investment. It was just a Sheriff at the hands of Baby Bay. And they convert.
EG found themselves lost in the post lane. It's a 3v3. They have no information of where these players can be. So you want to, with the guns, be playing numbers advantage, grouping up together, but they couldn't get themselves onto complementary angles. You know, they're just holding a wide line. A teammate can't swing off of it. They need to spread out a bit if they want information, but they have to stick together if they want to guarantee, you know, winning out and having trades.
One enemy remaining.
A few good timings taken. Some excellent shots out of the classics.
Let's go.
And this will remind Evil Geniuses of a very recent Haven performance. They were on Haven.
I don't think they want to remember this.
The second half, they win pistol. What happens in the second round? They lose it. They then lose, I think, 10 in a row.
Yeah, that's a memory I'm sure they'd much rather forget.
Standing ahead.
Still early days, but those little mistakes have a tendency to rear their ugly heads. So G2 now with the advantageous position. Rifles with the exception of Dre. And EG, Icy notwithstanding, all huddled into garage.
No one looking for the jump up into window, just Jonah P holding the line, but they are lining up for him. It's too easy.
4K as VALORANT gets the last, and G2 with the flawless round to keep things up.
Jonah was killing it back on Corrode.
Yes, he was.
Here, you know, you just hold down left click, but he's been real sharp so far today.
Get me clear garage.
So now EG are in a position where they can punch back again after the bit of a mess that was the second round.
Maybe. Jogamo's got an operator. Round 4. Benefits of the early econ shenanigans. Well, a few of his teammates are still on the Bulldog, but he's playing a line just peeking down into B. Not so influential, unless EG try to pivot back towards the C side of things. Even then, Jaw does have the quick teleport to come in on a deeper line for G2 once EG play their hand here.
EG not really concerned with playing the rest of the map either. There's nobody contacting up C or anything of the such.
Fault line out. But G2 do well to play away from it. That fault line almost always coming on a vertical speed right like that. G2 tuck away into Graffiti. Now that it's used, they have 40 seconds to play wherever they want on the site. And here is where Evil Geniuses can come back into the waiting arms of Jaw.
Yeah.
He's ready for window.
I mean, they haven't cleared anything else on the map. This is danger.
Portal closed.
This is trouble. Behind the wall, Ye spots him. Flash will buy some time, and again, there's not much left in the round. They try to go past it, the wall will get procced, and they're forced to sit back and watch.
Keep your eyes on Baby Bay. He's come out of garage door. Valen as well, winning fights on the other side of the map. Valen with 2!
How is he getting away with that? So much value from the leader.
And with the lurk shut down on A, there's nowhere left to go.
And so they're committing to getting the spike down B, partially because they have no other choice. Nature will get his trade, but he's got a 1v3 and he can't stand in the face of that.
G2 were just quicker to every single fight than EG, right? EG finally get on site. Okay, well, all of a sudden there's a Valen looking at them from Link the second they take a step forward. Oh, you plant the spike, Baby Bay is behind you, shooting you before you have your gun out. You get the trade on Baby Bay, take one step to the left, boom, there's another guy waiting for you.
Take a look at it one more time. Valen has been so good. So good.
Enemy remaining.
Way better than all y'all, bro. Holy.
Leaning into the villain himself.
I love it. I absolutely love it. G2 riding some highs here, starting onto Haven. Remember, they nearly came back on Corrode.
I have the spike.
They remember those moments they could have taken it.
EG fully split towards C. Presence already up in garage in the drone long.
On another bad buy. That stun not hitting anything.
G2 in full control here. We've already seen 150 though. Nufa a little ambitious.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Not this time around. However, that said, it is a 2v3. Weapon has been upgraded. And all of a sudden, there's the introduction of doubt.
But there's a flank coming from Trent. EG can't fight back into spawn. G2 already have 2 players there.
He's got to win this fight if he wants a shot at it. Derek will flirt with it. Eye cleared on the swing. He's got to get all 3, and he knows where the last one is. A chance to reload, and now the dog. Can Trent do it? Or will it be Derek standing on top? 61 HP. And as the spike quietly ticks away, Derek into the swing! And Trent stands tall for G2.
Trent looking for a challenger on the other side. I don't think he can find one right now. But it's another round that comes down to the wire. And these teams are feeling so closely matched right now. And especially on an individual skill level too. Like, we've seen so many of these situations where it's, you know, 1v3 spot that the clutcher is just barely shy. Pulling off some crazy shots.
EG calling a timeout here, down 3. 4 rounds in a row for G2. And so the rounds, you know, you think about the second round, a round that shouldn't have gone G2's way, it does. You got those close 1v1s at the end, or those man-down situations. Yeah. Those are also going the way of G2. I think makes sense for Potter to want to throw the brakes on this here.
Yeah, I think Evil Geniuses have been afforded a lot of mid space, you know, pretty consistently when they've gone into it in the mid rounds. But they have been, I'm thinking about them getting stuffed out pretty consistently on their A hits. It's really hard. They're being given all that early space because, you know, G2 are rocking this comp that doesn't have the early fault line to, you know, push you out of A lobby or anything like this. So EG, the game plan is usually you play against a comp like this, oh, you can maybe bully a bit towards A, but they keep running into Viper utility, paranoia, C's from the fade, all of these things, and just getting locked out of it. Seems almost like similar issues that they're finding back on Corrode, where if they're not being given early fights, actually knowing how to eventually take a site has eluded them a bit.
Up in the hands of Jogamo. Leaning down the C line right now. note here, Nature does have his ult, but what a fight for A main.
That's a huge commitment. That's a paranoia invested. That's not a 40-second reload like the breach.
And a pit.
And all while EG are speeding into C, but there's still that operator down C long. Jogamo would be a consistent issue with no lurk player to come and clear him out from behind.
Yeah, Baby Bay has this ult up here as well. I mean, he could stop this ult, this hit himself. At the ready, now used, and that's gonna hit all of them.
Here goes Jaw. Counter ultimates on both sides.
It's just gonna buy some time, but you're right, Jogamo's position. He has to take a step back, not really allowed it. Afforded to find some space.
This is just a mess around. G2 trying to activate a flank and retake the site on completely different pages, but EG are all together.
Now the win condition for G2 becomes an ill-advised swing from EG. Try to swing things back your way. Nature standing tall.
No scope.
Yeah, he was there to have his back. Joan, a second shot at the kill, will not connect. And he's making another run at this. Time is just too short, though.
It's getting a bit rowdy here in LA. The players are talking their talk up on stage. Bullets into the ground, crowd feeling it. That was nicely done from EG. Sticking it through in the post plant. But I have to pose some questions. Baby Bay rips the ultimate. At the same time, it seemed like G2 were calling to stall out for VALORANT to come in on the flank.
Yeah.
So he goes jumping into the site. No one's there to support him. EG calmly deal with it.
It felt a little disjointed for sure. Op still in play down C. This time, EG taking the fight towards A.
Letting it rip.
Blades popped and Hunter's Fury. Yay, looking to get high ground. Dancing around all the utility, and he gets popped by Jogamo? With Trent by his side. The site is theirs.
And look at that spike. Out in the corner. Hold on, I think Icy heard some footsteps. Icy heard Baby Bay on the retreat out of garage.
I mean, even getting that pick still puts you in a 2v3 with the spike out of reach.
But you have to deal with your flank first. The timing, Icy has it.
And so that's one box checked. But it's a 5-step plan.
But with the neural theft, full position revealed, Derek's pre-fires.
Couldn't connect. Icy's gonna have to 1v3 here. Jogamo is weak. I mean, they all are. Oh, there's so much on Icy's shoulders here.
Look at that hold.
Good luck. I don't think anyone's gonna swing you there.
Cage triggered. 30 seconds left.
Not even spamming.
No, don't waste any bullets. Never have a chance for your reload that takes a gun out of the situation. You want 3 up.
This is a tricky angle. Wide swings into it. Trent cleans him up. He continues to light up the kill feed. 3 in the round for him.
And G2 again, just steady in the protocols there. With the numbers advantage, not giving any windows for EG to get back in. EG now onto another disaster buy.
It has been tough sledding for them since the second round.
It's just echoes and echoes of what happened to them last week.
A lot of aggression towards A long again.
Right there.
Derek now rotating back to make sure that Garage hasn't been pushed up or mid or anything of the such.
The setup from G2 is so annoying. Vi's Thorns, also a Viper Orb put onto A. Where are Vi's and Viper playing? They're not even playing A. So G2 still have a Paranoia, they still have a Seize, Trent has a Nightfall if EG were to come into the site. That doesn't mean it's easy to play towards C. Wall and Garage, Jogamo with an Operator. Did I mention VALORANT on the high angle?
Oh, he's in trouble. He gets caught. Trent, of course, filling in on the space behind him. And he gets away with it. Meanwhile, Ye, trying to tuck down in hell. Somehow still alive, there's the knife! Getting revenge. Ultimately cleaned up on the other side.
Derek, in the meantime, just sprinted through Garage. Broke the wall, but guarantees some safety over towards C, so the spike is headed that way.
And they just have pistols.
Yeah, that's the difference between this and the eco they won.
Yeah.
Nothing to pick up for them, nothing to play off of. But still a crazy forward lurk from Derek. Sheriff in hand.
Which doesn't amount to anything if they don't go through their own spawn.
Yeah, G2 realize, hey, you know, we just go on the flank. There's no way anyone is back here waiting for us.
And even if there is, you trade them out, you've got numbers.
Now the spike is planted wide. This is a great spot for where EG are coming back in from. It's planted a little bit for CT, a little bit for Garage. Both of those lines are the angles EG want. And G2 don't have any info on where they could be playing right now.
Can these two veterans clutch out around for EG? Steal around away.
Half stick.
He's gonna take it the whole way, isn't he? I don't think so. Got it to half. There's still so much work to be done though. And it's the rifles that come out on top.
Even in these rounds without guns, there's still some chances for EG to stay in it. But I think that was just a perfect example of how unapproachable this A side is. Even, I also love, we were talking so much about, yeah, I'm going for the knife every time. Calling back to the previous time these teams played against each other. We got the knife finally.
Yeah, the revenge was there.
But it wasn't a round win, because again, with that Viper orb going up, all the rotations from G2 are flooding into the site. The Vice Thorn stalling out anyone from getting onto site to help out Ye. He is not the answer.
It seems like EG are aware of that. Cheating so much heavily over towards C. And Ye just hunts Baby Bay down.
What?
So far up and he gets away?
The silent assassin!
And so now the round settles. Not a ton of space grabbed by the attack.
Creeping down long, though, is Trent. A pick here locks EG over onto the C side.
Cage triggered.
Icy can't afford to give it to him. But G2 are challenging everything. Look now down into mid. Valen's crept up. Icy is under so much pressure as more and more G2 members continue to close forward, and he's past the tripwire.
I think they're concerned that somebody slipped in at A. Jogamo's still clearing out A with how far up Trent is.
Oh, Valen has him.
Spotted and dealt with, and now they can accelerate back towards C. They know where the hit's coming from. EG a little travel worn, trying to make their way out onto the site, and Ye waltzes into his death. A face check of the smoke costs him his life. Supa's gotten his one. Nature joins him. This was a 4v2 that is now on equal footing. Still a ton of work to do though. Can Nature pull this off on his own? A reposition from the defense. They both swing him. And he falls.
What a mid-round there from G2. Constantly pressuring. I think they've got a bit of a download from Josh that evil geniuses in these late rounds are very often grouped up 4-1. And so they feel confident enough. Players like Trent and players like Valen, they can go for these forward walk-ups, try and snipe out Icy wherever he is on the map.
Find the lurk. Well said. Very well said.
He's a young poet.
They are
and so what, they go back to trying to fight this A fight?
And to their credit, sure, you get A lobby every round that threatens later lurks, but using this breach stun early gives them no option to enter the site anytime soon. Gotta wait till a minute left on the clock before that'll be available again.
If they can scale up and keep long control, Nature's one off of his ult.
Yeah, I think that's what they were trying to fake, is the early stun to guarantee ult, and then we accelerate A while the rest of the team is actually taking that spike elsewhere. But again, G2 are not a team that bite off of that early information. They know you're trying to play mind games with them, and Valen is never one to be fooled.
Wall procced across the middle of the map, and that will result in a smoke. Meanwhile, there was a dog, I believe, just cleared down A short, so they know there's some presence in main.
EG really taking their time. And they don't know that B side is empty. Now the dart comes in. Ye will enter the site.
And find nobody home. Some spam through, not finding its mark.
Spike planted. EG have been uncomfortable in the post plants, have overreached multiple times. They have to settle down and play together.
Balance sitting back in his spawn, can't flash from there. And it looks like that's what he's gonna do. The pit has been dropped as well.
Ye's alone.
They've got to find a way to flush him out of there. The spit connects and the shorty does too. No real way in. And now with the flash from Valorant, they can approach this from both sides. Force the fight into main. Nature has the stun back up online. What's the play around it? Dre's on the tap. He's gotten it to half. I don't know that there's gonna be enough to stop him. Can he stick it the whole way? Yes, he can.
And Nature uses the Rolling Thunder, and he only gets one kill. It is insult to injury. The post-plant utility was supposed to be layered one after another to make that impossible, but the Rolling Thunder was simply too late. There was a dart that connected here as well that doesn't see him, or we're not shooting off of it. BabyBay has one job. It is to hold the 4 key.
And he did it well. And so G2, this really impressive defensive half rolls on.
And again, EG fall into, we play for early A lobby control, but mid is a concern. So now early drone, 10 seconds into the round to force Jaw out of there. But then what? Where do we go from here?
This has been a part of the decision tree that they struggle in. And G2 fighting up front.
G2 haven't shown that aggro look too often, especially on the quiet reclear. And it's that extra layer, that slight change up that takes EG out of their comfort zone.
That's going to give Dre a timing window. He was stuck on the other side of the trip. Icy gets cleared up. Now he can accelerate. They know the spike is down short. It's another beautiful round from G2.
There's just nothing Derek can do either. That flank you were talking about, the timing of BabyBay, he's here now. So now Derek has to worry about his right shoulder. Got to worry about his left. In front, behind, all around.
BabyBay falls, but there's more threat on the other side. Jonapi is filled in on that space.
I have the spike.
And the discipline out from G2 to not really give him ones here. They can swing off of each other. That's the G2 way.
G2 are like a runaway train right now. There is no stopping them.
You can see the frustration on his face. They just haven't been able to get anything going.
Take a moment to look at the bottom of your screen right here. Jonapi and Trent. Trent is 14-2.
Standing ahead.
He has died twice in 11 rounds. There has not been a player on EG that can match him.
They're going to start accelerating towards Garage. There's a lot here.
Well, can't get through that. A lot of green on the ground.
And so what? They get through the first spit. There's not much more there, but Dre's here too. And there's a flash. He's peeking ahead of this into the smoke. He's tucked all the way in. It's beautifully done. Playing off of his own utility and getting the value he needed.
And while he's finding two, Jogamo was just hiding away on backside, gets his kill, teleports away. Once again, G2 dominating with numbers.
So reminiscent of their previous series, their previous matchup. Mimi mentioned it on the desk. It was a very close match in game 1. So, something a lot like this in map 2. And then it was a fateful end to EG's playoff run.
G2's prep coming into this map was clearly saying that they disrespect a bit of EG's scaling. Upward, think back to that second round, the Eco G2 win. It starts with a peek through garage doors as EG are scaling into sight. So many times as EG have been coming in, G2 are taking these aggro timings. We saw it here as well with BabyBay.
There's nothing Nature can do here. Flashed, stunned, chased down. I mean, Nature never even had a chance at that 1v3. A 10-2 half for G2.
This is just a shocker after how close Corrode was. But this timing here, playing off his own flash too. He gets Ye. By the way, if Ye isn't updraft dashing out of garage,
Yeah, he had a
to
shot at all three.
escape from Baby Bay.
That guy's playing the round like he had a chance.
And as we saw, it did not look like he had much of one at all. A very dominant half from G2, 10-2 against EG. We've got Liz, who's standing by on the stage behind me with a special guest. Liz, take it away.
Thank you so much, Doug. And yes, I one of the crown jewels of Valorant. It is Pansy, everyone. Give it up for Pansy. You know her, you love her, you've definitely heard her. Some of the most incredible calls we've had in the game, some of these people on the stage. My first question to you is, isn't it nice? Isn't it nice being in a superior region than EMEA?
Damn, you're leading with that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, honestly, it's been exciting. Like, kind of nice to see things, happening for 20 seconds. Fnatic, boring. Gotta say, Americas, you're kind of winning right now.
Let me just say something. She in our green room wrote "NA sucks" smiley face. So
that's for the talent. That's for the
Oh, my bad. That's about me. That's about me. My bad. I mean, coming here in Los Angeles, seeing G2 arguably one of the best teams in the world, EG, who was last map at least was making a run for their money, and I know you're guys. Pansy's here for EG, and it's been a rough second map. So, and you're excited for Ascent. How are we feeling about Ascent?
Let's just skip map 2. Let's just spin on, spin on. We love Ascent, big ups, whatever's happening now. Awful, awful.
I mean, to talk about just Americas again, because we're here, you're here in our territory. I mean, we have a region that's growing in, I mean, I'm on Finesse's bandwagon comment. NRG is growing. Yes, of course I am. Of course, Bujan. Because Sentinels, obviously, is there anyone else you think besides G2 and Sentinels who are going to qualify for champs? If you had to predict it. Who are going to win champions, actually?
Oh, who's going to win champs is what you're asking.
Americas, yes.
From only Americas.
Yes.
That's really... 2G, damn. Ooh, that's a bold ascent. I'm going to go EG. I believe in it. Track by track.
Track by track. Sliggy, I hope you're listening. Well, friends, we have a game to get back to. Take it away.
G2 put together about as perfect of a half as you could possibly ask for. And EG, you wonder if most of their mind is on Ascent at this point as they stare up an 8-round difference to potentially close this out. And given Ender the way that G2 have played, it's hard to imagine some of that coming to fruition.
No, their perfect half was only marred by a loss of a pistol round and the loss of an anti-eco.
Yeah.
EG didn't win an honest round against G2. They didn't beat them a single time with guns.
Oh, that's not too bad. And then again, we've touched on it a couple of times. We got to remind you guys about how historically good G2 have been on the pistol. They put this one away. I mean, we might as well.
Oh,
Just
Ye
continue.
wants a little extra.
Push forward, Baby Bay. Push down. With Ye dashing into his lap. Fortunately for him, Balin was there for the trade.
This round becomes annoying for EG to play now. Icy buying the Sheriff means no trips for information, so losing these early players creates big question marks around their map. B site open, but A short they're stepping into.
He did get a tag too. So Jonah gets cleaned up. Trent's weak off of that Sheriff that you were just talking about. And now they have numbers.
Yeah, Valen just put a couple of shots into the smoke on B to try and pull some players back into that. I think G2 have crept into this.
Yes, they have.
EG have bitten on the B fake.
Those warning shots were all that was required.
But Nature still down short, not dealt with. No one's waiting for him.
They don't know. Wild that goes uncleared, and now they know where he is. They can try to settle this down a little bit. Nature tucked in the corner. 3 out of him. And Jogamo will fall.
I think Nature's the only guy on EG that had a chance of getting them back into that. His entire team vacating the A site, leaving him on his lonesome.
One enemy remains.
A couple of great timings there.
And some mental mistakes on the side of G2 as well.
Sure.
From above.
Hands Trent his 3rd death of the map.
Really slowing down here.
Yeah, I mean, his KD just shattered after that. This is where EG are just going to play a completely different style than G2 on defense. It's all about A lobby control. on this anti-eco, faking that a bit. Nature didn't use the breach stun. He's ready to flash off of Supa's contact.
And he would be right. Suspicions are confirmed. Supa gets his 2. Nature swings out into another.
Very nice. Very nice.
Now halfway to his ult. After the heroics in the pistol and then that. Beautifully done.
G2 are going to consistently be challenged when they scale forward. Again, they are playing this comp that wants to play a little bit more around their Viper wall, look for, inserts down on short A, play outside of B, activate lurks, allow Jogamo to take a few contact fights. And EG, they are always going to be looking to find these moments where they can bring the fight to G2, where they can bring a breach stun into that. That's going to be down C-Long right now.
And they're set up for it.
But it's still a contact off of Ye.
G2, without really knowing the threat that lies down C-Long, are rotating towards A.
That they are. Now that EG have gone all the way up, though.
Dude, they are scaling far.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's hard to fully rotate away from C because they don't have any trips in garage or anything. So Supa is still sticking around on plat. G2 are taking their time. Oh,
Danger
dear.
behind this. Now they know.
G2 faced with a really tough decision. Turn around and deal with the flank or actually get onto the site.
I don't know that the decision is theirs to make. I think EG have forced it for them. And so they'll succeed at getting that far. They'll get the spike down on A. But they still have to deal with the flank.
Jonah P's not shying away from this.
That's not quite his style. I really love how EG are playing this. They've shown so much on the flank, and now they're reallocating resources a more traditional way.
Yeah, Nature has full utility. Stun up, ready to go. EG, it's do or die.
Smoke goes through, Ye falls, Jogamo trying to jump down from heaven. And into the hell beneath them. He gets his 2. Numbers the way of EG, but time is short! Trent gets a couple! G2 get to 11!
Yeah, just go next, go next. Trent is mowing him down. Through the smoke like that. Just when you think EG might have a chance. Nature gets the ball rolling again with 3 kills. Jumping out behind his teammates. I mean, that transfer is so nice. But what are you going to do against that?
G2 gets to 11, and Potter calls the timeout.
After 3 rounds as well, not a lot to adjust to in how G2 are playing. And there we saw similar styles to G2 where it is slow on the attacking side, waiting to see what information EG is going to give them before they adjust.
I think it's tough here. Yeah, I'd love to be a fly on the wall because I really like the way EG approached that town. Sending 3 down long and then forcing the retake to be so multi-dimensional.
Something just went wrong. 2 players jumping out of heaven and they couldn't get the kills until Nature supported them.
By that, it was too little too late.
Yeah. I think EG might be served by focusing a little bit more into mid in these mid-round reclears. There they show so much, right? With fight down long, it's a bit of a bonus for them. But what I'd like to see is to try and find these timings. Instead of like over-committing at the start of the round for a walk down, wait until G2 are around that 1 minute mark looking for a pop into a site. Once they've crept into some of that space, you're either going to find the majority of G2 or catch a lurk.
Similar B-hold from EG.
Smokes. G2 with an FPX buy on round 16. Knowing that they have this buffer of 7 rounds, maintaining over 2,000 creds on all but 1 player, making sure they can build up into future rounds. Even if this one falls apart.
Yeah, in case things go sour, you're right.
And that's a call you probably only get to make there as Potter calls a timeout. Josh RT is looking at the econ and making sure that they're going to have buys once their ultimates start to come online.
What's the plan here? Romgo has a TP behind him, but Valen just swings out to take the site.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Baby Bay's on B.
Not anymore. Nicely handled by Supa.
Spike planted.
Nature has the Rolling Thunder.
they're not really in a position to flood out behind it. Icy so far off the play.
They're gonna have to do something. Nature taking it all into his own hands.
Valen stunned up. Jogamo with the TP out, playing off site. That Rolling Thunder is gonna tag a couple.
It didn't hit Valen.
And the Paranoia beneath it. Valen flushed out. Icy arrives onto the side as Valen gets his 3. G2 looking to take us to Ascent.
Even on 3 rifles, they still obliterate EG.
And a pick. And a pick from Ye at the beginning of the round.
That is crazy. I think Valen might have actually still been, yeah, he was stunned here. He just didn't go anywhere on the minimap. So it didn't matter.
Oh, shit. Yo, I'm always right on these reads. Just listen, boys. Come on.
Got a read here. And the read on the other side is EG looking to fight towards A. 2 down short, 2 down long. Jonah P in a corner. Forced to fight and gets another.
Are you joking me? They called to abandon Jonah and he still finds 2. That means nobody's home on C site. They get in here for free. Valen is just calling around everything EG's doing.
Tremendous value. But it is still a 4v3. There's still a little fight in this for EG.
But look at the ultimates. Jogamo has the dimensional drift. Can go on a scouting mission in the post plant.
Looking for a little recon, the smoke. Gonna push him off along. Imagine you're just waiting for the right time to pop it. Valen has a similar tool at his disposal, but first it will be that. Flash to buy a little time. Supa's gotten it to half. They know he's on it. Has to give it up.
Face your fear!
Efforts betrayed, and now the Nightfall to dance around. Supa's got to figure it out on his own. And we're going the distance. We're going to Ascent.
That was not even close. G2 lose both pistols and go 13-4? Unbelievable.
You talked about it earlier. The only blemishes were those rounds that, I mean, probably should go the other way.
Pistols, anti-ecos, that is it. And you can hear the confidence of the team on stage, recovering instantly after Corrode. G2 are talking more smack than I've heard out of them in a while.
And so we turn our attention over to Ascent to decide who wins this best of 3. The last time they danced with that much on the line, it was a treat. We'll see if that's the case one more time. We'll see you there.
One enemy remaining.
He hits the box. They weren't expecting it. It didn't make the full sound. Breaking his own ankles. That's one from Valen. The leader to put him on the final point. Valen!
Spotting out at least one of the players, and he wins out a critical fight. It's already sticking. Right clicks. Nature, where the hell are you pulling this from?
Well, G2 bounced back in a dominant way, winning 13-4 on Haven to tie our series up and push us all the way to Ascent. Welcome back to the analyst desk here, where I think we witnessed a statement of how good G2 look when they are playing these kind of Vice and Yoru comps, the kind of meta
100%.
that I think has been defining their year, Wyatt.
The Yoru positioning from Jaw is just always perfect. When you watch the way that he's rotating around the map, the locations that he's putting his gate crashes at to be able to pivot to his teammates, and then you have that wall place typically from Jonah the Viper where you can control backside C and then flood in if Jaw teleports over there. It's just so good.
Let's contrast that now to an EG that came into this playing an old comp, right? The standard on this map for a very long time.
I actually sleep at
and
that
Wyatt is
comp.
sleeping, but Athena, I have to ask you the same thing. Do you feel like it was a mistake for them to go back to default comp when there are strong options like what G2 played available to them?
Yeah, I feel like when you're playing a comp like Breach, you have to have a solid, like, full execute this site 3 rounds in a row and kind of come back to it. But EG just kind of like threw their stuns early round, trying to get some sort of control, and then used all their utility instantly. I feel like this comp just wasn't it for them. I feel like they had some sort of game plan, but it wasn't really going to work against G2, who's just so patient the whole time. Wyatt?
I agree. and me personally, I agree. No,
I'm really glad you could lock in to deliver that.
You know what would wake me up?
What would wake you up?
If we can get AEG playing basically play the G2 comp on the next map, Ascent. I need to see them switching stuff up.
Yeah,
otherwise there's going to be more of this.
I want to show you guys these
baby.
retakes, because these to me showcase how strong the Viper especially is on this map and how much that agent adds, especially when you're combining with the Yoru, to playing into these retakes. And I think you saw EG missing out on those same opportunities.
Yeah, it feels like they could be really patient because they knew they had so much util to use in order to get out on sites, as well as delay anyone from coming back while they were defusing their bomb. I think it was like 3 rounds where they just put all their util down on this spike. They were down to like literally just hold it and defuse it, and EG could not spam through. They couldn't get the lineups. They didn't have enough util to delay. This round is actually the one I'm talking about.
This is painful.
Literally just sticking the spike because they have so much of that cover and that defensive utility
and they burned
to defend
the
it.
breach ult on that round and
that
don't even
was
win
bad.
it.
Yeah, that was bad. I think Nature sending it. I think he was, sorry, not Nature. Derek sending it. Nature sending it.
Yeah.
I think he thought that maybe he had a couple more seconds on the spike in order to do it, but it just ended up being rough because now they didn't have that breach help for basically the rest of the half.
When we're getting to map 3 also, I hate to say it, but if we're getting Icy as the lone jet because they're going to run the default comp again, which is what they did on Ascent a couple weeks ago, Brother's got to get his head in the game. He
had
is
2 really
not
rough
shown
maps.
up today. He's had 2 rough maps. If he's going to be the lone duelist here, if they're not doing like a little chamber Vice look where maybe Ye can be on the chamber or Derek can be on the chamber, whatever, he's got to get his head in the game, man.
Yeah, to remind you viewers of what we've seen in the past, right? On Ascent, that was EG playing a similar default comp with the Cypher instead of the Killjoy, and G2, who is playing instead a much more creative comp, including Baby Bay on the chamber. And I want to focus in on that because, to me, his chamber has been his most impressive agent on his re-debut as a sub for G2.
I mean, the second that you want to have an opper, it's either Jet or Yoru or Chamber. And I feel like on this map, the Jet is just not the best anymore because of getting into those situations, and Chamber has just been so good at being aggressive, being forward, and Baby Bay has played that beautifully, as well as setting himself up for success with map pressure and map control.
On attack, they use the trip from chamber in some really cool ways, even to like scout info in some areas, because you can throw it so far. It's almost like Initiator light when you have the Vice and the chamber, where you can use the okay info gathering tools with the 2 of them that kind of makes up for the lack of Initiator. But again, if you're looking at Baby Bay's just stats that he's putting up, 2 Ascent games, both of them on attack, he's getting 4 first bloods on those attack apps. He is putting this team in position to win on this map, and someone on EG needs to step up to that extent or greater.
It's a big question of who can do so on EG, if they can bounce back from a 13-4 loss and stay in this series, because if not, it's G2 continuing on their war path to playoffs. We find out who wins this series on Ascent in a moment.
If we go back to earlier this year and even last year, I think the story for EG is almost, but not yet.
It's
right?
a sequence of it.
Yeah, they get close. They get so close every time. Think about how many second half leads they weren't able to close out. Think about playoffs run last year falling at the hands of G2, and obviously in a much more microscopic manner. They're in a similar position here where they win game one, Christy, and they do it in a dominant battle. It looks great. It's exciting. They think, holy smokes, they might just do this thing. And then they get stomped. Map 2. Is this where they can push it over the edge?
Well, they have to be able to recover in some way, and it's a very different look, right, between these two teams. Once again, the desk was touching all over it with G2 playing the Baby Bay Chamber and whatnot, but I want to hone in on Ye now, because Ye, I think, was a huge difference between the two maps. Him on Chamber,
agreed.
There was no one that could come within 10 feet of him. Like, you couldn't touch the man back on Corrode. Then he switches over onto the Jet, and it wasn't that same level of impact. This is now another Jet map for him where he's going to have to step up. If the rest of the team can't support behind him, he or someone else is going to have to deliver.
Well, and the desks shown. Thank you. Shone a spotlight on Icy, and for fair reason, I think. I mean, he has struggled both maps now, and he's got to be part of the success plan for EG.
And you know, he's been put through the ringer, I think, all year. Came in, was playing the duelist slot on a lot of these maps on the Jet, flipped with Ye convincingly back towards Stage 1 playoffs.
Right.
Now again, back onto another Cypher map. At least be a role player for the team.
And so Ascent is the final stage where we'll figure out who's going to be singing a song of success. We saw it on the desk. Very good map for G2 historically. 7-1. I mean, they win here, and they win here a lot.
Hey, EG are undefeated. 1-0. A little bit different. Quick TP into main, though. Jogamo's waiting for it.
There was a flash dart set up to give Supa that fight. And Jogamo was ahead of it.
Yeah, he shrugged it off like, what are they doing? It's a wall that Jonah P placed there up in B main. Stop EG from doing any sort of re-aggro. What that sounds like to EG is, oh, there's just a lurker there that's putting that down and then leaving the space. So by giving some time before re-hitting into B, should in theory catch EG off guard.
They're giving a lot of space too. I mean, Icy's the only one all the way back site. Nature's playing really far back.
What in the world is happening?
I think they realize that there is a timing window that they may have missed. Jogamo gets a little active on the other side of the map. No quick TP to get around. Meanwhile, all attention back towards Icy. Deals a little damage, but is not enough to find lethality.
Spike planted.
Don't even know if it matters if he did. EG have to act quickly. Ye into sight with 2, but his teammates fall around him.
He's going to have to ace to win this pistol. Knows Jogamo's on the other side, clears the TP. Lots of options on how to play this, but I'm pretty sure only one will find him success. Tries to turn the flash, dinks Jonah P, cleans him up. Now you expect the double swing to come through. He's got it down to a 1v1! And Trent plays spoiler again. It's always Trent.
It's always Trent, and it's always just barely. Again for Evil Genius. Another almost in this opening pistol. Ye in a 1v5. Can't get the final kill. And he played it so beautifully.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but he went for the dart.
So G2 continue their successes on the pistol. EG, no investment here, not even a sheriff.
And the threat of the attack sniper begins. Baby Bay working into the mid space, and what we've seen from him on this map is a lot of just early holding the line into mid, but he'll also get a little bit more aggressive and creep up, especially down catwalk into tree.
Yeah,
he'll just face up into those lines.
Very similar to what he did on Corrode.
Yeah. And oftentimes left a little bit alone. Does get pinged up by the dart.
That knife will tag a couple down A main too. Line was cleared, so G2 are doing a really good job of clearing all of the possibilities.
Want to hunt Baby Bay.
Except for this fight right here. He's going to get his one, given the window to reload.
But that's the thing, Jonah P already had rotated over into tiles, was ready to play off of it. EG have good prep work. They know that Baby Bay wants to look for these types of angles, but unfortunately G2 were just also equally prepared in just their base protocols of how they scale up through mid into this A site.
A step ahead. In this case, it will be 2. Barring a miracle from Icy and Derek.
Enemy remaining.
It's Derek now. Crispy out from Jonah P is a flawless round, gets G2 their second.
Jonah's not wasting any bullets there either. Quickly decapitates, moves on to the next. But looking at the money, Ye saved up to make sure he had the operator. Honestly, those kills he got early on mean that heading into round 3, he wants to start this snowball going. And I think he is the guy to watch on Evil Geniuses. He has to do better than what he could muster up on Haven. He was the carrying force for EG back on Corrode.
Almost dropping 30, and then in a dimly lit shadow of that on map 2.
But it's a different game here, and G2 have dodged around him. It's quick exec, quick pop into the A site.
They're fully playing off A. I mean, they have some presence tree, but nobody hunkered on the site. Nobody in hell.
Nature has full utility for the retake. Knife is up as well.
Shock does little damage.
Are they going to trade a gun back to Ye? How do they activate him?
Meanwhile, Trent is still playing all the way off for a late lurk through. The ult's going to funnel him out.
Do we just save? Are we going to do anything, EG?
I think the window for them to do that is closing very quickly. Again, look at how far up Trent is in Cat. They're stuck in tree with nowhere to go. But Derek and Supa had a little bit of room to work with. It's Trent alone in a 1v3, but this time, surely he can't pull this one off. This is surely too much to ask for. EG are on the board.
There we go. EG got stalled out so heavily by the Steel Guard, and Jonah P popped in the post plant. But it almost, that delay was so good because Jonah P didn't just instantly use it. He waited because EG aren't instantly flooding back into the site. Had to wait for Ye to rotate over. And Ye, even with an up in hand, is just finding no scopes. He got classic kills.
Where are you? This goes here.
Now it's an op. Still in the hands of EA, 5-2 so far.
Oh, Jogamo with the ultimate right off the rip. Judge in hand. Good luck to these anchors.
Not a ton of follow-up behind it. Bit of a solo mission for the duelist. He's found a little space. Has a knee. Very well done by Icy. EG looking to hang on to this site. White knuckle their way into another round. And that's exactly what they'll do. Jonah P turning the flash. He's left in a 1v4. There are only so many flashes you can dodge.
The utility there.
Beautifully done. Nature gets 4. He's 1 off of his ult.
And he gets those kills, multiple spam kills, off of Icy's utility. Icy's impact in this round was profound. It starts off with him finding that little pocket that KG placed. He knows he has that little sliver to work with. That's an anti-Yoru ult play, and then these pings through the wall off the Cypher trips. That's the same trip, I think, that gives Nature 2 free kills.
Nice. Good shit, baby. Good trips, gang.
Highlighting the trips that you were just talking about, yeah. So G2 here still have to figure out how to get past some of this utility that's thrown their way, and so beautifully done from EG so far.
EG giving up full space into mid, but G2, common patterns for them, getting Jogamo up onto bot mid, trying to work Baby Bay up into Cat 2. Right now it's a passive offline from Ye over on the A side. We'll see if the drone up into B is able to pull any rotates. Nature seems like he's considering the option. But that knife going through that Nature just had a lineup for, that tells that there's only the Vise on this side of the map.
One-way cage, they've left Jonah P there.
Yeah, I like that Valen throws that assist smoke to help alert. A little walkout for Jonah. Nobody's waiting for this except Icy.
That really takes a lot of bite out of the hit from G2. No, he's lurking. Supa, beautiful swing there.
30 seconds.
And the flash. They can't make their way out of main.
Spike down A.
It's just 2 left on the side of G2.
Last player standing.
And one by one, they will fall. 3 for Ye as EG take the lead.
I really like this macro approach from Evil Geniuses. You know, they're fully giving up the mid space, playing 2 players tucked away on B site, 3 players over on A. Ye's even on the passive line. But what it does is it puts G2 in these uncomfortable positions in the mid round where at some point, one of your lurks has to activate or you need to pick a side of the map.
Let's go!
Well, the anchors are as aware as EG were there. Icy ready for that walkout behind the Omen smoke. Ye ready for the aggress into tree. It's going to continue to be successful for Evil Geniuses unless G2 switch things up.
There was a call that you put out before this map started towards Ye, and how he needed to be one to step up for EG if they wanted to have a shot at this. Has a really strong pistol, gets the op online early on, and has like coasted his way to an 8-3 start.
Yeah, already shown up massively. And I like seeing the differences in his playstyle too, when he can mix up the active versus passive lines. He called around and play with his teammates a little bit more. That first map of Corrode, he was on his own all the time, it seemed like.
Yeah.
And he was still winning those fights. But I think with G2 leveling up even map to map here, he's gonna have to work with the squad a little bit more, a little bit harder.
Well, he's currently posted up in a position for challenge.
I like this.
Taking his passive B line while everyone from G2 is here, with the exception of Valen.
His Evil Geniuses have not shown an aggressive B look. They've just shown this passive stuff with Icy deep on site. But it is still very much nothing in mid for EG. No trips, no players.
Yeah. Very different approach.
It makes sense. G2 want to play the contact style. They want to challenge into these mid fights, and EG want to deny as many of those as possible.
Yeah, Drone getting a lot of info.
Look at B main, by the way.
Yeah, they've taken more.
Big step up now, and we'll hear some footsteps. Ye breaking this drone as well. You never expect someone else to be in the corner. Usually you have the rifle breaking for the op.
Right.
Instead, Icy sneaks up off the back of that.
There's enough that G2 did not like, though. They're rotating away. The paranoia will push them off the line A. And G2 still behind it. The second one is not as good. Beautiful from Jonah P. And now with the numbers advantage, he bit off a bit more than he could chew. Blades popped. Ye looking to secure this round.
Spike planted.
And it's Dre on the other side. Ahead of it in the smoke. There to greet. And what a miracle. What wonders this would work for Icy if he can pull this off. He's been quiet all series, and he doesn't even get a shot at it.
Baby Bay collects on 3 kills on the eco. That's just shocking there. We're all tied up 3-3 now. EG, a little bit of wind taken out of their sails. Won't disrupt them and still buy into the ult, but this Thrifty here and Jonah P. Wow. On a Stinger, on one clip of the Stinger, reacting to that. And you have, well, Ye stepping into a smoke, the knife in hand. And he'd already popped the Blade Storm. These little errors stacking up and taking chances away from EG.
Standing ahead.
And when you're playing against a team of G2's caliber, you cannot afford those, because they will punish those little ones every time.
My ultimate's ready.
Derek dealing a little chip damage from the shocks off of the tap of the orb.
Attack op in B main. I struggle to think it finds much of anything with how passively EG play on this side.
Enemy tag.
He also just TP'd out.
Bit confusing what's going on. G2 trying to sell a B split while actually pivoting back to A.
They don't have main. The flash doesn't hit, he still gets one. Nature can funnel out behind this, but Dre's in a really interesting pot here.
Yeah, Baby Bay back in tree. The rest of G2 clearing out into A main.
I'm surprised he popped the ult. The main fight is so big. Nature falls, now Contain is gone.
You have to look to heaven for aid.
And El Diablo's up there. Derek falls to his death. Trent down in hell, looking for Icy. We'll find him. Trent is just too damn good, man.
And it quiets down considerably. G2 just taking care of business. Finally a broken EG Zcon. Let's step through this again. Once more, G2 stepping together. Onto the A main re-clear. Even just a slight sidestep there from Trent is enough to slow down Ye on the shot.
So EG call a timeout here. Down one round. But it really has felt like momentum has swung considerably more than just that.
It's not for lack of trying either.
No.
EG have gone for a lot of, in the mid rounds, stepping forward. You know, we saw on round 2 after losing Pistol, they tried that fight out of Cat. In this last round, they're stepping up into A main. But they're not trading up on those situations. So there's a world here where EG, after this eco round, where they might do a little more aggro, they might try to chill out a little bit more in the mid rounds, go back to what was working with them when they strung together those 3 rounds coming out of G2's bonus, when, again, it was Icy backside on B. It was a triple hold with Ye passive a little bit more onto the A side. They can let G2 play these mid-round mind games all they want. They don't have to overreact to the signs G2 are telling them, because G2 is using all of this information as misinformation, trying to make G2, or rather EG, get a little confused, as I am equally confused.
I love that that's what happened during your very serious, heavy-hitting analysis.
Yeah, that was a... Yeah.
Yeah.
G2 very clearly taking this one seriously.
Op has already shot off A. You see the re-clear off the flash. And the knife tagging a couple.
We had the Baby Bay Ye off 1v1 earlier. Ye beats him with the Sheriff. That fight is gone.
Trent's in trouble.
I don't know if he is.
To get one there and trade that out doesn't feel too bad. They can upgrade the weapon too.
EG are going to take that no problem.
While G2 take the side in exchange.
There is a Hunter's Fury for Derek as well. Popping that.
A little early.
Well, it's off the Neural Theft, trying to play off the info of that one, but there's nothing that connects.
Spike planted.
And they still managed to get the spike down. That flash to buy a little bit of time, a little bit of space. Supa still playing up in heaven, door down. Jogamo still in hell. Jonah P by his side. They've gotten it down to keep it competitive, but Derek's just too weak. And Valen cleans it up.
And now out of the timeout, EG popped 2 ultimates to try and win out in an even numbers retake on the eco. Those factors gone, the Hunter's Fury is the best ult they've got And that was probably their last chance at losing it, yet using it in the half.
One enemy remaining.
It would be difficult to get it back online, given how late we are in it. You're right.
Nice, Valin, my good.
So 3 in a row for G2. EG needs to find something to stop the bleeding.
All set.
EG switching sides a little bit. Sova for the first time on A, KO back towards B, but also Ye again on the logs line with the op. Saw this previously, but
take flight.
Only dipped into it the one time.
I think they're starting to realize just how soft the middle of the map has been.
Same protocol from EG on the last round that Ye was here, except this time Icy doesn't embed himself in B main.
Yeah, Flash will clear some of the early space.
Actually, he does. It is just a carbon copy repeat from EG.
The thing is, they didn't test it the previous time. Do they fall for it here?
Baby base seen from the dart. Already a shift towards B.
Oh, Icy leaves at just the wrong time, but Ye gets a kill anyway. That trap that had been lying in wait for so long.
Look at Tree. Baby Bay needs to find this opener, and he gets it. Still Derek waiting at him, but he can't connect on the second shot.
30 seconds left. If you're going to rotate towards A, you've got to do it quick.
G2 are trying to come back into Baby Bay, but he freezes. He can't commit just yet. He can't risk losing the space he's already found.
Jogamo is all the way up in market as well. There is only one option here. There's only one speed for it, and that is go. 13 seconds left. The spike's still in Tree. And Derek gives up the space. Allows him safe passage onto the site. Trying to commit to it now, and Valen will succeed. No ult to speak of for the defense. As the smoke goes down, Nature does too. A 3v3 as things settle for just a moment.
Ye is so low, 30 HP.
With op in hand from so far away too. Doesn't have a ton of money, so you wonder, is it worth trying to go for it here?
They're sending it.
They have to. I don't think they have much of a choice. Derek will fall. Ye will too. All 3 crumble.
That round got so cluttered towards the end. But it really was Baby Bay's first pick into Tree. Even though he couldn't connect on the second one. As soon as a pathway started to open up for G2, they were so quick to adjust and call into the site. And on the other hand, it was the moment of hesitation for Derek, not challenging onto the angle that led G2 into the site. Let them play a comfortable post plant.
Cover going out.
Busted by for EG. Not even blades. No traps here either.
But EG really haven't changed their approach too much, even on these lighter buy rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've mixed up the sides of the map a few players are on, but once again, see what Icy can do if Jaw's ready for any funky pockets he could be playing in this time.
There's a little help here. Derek's alongside him. Jogmo doesn't even push for it.
Yeah, take it slow. Don't give him a gun.
Drop the door, and then they can focus forward. Flashing on the other side of the smoke. Beautifully done. Jogmo, does he realize there's another on the other side of the smoke? Now given away. It's a shell game, and Nature walks out on top. This is a lighter pie. Look at how weak the remaining members of G2 are.
Trent here on the side gets the first, but can't connect on another. G2 need to get the spike and get over to A if possible. Baby Bay making a mad dash out with so little HP left.
He's gotten away with it though.
30 seconds left.
Houdiniing their way out of B.
But by retreating away from the site, that allows guns to be picked up. Icy didn't even go for one. He wants the fast flank up Cat.
But at what cost? I mean, it's just a stinger.
But a stinger's still a bullet or two as a kill.
Yeah, that's true. Valen, so weak, but still so good. But he doesn't expect the second one. He doesn't know. So Supa might get a timing as Valen tucks in the smoke. Concealed in the confines of the cover. Supa has to push.
Cover going out.
And try to play around one of his own. The fake TP waiting for the spam. Spots Valen down to a 1v1. Baby Bay is so weak, but it does not matter.
He's got his leaders back. And G2 are running away with it. 5 in a row now. Even when it's resting just on the edge. Again, the game of almosts. Of what ifs.
His story's not done yet, though.
This is the round to determine. I think if EG can salvage the half, buying down to nothing, off back in Ye's hands, playing forward in A main. But he has not been able to figure out the right side of the map to play on. He is not finding fights.
And it doesn't look like it's going to change this round.
And it's because he never goes mid. And G2 are always into mid. And always leaning back into just the right side, it seems.
Knife tagging to B main.
So G2 freeze. Allow the seeds of doubt to step into EG's mind. Those players could have rotated away already. They could be creeping out just like Baby Bay is.
You're seeing the seeds of doubt blossom into full panic and full response.
Really?
Up close, in the smoke, just on the other side. The volley's gonna flush him out, and Baby Bay hits a no-scope. On to Nature. The round that needed to go their way is another nightmare for Evil Geniuses.
Baby Bay's just dancing on him. Dipping into their spawn, looking back into the site for another kill. G2 are having fun out here.
EG are not. You have to say, you have to save these two weapons. You gotta do something.
I don't condone that type of behavior. But Doug, it's just another round where Ye can't find a fight.
Yeah.
Remember how strong he started this map off. The 4 kills and the pistols, sitting 8-3 at some point, getting the op online early.
What'd you say he was? 8-2?
He was 8-3 at one point.
8-2, 8-3.
Yeah.
He's at 9-8 right now.
He's gotten 1 kill in the last 5 rounds. And it's not for lack of trying, it's just literally, he is either in a retake situation or G2 are running away from his side of the map.
And so with all of that said, and with the 6 rounds in a row that G2 have won, if EG can pull this off to get to 8-4, there's a chance.
Look at this out of Baby Bay.
I think we've seen 3 no-scopes just this series.
Yeah, from 3 different players, I think. But after that 3-piece, Baby Bay up on 11-5. Finally, Ye challenges into mid, but even then he can't find the shot.
EG with a couple of Spectres and Stingers.
If G2 finish into A, that's where the hero rifle is on Supa. That's where Ye's posted top heaven with the op.
And with Nature by his side, there might be a shot at this.
Oh, he put away the flash.
But the clone was cleared out instantly. Oh no. Very nice flash on the other side. Patience out of Nature, doesn't overdo it. Doesn't fumble it at all. Dogma now on the second swing. That's another one for Nature. And now the op in play. Connects. Trent down. But Valen will swing back. G2 down in numbers for what feels like the first time this half.
Valen got collided on that first shot from Ye. He's low. And it might be Jonah P to win it all. 2 for him.
Valen's 14 HP, has to pull this off.
Planted. My ultimate is ready.
Confidence from the captain. Conviction from the caller. Repositioning towards main. And daring the fight.
Not ready yet.
Smoke comes back up online. Try to force them out behind it. Can Valen pull this off? Derek and Supa have steady hands, but they've gotten it down to 1, and now the flash in play. I believe it will connect. Dart betraying position. Derek on the swing, but it's a game of cat and mouse, and Derek has to be faster than this to get the defuse, and it does not matter. The Red Bull clutch for G2. The Red Bull clutch
one is just the best we've got. Calling beautiful games, and with 14 HP. I mean, that is 2 rounds. That is 2 rounds where he's just had nothing to work with and still seen it through.
A 9-3 half for G2. EG stumbled every step of the way. We'll see the conclusion of this best of 3 on the other side of the break. Stay tuned. G2 dominant since Corrode, which feels like forever ago at this point. They completely obliterated on Haven, and a set seems to tell a bit of the same tale. I'm Doug, with me on the call is Ender, and it has been all G2 the whole way.
G2 completely breaking EG's ankles on their attack side, but now EG get to point the spear at G2 themselves. This will have to be the difference for them. We saw that G2 avoided the problem. Ye was the problem for them. But once they found a way to get away from him, it was solved. Now Ye gets to bring that problem to G2.
And the problem on the other side of the stage has been Baby Bay.
Ow!
Sitting at 11-6 right now, and Ye is now already down to 26 HP.
Yeah, you think about the 4K on the pistol and the 1v5, but even then he was better set up to have an impact than now.
EG choosing to rotate quietly towards B. And if they do decide to go here, they've got Dre posted up, you've got Jonah P here, you have a wall, you have a flash. Yeah. There's a lot.
The thing is, if Ye dashes past this wall, it isolates the 2 Sentinels from G2. They won't be able to see each other, to be able to trade each other.
Yeah, but he's still got to win the fight. That's easier said than done. He doesn't even have it procced.
Good hit.
And so they get the wall up, and then they take a step back.
EG gonna 2-phase this one.
They're staying, you're right.
Paranoia ready. Knife, flash, thrown, it's go time.
Can he find a way in? Remember how weak he is. Jonah P is not cleared! He gets his 2 and Trent joins him!
30 seconds left.
Icy has to fight this war on his own, and it's short-lived.
G2 never fooled. And they just keep bringing more and more players in.
They have won 7 or 8 rounds in a row.
Showing no signs of slowing down either.
No.
Look at this. Beautiful shots from Jonah. And the second he goes down, well, you've got Baby Bay challenging.
Clear logs!
And the second Baby Bay joins into the fight, well, Trent is coming out of the market smoke. There's always a next step for G2.
EG forcing up a little bit here, 2 stingers.
You kind of have to, but at what cost? The following rounds, if they can't secure this, and they still can't calmly get into the B site, there's just thorns waiting for them. Still 2 players. EG have no control anywhere else on the map, so it's time to drone out into mid, spot where Baby Bay is. Challenge? But I'm not sure that's the wisest idea.
You got to find an advantage somehow.
Icy's
somewhere
forward, they're into the site.
Meanwhile, Baby Bay understands there's still a little pressure across the middle of the map. I'm pretty sure he just turned on him. That probably was really gross from his POV.
EG thought they could pinch Baby Bay through main, through market, but it's all falling apart for them now. The plan has not come together. EG bought down to nothing.
And with that round, likely goes their hopes of getting back into this map.
Yeah, we just did one more, force another round. Except they can't even force on light armor. You have to force heavy armor because you know Baby Bay's got the outlaw.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. He's back.
It's a shame you had.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
You know, I don't believe him.
Now, why is he smiling like that?
I think he's lying.
Right here.
You mentioned the force, and you're right. You've got heavy armor on 4 members. Supa's not as fortunate, but he has drained the bank account.
Yeah, he must have bought for someone, probably Ye.
Gray will be challenged again. And that's where you see the light or the heavy armor, excuse me.
But Ye's on 10 HP. He can't play the game if he doesn't have any health.
He's gonna trade back though. Valen on the swing, 3 players found.
Spike down A.
As the caller for EG gets another. Outlaw still in hand. Takes a step back and EG get the spike down.
G2 have a lot of time to wait before Jonah P can rotate over. Let's Baby Bay set up a teleport anchor, actually destroyed by the shock. He's hung out to dry here.
He has nowhere to go but forward. And he's not given a single target. Meanwhile, while all of that is happening, Jonah P has arrived. The rotation's coming through. They understand where he's headed. Trent funneling down, almost gets it back, but Nature's 4 keeps EG in the fight.
Gotta respect the nature, the work Nature has been doing all day.
Yeah, agreed.
On Corrode, he was a monster. So many multi-kill rounds, you know? He's just solo winning them for the team, even back on Haven. I think to the few rounds they won in the second half, that was off of him. And now here, staying afloat with a stinger in hand.
EG can approach this round from a position of power. G2 stack 4 mid.
And G2 could have got a decent enough buy-off, but similar to last game,
yeah,
they're not going to take any chances. They're going to go for the half buy. That was enough to win the map last time.
He's getting it really far here.
Nice shot.
Very nicely done, but they didn't know Dre was there. Misses on the shot. They've already flashed out towards B as well.
Ye's into sight, but so is Valen now. No one's here to help him.
They haven't cleared that. And he's gonna get the punish. Valen gets 2. What? Makes that 3. Ye's got to win the round on his own. With the Guardian in hand, trying to bridge the gap. Trying to make it a close quarters battle onto Trent. 1 bullet left in the Guardian. And the classic, I don't know, is a tool for the job. G2 gets a series point. Love to see Valen's POV there because I don't know how we got away with that.
I mean, everyone thinks that Ye cleared the corners coming in, but that teleport came into Boathouse after the fact. They're trying to kill logs. Remember,
yeah,
when G2 are up there standing up, yelling at EG, you gotta clear logs. They listened to the advice, and it was terrible advice.
Now you gotta clear switch.
Gotta clear everything. G2 are in your walls.
EG call a timeout at the finish line.
It's a bitter taste too, because that's again G2 saving. They're not even playing to win the round, and they take it. It looks like they're in scrims cracking half buys.
Yeah, light buy situations, yeah.
And it's still working.
EG roared into this series. They looked good. There were memories of what could have been in the past. How they pushed G2, how they almost had them out of Toronto.
Yeah.
2 rounds away from G2 not even making it to Toronto. And with that confidence, they walk away with an OT win on map 1, and they've been flat ever since.
Yeah, and the danger now looms. We've still got a couple weeks left for EG after this, but In stage 1, they narrowly made playoffs. It was 4th seeds. They were in the lower bracket. That single elimination. That's why the one win, the matchup against G2 was so heartbreaking.
Right.
Because it felt like they had all the pieces to be a team that could make a deep run if they hadn't been matched up against G2. A loss here in a tough group with Sentinels and C9 topping it currently might put EG in exactly the same position once more.
Oh gosh, they don't have anything to buy either, man.
No, it's brutal.
A Guardian for Supa. Heavy mid presence. And if they do decide to go A, you've got a wall you have to deal with, Thorns you have to reckon with, and then 3 from the defense. Flash around, Trent spotted. Jogamo 2, he's playing up really far here. He's got to realize the wall has been cleared. The flash is there. Ye still hits the shot. And that should seal the deal. And who else but Valen is the tip of the spear. God's the last one in his crosshairs. It's Jogamo who cleans him up. G2 best EG. I mean, G2, again, other than map 1, it's really hard to look at any weakness.
No.
I mean,
you literally have a countless amount of positive things to say about every player.
Right.
Today. Jonavi, every map is like up at the top. Valen, RIGL, everyone's screaming out multiple clutch rounds, calling a beautiful game. I think Baby Bay as well has his best map on this stage since returning to close it out. He was a beast on this chamber. So many high impact moments, high impact rounds.
15 and 7 for the newest addition to this roster, yeah. And to make EG look pedestrian. And I think as we think about the rest of this stage, that's EG now getting bested by Cloud9, now getting bested by G2. It's a tough road forward.
Those are the teams you have to overcome if you want to avoid 4th. Now, the question more becomes about solidifying their place, making sure they're staying in that playoff race.
Right.
With 2 more matches to go in the regular season.
And to do so as cleanly as it looked. Again, the only real blemish was Corrode, and yes, it was close. Could have gone their way too.
Yeah, it almost was. They almost came back to the end of it. Ye drops a 30 bomb and sees that one go EG's way. But again, this round from Baby Bay was just sweet. Dipping back into spawn, into sight. Always hungry for more.
Valen just continues to impress. I mean, to have the privilege to watch this kid play and grow into a leader from his Ascension days, from his days at the guard, all the way up on this, and it somehow seems like that he's just getting better. Yeah. He's just getting better as a leader, as a caller, individually. What's the limit for this kid?
It genuinely does not seem like there is a peak. It's a mountain that you're never reaching the top of with him. You just go higher and higher each day. Another step for Valen and for this G2 team.
Again, really hard to find things to look at G2 and criticize, and maybe things to take away from that they need to improve on. It felt like one of the most complete series that I think we've seen out of them, and we touched on it. Every single player contributed in both the high impact scenarios and then in the situations they should have won as well. And when you're a team who has aspirations like they do, that's exactly how it has to be. Let's send it down to Elizabeth down at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Jogamo.
Thank you so much, Doug and Ender. And that's right, I have G2's Jogamo here with me, the man himself. Sup? What's how you doing? How you doing?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
I mean, the first question I have to ask you is that just seemed like a just energy-filled game. The passion, you know, Valen standing up, Andre, or Baby Bay, excuse me, you know, pointing out and doing all this. Is there a change with Andre being here that kind of like is a more excited change, more energy?
Yeah, I would say Andre brings a lot of like key factors that like even I knew back then that he would bring regardless. I mean, him being hype, being the hype man that we actually needed sometimes. Like that's what we need, you know. Like you see Valen getting hype, you see all my boys getting hype, and even me sometimes I'm like, wow, like Andre's putting in that work and he's showing like what we could be with some energy, and you know, we never stop coming back. That's it.
That's right. And you won the game today. Of course, we wish Leaf a great recovery, and we are so excited to see you once again on this stage when you are at 100%. But going back to the game that you just won, I mean, talk to me about Corrode. Because Corrode, I mean, you know what I'm going to ask you, because that almost didn't go your way, then you almost brought it back, and then it just lost it. Josh RT told me it was just more kind of like shutting down Ye on the extremities. What did you see?
Yeah, I was getting spammed half the time on attack, so I didn't really see that attack, but defense definitely like showing Ye like where we can stop him at, figure out where he's at, maybe hit the opposite side of him, and hit on the weak side, like maybe the Viper or whatever the case is by himself. And I mean, that's what we saw, and we actually started coming back on the attack and we started doing some more stuff, but our defense was better, of course, and I mean, easy for G2, right? Now, something else I want to ask you is we have another Champions team joining you for Americas. It is Sentinels and G2 so far going to Champions Paris. Who would you like to join you as the Americas representatives? You have 2 more spots. 2 more spots.
2 more spots.
I'm
not going to say crew and Loud are behind you, so like don't say anything mean, but.
I mean, I would definitely like to see Loud again. I mean, I think Verdi's been putting up some numbers, and I think he's been doing good, so I'd like to see him at this international. That's my boy. And then, one more team.
One more.
I mean, Ospos is back in form, right? So, I mean, I'm part of MIBR. I'll see them soon. Arzin and Verno's new IGLing, I think it's going to be pretty good.
I know they called me an instigator online, but you just left out your former teammate Calm on Leviathan.
Oh, yeah. My bad, Calm.
And listen, we have 5 spots now. Perfect. You're in, buddy. But something, I mean, I joked with Pansy that Americas is the better region than EMEA, and I know, haha, it's funny, but where do you see Americas now? Because I know this kind of Rubicon has been drawn of just like, we're struggling, we're not doing great, but we're getting better. Where do you see us?
I think we're slowly learning, like, I mean, this APAC is pretty insane, right? So I think a lot of the APAC comps and a lot of the stuff they bring to the stage and to the international stage, I think a lot of us are taking that in. Yeah. And obviously we want to replicate it, but it's a little bit hard because, you know, we're not APAC teams. But
no, you know who we are, Judgment? We're Americas.
We're America's team. So we're gonna do better than that. So yeah, I think us involving and just doing better, we'll take over eventually again. This might be the year again.
I'm gonna take it away. Our time is now. Thank you so much, Judgment. Everyone, get it for Judgment one more time. You were loud for him. Keep on being loud. We're gonna take a break, but stay right there because it's Crew versus Loud next.
Gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
3, 2, 1 onto the swing. Melsa to try and take this. That is your ace.
Bueno, creo que nuestro partido contra Loud va a ser un partido peleado. Bueno, mi expectativa, o sea, que va a ser un partido obviamente con mucha farándula, como se puede decir, con muchos comentarios del público, un partido picante.
I think KRU should be afraid of Robbie King, Verdi, because they are not only smart,
Calm gets count team, but Verdi fighting off on it.
but very good aimers.
And Calm cannot stand.
We had a strong team, and right now I think we have an even better one, so they need to be scared about these guys because of that. And actually, I know Dante does a lot. We used to play a lot in Brazil together. We make fun with each other a lot of times. He's good because he's different. A little bit crazy, but no, it's life. He's his personality.
Entre más difícil, más entretenido. Siento que ellos son ahora un roster mucho más fuerte. Entonces va a ser un partido divertido porque yo creo que nosotros también estamos mucho más fuertes que antes.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our final match of summer. We're officially ending summer after this match concludes, which is so sad. But let's get into it because it's Loud playing up against KRU, a classic bout between two of our South American teams here in the league. And let's get right into it and talk about the history in this one, because these two teams have played against each other 3 times already this year. But Wyatt, this is going to be a very different Loud from the one that has faced KRU in the past.
Yep, they matched up a couple times during kickoff, matched up early during Stage 1. None of those games involve Loud with Luke Show. They obviously don't involve KRU with Dante Deus. This is a new look from both squads, bringing up the bright young stars of the future going at it for a rivalry that is just rich in history.
Yeah, I think it's a really good rivalry to have because I feel like both those players do size each other up, where they're both kind of expected to perform and kind of out-frag the rest of their team. So both ways, I think it's going to be really fun to see how they kind of put that into fruition.
KRU has historically led in this match, as you see from the history, but the last week for KRU was a bit of a slump from that squad. We saw them come out against 100 Thieves and only win 9 total rounds in that game. This was one of the weakest performances we've seen from a KRU, Athena, who had such high hopes coming into this stage with the addition of Dante Deus.
Yeah, it felt like coming into it, they sort of had an idea of a plan, but 100 Thieves just kind of put that synergy and the team play over the edge to kind of make KRU look a little bit lost. A lot of their plans kind of had wrenches in them, and it just felt a little bit rough for KRU.
KRU have also over-indexed on Corrode. They came into this stage thinking it's at the top of their pool. They picked it twice, and they've lost twice on it. So they really need to reevaluate how they're approaching the map pool.
I feel like the bind also included the Sky, right? Which I feel like
let's talk about that because that is the elephant in the room right now with KRU. They signed an up-and-coming young duelist player. They already had the best Latin American duelist that Valorant has ever seen in Kesnet, and we're seeing a world now where Kesnet is locking Sky, he's locking Omen. Your thoughts on that, guys?
So the Sky comp, I get why they wanted to stick with it because they ran that back when Bind was in the pool at the top of the year and had a lot of success. But that was a team with Adverso. This is a totally different team now with Dante. They have 2 high firepower duelists in a meta where double duelists can work. I want them to go away from what worked in the past and move into the future playing to the strengths of this new roster.
And I feel like Kesnet as a whole is just such a good player, especially with util, but sometimes that makes him lose out on his fragging power because he's busy focusing on that util, helping his team and supporting, where I feel like he can put himself on Omen in much better positions for himself.
Yeah, I don't mind the Omen. Like if we go to Icebox, you get Dante, Jet, and aggressive Omen with Kesnet. I think that can work. Same with Corrode. I think that's all right. But the other maps in the pool, I gotta see double duelists. That's why I've been really hyped on KRU and why I'm passionate and disappointed right now, Mimi.
I want to sell a story, though. Let's say they won those first 2 matches while playing these same comps. Do you think you guys would be pushing the same tail?
To some extent, yes, on some of the other maps. Like, that's honestly kind of how I feel about Lev. Like, Lev have looked pretty good, but I still want them on some of the other maps to lean more into double duelists with Sato and Okeanos. I think that applies here as well. I think that this is a strength they should be leaning into.
Sure. So then even if they were winning with this one, you feel like it is inherently limiting the ceiling of what this team could be by putting Kesnet on these off rolls?
I feel like Kesnet can definitely do a lot for his team on them. Even if they performed and they won, I still feel like his fragging power would have been less. And I feel like we wouldn't have seen the kind of star power that he does bring to the team as much. So I still would push. I think Sky is always a good kind of wild card to throw out there if you're expecting fragging power, but I don't know.
And look, we were just talking about this while we were watching the other game with one team playing Yoru and one not. Yoru is the best initiator in the game right now and is also a duelist. And when KRU in week 1 played a Yoru Jet on Ascent, for instance, they cooked. They 13-1'd MIBR with that. Give me more of that. Give me more of that double duelist Yoru.
Yeah, a lot of sentiment around this being a KRU that is making mistakes in their macro decisions. Let's hear more from the team. Liz is standing by.
Here with Kesnet from KRU. Now, we were surprised to see you on some agents, not the duelist. Why those certain agents and not the agents we know you for?
La verdad es que yo soy un jugador que puede jugar cualquier cosa. De hecho, hoy día me van a ver con diferentes agentes nuevamente, así que nada, espero que sigan disfrutando y bora KRU.
The truth is I'm a player that can play many agents, and today you're actually going to see me playing very different agents as well. So nothing else, let's go KRU.
Vamos.
That worries me to some extent.
That makes me excited.
Oh, you're excited.
Can you tell me the excitement then?
What do you mean? How many? There's so many different. Okay, if he just didn't play Sky, I think he would have performed. I think he would have performed as Astra. Are you kidding me?
I mean, sure, but
the ultimate just like straw man of like, oh, you want to see him play other agents? Oh, he'd play Astra? That'd be bad. You're wrong. He's crazy.
What do you mean, dude? You can set yourself up for success. You can help your team, and you don't have to like sit there healing someone for like 10 seconds.
To me, though, I could see that as being a sell for him playing something like maybe the Yoru and playing into a double duelist comp, right?
I'm very glass half empty. Yeah, that one.
Yes.
That one.
The one who's
the
not
pessimistic
positive.
outlook, where I hear that and I'm concerned that it will be, let's play even sillier off-roll agents. They're not silly, but just things that we don't need right now.
I want your glass going above half empty. And I want to talk about something that's been really positive for KRU in the past, and that to me is Shy. He had an amazing 2024. I think in that roster out there, adding in heat, he was a standout, especially on his Vice on binds. He hasn't been playing quite as much of that role thus far, but I think he's a player you have to look to with a struggling KRU to step up and help them to recover from this slump.
Yeah, I've said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. Every single team needs that kind of rock, whether it's a Senti player, whether it's a controller player, to be able to hold it down and multi-frag on their own and be able to keep that map space and map presence. And I think Shy does such a phenomenal job of that.
Yeah, for me, has always been one of those great late round players, a closer for KRU. And I get why they went to that bind comp they ran in the past that involves him on the Vice, where early this year he was one of the best Vice players in the region. But I guess just like, does that work with the personnel they have now? It's not looking like it.
All the questions for KRU is around finding their identity. But let's turn our attention to Loud, who is the team who completely reinvented their own identity, switching to English, picking up a Dutch IGL. And while we've seen positive signs, last week was a rough one for them, losing a huge amount of man advantage situations and honestly crumbling in this game against NRG.
I was losing my mind watching Loud the first half of this game. They had 9 first kills in just the first half and converted only 4 round wins. That is cataclysmic. They would constantly just find themselves in situations where after getting that initial kill, they're taking a bad 1v1 somewhere and suddenly it's evened up. And then we're going in, oh, but the spacing is off, the fundamentals are off, and we're just dropping the players for no good reason. That was a disaster on Haven.
Yeah, I feel like watching both these teams play was really interesting because NRG on one hand has a super strong defense and their attack side was super coordinated, and it felt like for Loud they just dropped the ball in those smaller areas where the week before that we saw them being super sick and super coordinated and performing the way that we expected them to. So seeing that was kind of rough, it kind of sucked, but I think for Loud those are similar to EG, small issues that they could just fix and bring that into
Let's
this
look
week.
for the future then, into this week. You're selling me for KRU a solution of going more into the double duelist, going into comfort for Kesnet. What changes are you looking to see for Loud this week?
I actually think that I like the comps that Loud were running. I thought everything they were doing week 1 was incredible. For me, week 2, it really just came down to the fundamental team play. And maybe that's where people would want to have a conversation about the communication and maybe things getting scrambled in high-octane moments where players aren't
it's a team
synced up.
that's switching to English, right? And there's a risk of a language barrier there with some translation.
Exactly. So maybe some people would attribute the fundamental issues to something like that. For me, it's just that which needs to be tightened up. It's not an overall macro thing. It's micro working together.
Yeah. I think a lot of it was like the mid-round decisions too, where it felt like they have protocols that they should have fallen back to, but they kind of didn't. They let it kind of slide ahead. So I completely agree with you. I think it is just like micro decisions.
Always a positive, though, for Loud is the Luke Show, who, despite the loss last week, still had high impact on that game. He is looking right now, to me, Athena, like one of the best rookie players picked up in the league for 2025.
I mean, he is just insane. His decision-making, the way that he positions himself to take fights, as well as his patience. On top of that, just the insane crosshair placement and fragging power that he brings just makes him so sought after and such a good player, especially when he's in those positions on his own on sites.
Absolutely. Since joining Loud, he has only won 1 series, yet is positive in 12 out of 14 of the maps they've played. He has been phenomenal. Whether it's lurk timings he's catching on Viper, anchoring sites on Cypher, or when he's playing Omen on Icebox, getting aggro in early rounds, finding picks, he is bringing everything for this team. And the fact that they can't win with him is shocking at times.
Yeah,
for real.
You don't find that with young players so often, and I feel like the fact that he's doing that, and this is his first year playing, is insane, or at least on this stage. And I just can't believe, like, finding a player that does all that, is super well-rounded, is really hard to find, and Loud really needs to play into his strengths.
We're almost ready to go, but let's quick look back at our predictions, because this is a match that's bound to be a bit of a 50-50, and a lot of the questions, I think, come down to comparing those rookies, Dante and Luke Show. What decisions primed your prediction, Wyatt?
I just came into this stage with so much hope for KRU that this is the right meta and the right roster for them to reach a new level, and I just want to believe that they still have that in them, but this felt like a straight up 50-50 for me, and it was hard to pick.
I think it's close, but I believe in Loud too because of Luke Show and also because we've seen those hints of success previously. I just don't think it's that big of a deal for them to be losing those rounds.
Absolutely. Well, it was a tough week for both of these South American teams in week number 2, but now a chance to rebound. A match we've seen 3 times thus far this year, but with new players coming in, new changes into the roster, it's a chance to show it again. Let's head out to the stage. And the first team walking out is Loud. This Brazilian squad on top of Americas for so long, now trying to rebuild, take a new direction, and find that rebound.
Yeah, the first man walking out, the lone remaining member, the world champion Pancada from years ago, that OG roster that put Brazil on the map, and is now just surrounded by upcoming talent who have to be the next generation for the region to get back to the top. This is the biggest dip that the scene has ever had, since that 2022 debut.
Yeah, and I think all the talent on this roster has such a high skill ceiling. We've seen all of them perform in their individual roles. It's just a matter of if strategically and as a team they can find that synergy and be able to fall back on the way that they play in scrims, on their protocols that they know so well, and bring that onto the stage consistently.
What a task for Robbie to try and bring together so many disparate players into a cohesive roster. For KRU, though, it's a matter of bringing in these new players and finding that success as well. KRU Visa now walking out onto the stage. And all of the questions this week for them come down to identity, because we are still yet to know who KRU in the latter half of 2025 really is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is such an interesting game. I think both of these teams displayed a really high level and then a lower level. And where are we going to place them? It's only week 3 and it's been volatile so far. If KRU can find their identity, I am convinced that they can be one of the heaviest hitters in both groups, just the scene in Americas in general.
And I feel like at this point in the competition, they should have had that time to experiment, that time to see what works for them and what doesn't. And they should be able able to follow that path that puts them on the place of success.
Let's talk about maps. Wyatt, you said that you felt like there was maybe some over-indexing into Corrode in the past. What are you looking to see changed up for week 3?
I think KRU, if they still feel good about Corrode, despite losing it 2 weeks in a row while picking it, it's got to be a float. At best, don't pick it, float it. If you really want to keep playing it, or second ban it, it's just, you can't be picking into this anymore. It just hasn't worked. They had a misread on the map. I like the comp that they were playing, but they weren't playing it as well as the other teams.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I really agree. I feel like there's too much tape on their Corrode and too many small mistakes that just weren't able to be fixed. And exactly like you said,
yeah, you get your wish.
Ban that. They actually banned it too. So Haven and Bind.
So they're picking to the binds now. Let's focus on that one for a second. This was a strong map in the past for KRU. How do you feel about it now?
This is a really interesting pick. I mean, yeah, Bind was a map they were dominating on at the top of the year. They tried to recreate the magic with the same comp, but with a different roster. No Adverso, Dante in. It didn't work last week.
This was the Kesnit Sky
map. Do they switch things up? I don't know. But if we're talking about double duelist, Haven is where KRU had a lot of success. That's where they ran it week 1.
Yeah, true. They did do a really good job on Haven. I feel like both these teams may be settling on Haven as their comfort pick. Loud picking that. I wonder if they've changed anything crazy.
It's crazy that it's their pick.
I know. I really.
After getting cooked on it last week.
I was literally just going to say, they've just lost to NRG on this map. So I really wonder if they've changed anything or if they've just brushed up on the fundamentals and fixed a lot of their micro mistakes. Because, I mean, it didn't look that bad against NRG, but it also looked kind of sloppy.
If the teams stick to their guns, this feels like a very good map for KRU, though. This is one of the few where they've already shown double duelists with that Fnatic comp.
Well, we're getting the same from Loud that we got last week. And hey, to be fair to them, they were getting a lot of early advantages. They just could not close out rounds. For KRU, this double duelist that I'm assuming they're going to run, because I saw Dante on Yoru, the old ISO Yoru look on this map. They beat MIBR, and Kesnit dropped like 22 kills. He just dominated the server to get them over the finish line there. Should be a good map to start on.
Talk to me about this Loud comp that we just saw, as KRU is going to lock in that same Fnatic comp as before. What are win conditions with that Neon?
They have to be able to set the Neon up for success, and by doing that, having those trap plays, having Breach kind of setting up Neon with the fault line, with the flashes, and making sure that they're speeding up when the util has been used. And it is a little bit worrying because we saw them kind of falling on those parts before, not setting up Verdi to success. But if they fix it, should be good.
Well, our two teams are ready to go. Haven to start this one off. It's KRU's double duelist going up against the rookie Neon, who will take the starting map of this series in the South American battle. We'll find out with Riv and Vance.
Thank you very much, Mimi and the desk. Yes, we are here to bring you the next series, and it is interesting. I agree with the desk. The 4-13 that we saw Loud suffer versus NRG here, they have to have something new for the books, but were they ready for KRU to also change it up as well?
Yeah, I think you're looking at this series overall. It's almost like trying to bounce back from your learnings in week 2. Haven picked up by Loud, Bind picked up by KRU, and you're just trying to min-max basically what you've learned from your mistakes. I mean, Wyatt talked about those 9 first bloods on the side of Loud that they couldn't convert. So it's those minute things where they could actually play a little bit better in terms of scaling up on the map, playing their post plans to their favor, and then maybe get great value out of more like that standard comp that you're kind of seeing on the side of Loud, with the exception, of course, of Verdi on this Neon instead of a Jet. But also, it's still a difficult task at the beginning. You have KRU that Kesnit was going nuclear and carrying the whole KRU team in his backpack and dropping over 20 there in that series. But Loud starting this pistol with aggression, so they do want to bring up the tempo on their side. But KRU looks like they just want to go one gear right into the C site. Default scale up, Shy watch that flank, and Verdi scores first blood.
Right behind the ISO shield, they feel confident to take the site, and Loud realizes this is fast, has to be a lurk, and they already take care of that. We saw the protocol as well from KRU on this. The shock darts in, trying to deny a lot of the pressure. Oh my God! And they create their own towards spawn. Did not expect that type of fast activation, and it's going to be a few more shots. Melzer has the aim. The 3K for a pistol in favor of KRU.
The Melzer Stage 2 IGL, fragging IGL as a controller 2, picking up the last 2 kills, but I love that push coming out from KRU at the very beginning, not giving a chance really for Loud to set up on the flood retake. you're starting to see that coordination they're trying to bring up. But even if you're looking at the util that was available for Loud to try to go for that retake, there was no flash to play the flash recon. They were just waiting for the fault line to come through. And we're getting Loud at the very beginning here. With both Dante and Kesnet bringing up the vibes now for the crew. But Loud going for a full classic round. Round number 2, stacking up towards this A site. Recon gives false information for crew's side though, because it pings towards long and doesn't see anybody there. This might be an easy push into B and test things out. If they meet any opposition, they could go back towards into that trap, but soon they'll figure out here from this drone that it is an open site to take, so should be similar to the pistol round where you just one gear it into the site for the plant.
It has to be so comfortable for Kesnet too. Not in the back flashing, but taking the space with the initiator utility. Another duelist behind that in Dante. And yeah, really aggressive here to get themselves into position. Shock Dart nails Robbie BK. 9 HP for Dante to get out here as they just smatter the rest of that A link with a few bullets. Okay, Verdi making a case for taking this round, and a thrifty here for Loud if they can get these angles in their favor. A few more sheriff shots, but they're going to be snuffed out. Shy and Mazzino there to save the day.
One of those rare moments that ever since the Outlaw kind of came out and you're starting to see in Stage 2 that you're utilizing that a little bit more in your anti-eco. Dante goes for the Marshal instead, so can't really get that second shot out quickly into the 3-man flood from the A connector out of Loud. So when he TPs out, the players are kind of like left on an island outside for crew here where they couldn't really set up for a good trade. And Loud is able to do some very good damage, really damaging the economy for crew going into their bonus round. You're still going to see on that side for crew, though, on the attack side, that they're investing a lot in terms of rifles. That means they have to win this bonus with not too many deaths in the squad.
Verdi backed up at long A. You can see an insert from Loud there, but crew continue to set this fast pace, at least to get into the face of Loud. Here at the entrance of B or towards C, we saw in Pistol. We sometimes hear Adam talking about how timid crew can be in the beginning of the games, and it pauses them from being able to get the advantage that they want.
Slight mistake from Dante, not being as patient. Lucio gets a free kill walking on that ramp. Melzer about to get the backstab onto Verdi. Could potentially be an instant trade. Ooh. Yeah, Verdi's going to get this pick, but here comes that backstab.
All right, Melzer, clean it up. One onto Verdi.
Oh, no.
Oh, he gets a gun though. Looking down, saves him for a moment, and Lucio's not going to be able to hit this as the smoke comes through. Actually keeping himself alive, or keeping Melzer alive.
Is that even Pancata's smoke too?
Yeah, because it looked like it was the enemy. He might have been able to hit one, but Melzer was always looking for a gun the whole time, right?
Silver lining though, it's still a high-low and full spike control for Loud.
Yeah, you can see the red tinge on the smoke, meaning it did come out from the side of Pancata there. Melzer's still giving him a little bit of cover here to move around and choose which way he wants to go in as he refreshes that.
Paranoia could be very good here, but yeah, it looks like it maybe just be a save.
Okay.
Especially if you're going to try to walk back towards that ceiling. There's not too much time left. Too late to go for even TP to pick up that spike, especially when the camera is moving up on that C site and sees him. So you'll just save the weapon into the next round. But Loud still able to do that damage. Thankfully, though, as I was mentioning, crew had to win the bonus round with not too many players dying, but you're still looking at the economy that's still quite decent. So you have half shields, some rifles still again coming out for the side of crew. This is a pretty good victory for Loud for their gun round.
Rounds kind of just dwindling down to almost nothing here. We get a lot of action, and then once the utility's gone, it seems like crew is getting stuck a little bit. So maybe that's Loud's kind of in for the next ones.
Yeah. Just hoping that scenario there that Melzer in that previous round was moving a little bit more quickly for that backstab to help out his team who are still trying to set up for the B-side plant. That said, though, change of setup for this out of Loud. 2 trips going into the garage as crew has continuously been defaulting around this area. But all that utils there, Shock breaks the first, Clone breaks the second, and there's really nothing else to hold that C site. This is actually a great opening for crew to split into the C site, where Lucio's going to be tested.
They've rotated over, okay, through the double tap, but you're right, tested, and only one comes through on the one and done. But now the breach slows them a bit here towards garage. The shots start to ring out. And, oh my God, Mazzino takes that into his own hands as he pushes forward, unknowing how many people could have come around the corner, and just spams one down.
And they had to commit to the fight for a crew. A battle was lost towards that A side where Verdi gets that pick onto Luke Show. Now the drone gets information onto Robbie BK. He's down.
Oh, Verdi just made slight noise. Hides in the smoke. I think they're expecting it though. And the look to the left does him no justice. Another round coming in from Melzer. Shots there, and it's 3-1 for KRU.
And those are the type of plays that you kind of need here for this side of KRU. You lose a little bit of map control. You know there's been a fault line that came through that tried to assist Luke Show on a defense, so you're just trying to catch your opponents off guard. And Melzer has mentioned it going into this matchup that it will be a spicy game, that these guys are not afraid to go toe-to-toe in these matchups where you're trying to be the best team out of the region, outside of North America, for the Americas in itself. And it's always been KRU so far in 2025 in the lead here.
Standing ahead.
And the matchup against Loud. First blood for Dante.
He skipped right by the fault line too. They were trying to do a defensive protocol there with the breach over towards the B link, and Dante slips by with the first kill on the round. And Verdi's been trying to take that space almost every time now.
Yeah, they're just trying to find a surprise opening play here, playing as this Neon. You mentioned that fault line, but it's Taniko coming out from Loud. So you could definitely see here the protocol is out from the side of the defense, as you are definitely trying to set up your Neon with the stuns.
Oh, the paranoia to play off of. They're both jumping around and giving him a little bit of a tough time getting that crosshair in place, but the rest of KRU should be able to walk over the site. Luke Show with the Guardian. He'll come around and look for maybe a few exits here, but ultimately should find himself going down.
Yeah, definitely respectable for Dante to utilize here the dimensional drift, even if it's against an eco. You've identified already a stack towards that site. It allows Melzer to set up here with the debuff on the side of Kesnit, and you overtake the site. And with that, the plant coming through on the side of Kesnit, he's going to be able to have the kill contract going to this round. So now they could start cycling ults on their side. Loud has actually very similar ults on their end too to try to counteract on what KRU could bring out here, which is why timeout coming on the defensive end on how at least they could maybe prevent KRU from getting that early map control with this kill contract and Soba ult.
What's the new look? They've had Luke Show's Cypher traps with a few shock darts. Mazzino has that lineup as soon as the round starts if they're going towards C to create that pressure, and then they usually poke towards Garage. Their B pressure is great for taking down the Cypher trip. So KRU always has a way, I feel like, to dislodge Loud, right? What's the way around that?
No, you're right. KRU going with a lot of defaults towards the Garage and their weapon rounds. Loud also maybe could try to contest it by just walking down middle like they did on the pistol round.
Yeah.
And that's where that Kawenzine and Verdi duo from the Breach and the Neon could maybe help them out for that type of fight. And remember, they have big ults to work with. Robbie BK also has the Hunter's Fury. You'll see here once we get into the server that he's leaning towards this A side. Not necessarily in a position where you're trying to do a trap of a recon with Hunter's Fury into the A choke, but you are trying to set up here to stall any type of early peaks coming out from KRU at the beginning of this round. Smoke's gonna come here towards that main choke. That's gonna be from Pankata, and there's that walk down.
Melzer's already TP'd across so they can get the double peek here. They try to face it together as a team. It did not go the way KRU wanted, but Loud is pretty happy with the results to at least start off. Just Kesnit and Dante, and here we see Kez cannot get Pankata. He steps straight forward on the first shield and says, yeah, I'm here to play. Luke Show ends the round on Dante. What a statement.
What a disrespect from Pankata to just run through that wall and just mow him down. Unexpected here, usually in these fights inside the kill contract. I was a little bit surprised, shaking my head a little bit in terms of how Robbie BK was trying to support here with the Hunter's Fury. He's playing all the way towards that back of the staircase, thinking that he has the right elevation to help out, but he was trying to get those beams out towards that bottom staircase of B, and that was just missing the mark. But thankfully, the rest of them kind of just converged in for Loud side, and that double swing from the TP out from KRU at the window was definitely stopped in their tracks.
Yeah.
Drone come from the top, Hunter's Fury on the attack, Verdi taken down.
Oh, they know there's going to be a push again, and the fight will ensue here towards the sewers in A lobby, but KRU shuts it down very fast. They've been able to retaliate so well when Loud wants something in the beginning of the round, and this looks crazy for Robbie. He actually stays alive, drawing a bit more attention. And it's only going to give time for Pancata. Can he get a good TP across this? Yes, he can. Oh my, they're all looking. Everyone turned around for that timing. And from the shadows, just to make sure C-Link is clear, they're going to get a full rotation in here all the way to the other side.
And even if he was trying to find his timing, the hat came out on the attack side for Shy, so definitely they were going to get all spotted out. I'm quite surprised of the Rolling Thunder that immediately came through from Kawazin when they lost Verdi from that Hunter's Fury. Tried to go for the hero play, runs through the Omen smoke, and that's 5 players waiting for him just on the other side. So no matter if 2 or 3 are stunned, they look at the same spot where the Rolling Thunder comes from and he gets instantly denied. That's been one of those moments sometimes here where even at the beginning of the year before these roster changes, before Robbie PK came in, and also Verdi, you saw that Kawazin did try to get these moments, even into Tejo Mena, try to do some hero plays on his own. Respectable though, because looks like a lot of crew members were still focused on fighting towards that A connector first into the A long, so he was hoping to find that timing. Unfortunately, he falls short. And that's a round coming out here for crew. A 5th one on the half. And it's not the same scenario as we've seen from Loud against Energy here. They're not getting that many successes in terms of first kills on their defensive side.
But they're trying, that's the thing. It seems like they keep pushing themselves forward. I feel like having this composition still with the breach in, they know how to play around it, right? As long as you get your marks down, that initiator utility over towards long A and that initial first look, they can pour out into the site and make it hurt. Yeah, that one's just tough.
Yeah.
Nobody had even made it out that time, and still you lose Verdi to push up towards the sandbags.
And it was a nice, again, another combination from Kesnet's undercut. And that's a 1 beam kill coming out there from the Hunter's Fury when you're hit by that debuff. At least a rifle round out for the defensive end. Only a stinger is the weakest weapon. And one more time, Verdi moves towards long and gets instantly denied. They got to change something else here for Loud.
Slightly modifying the way they're trying to do the fault line from defense too, and they still make it around the fault line. Answers for everything in the moment here from crew. And yeah, Verdi not being able to rotate, create that neon pressure back into the site with walls and the fast lane is just hurting for trying to get back in. Still have the double initiator utility to make it happen though.
Yeah, the stocks of Breach continue to decline for Sideshow.
That just elephant footing inside B and gets taken down, jumping around there. Didn't realize Kesnet was going to be so close. And there's the push from Loud. They know they have to make a move. They cannot be resting back and waiting for Kesnet and the rest of the team to make a mistake because there are very few mistakes happening right now.
The good thing, at least from Robbie BK, is every time he's being run down, he takes one. An opportunity at least to tie things up into 2v2, individual 1v1s. Dante with the first pick, though, onto Luke's show. And now Pancata, not necessarily baiting his teammate, was watching out towards long.
Yeah.
Here's the footsteps, and here's a shot on the first one. Doesn't know where the second one's at. But with the time being wasted now, you can definitely see crew being set up for a ping pong swing off first contact. Kesnet will be the one contacting first.
Oh, space for that, but he saw a shoulder. Paranoia still towards the corner, so both have full vision. Dante with the 3K. And the duelist, double duelist, one still being alive, really helping out here as crew can continue to run around the map, even losing one. Oh, just gets to the side of it.
That's some movements coming out there. A little bit of parkour. That said, you're looking at how this defensive round or defensive half has been going here for Loud. They really didn't have a chance yet to invest into even operators to fight into the long range. Now going back into an eco. A good read at least to start. 3 players on the C side, and Verdi finally scores first.
And at C, you're gonna need a new look. Refresh the site, refresh what you have in front of you, and it helps for this one on the Sheriff. What a bounce from Mazzino. Looks like it went by, but he did get that to ring off the platform.
I think, again, there was an undercut on top of that with the shock. Just one-shot here, Verdi. And now we're just waiting here. Kawazin went for an early fault line after that first pick, and they really didn't have any extra utility to help out if Verdi just wanted to start moving down here with the overdrive. So great stop and go for crew. Staying all the way back towards long, using util to re-clear. And now as they cut noise, you're forcing Loud to just second guess. They've already given up that C site, and now they walk back in, but second wave of util comes in for the scans.
Nice fault line. It's only going to stop him for so long, but the follow-up flash here at the right time. 40 seconds. This is going to be a lot of audio heard by Luke Show here. He can make the call for the team to go around, but does he play his life?
Missed the jump.
They call back.
30 seconds left.
Couldn't silently go into the window, so he's just given up that spawn and couldn't cut the rotate. Thankfully, the camera's still up there to watch grass, so probably still thinks that there's a push-up for that seaside.
Oh, the double headshot from Cowanzine, dropping 3 immediately as they enter the site. Melzer at 33 HP, and Robbie lurking just on the other side of the wall in a game of cat and mouse. Not going to be enough. Robbie gets the kill. What a switch up here from Loud to be able to bring around back in their favor from the Thrifty position.
Just comes down to duels in the end, and you have to be a little bit cleaner, scaling back into the sites, trying to clear your 50s. And the first one trying to find the information gets picked off and gives an opportunity for Cowanzine to just pop 2 out in the open, just like that. The collat 2.
Jeez.
And again, it's just thanks to that utility that was still out there for Luke Show. The camera towards grass, and then even the trip towards all the way long over on the A side.
Standing ahead.
They could stay as a group for Loud. They play the flood retake if needed be on the other end of the map, and thankfully, stacking towards C for the second half allows for them to convert this Thrifty. 2 big ults still available for KRU within this round. They've leveraged Dante the last time here with the Dimensional Drift to clear out and get the information for the team. A default setup for KRU just to figure out where the players could be playing at, and looks like Kested saw a few towards that front B side and an aftershock kill.
Mid.
That's a rare one.
Got the spike.
Yeah, Inch, I'm seeing if the shock dart was out from Robbie or something, but no, that was the full aftershock hitting. And they're Cypher util on A right now for Loud and playing completely outside of it. Had a big stack on B to start, and they're just saying allow KRU some space. Make sure the retake is even better because they have the breach. They have the Sova. Really good ways to get back in. Undercut goes through towards B again, and KRU are going to try their hand here, trying to hit the middle of the map as a little bit of an adventure by Shy. They expect it.
30 seconds left.
Plant try to TP out since you haven't played any smokes to cover the vision here on your plant for KRU. Counter, smoke, a tap on the spike, forcing the fight inside.
Shy won his fight. That's going to put a lot of pressure on with Dimensional Drift, revealing the rest of it. They know they can hang out outside.
I'm back.
Oh, Robbie BK behind Dante there. Cowanzine just walks out front of B as Melzer's watching Garage. They didn't have the crossfires. And now it's up to Shy on the wrong side of the site. 2 to go through here, and it's going to be too much as Robbie comes up with a final kill. So scattered from KRU from such a good position.
Miscoms coming out for a KRU on the post plant. It's supposed to be an issue on Loud side because we talked about language barriers, but with Dante going into the Dimensional Drift inside the B site, and where's the communication here from Shy that's just watching from the staircase, and they had kind of just left Robbie BK towards that A link the whole time. And while you're in the ult, you didn't even clear towards that side. You think it's free for you to come out of. And now you pay the price. He gets 2 kills out of that one, 3 in total to allow Loud to retake that round.
It's always good when your IGL's vibing like that. And that's going to force the KRU timeout now. They, even with a few rounds back and forth, KRU looked to be in control of the rounds, and yeah, Loud came back. Now, Loud's just saying, we see how you're playing. We can keep Birdie alive for a little bit longer because we're not going to do that A rush you now have locked in on us. And it is pretty hard for KRU to find that first blood now, and they're starting down.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I think coming out from that timeout from Loud, despite Verdi pushing up towards that A long and dying, I think later on, once they finally get their weapons right, they actually did give a little bit more space here for KRU to try to take, and you're forcing players to kind of like just face check because you're playing with Euro TPs or Kesnet with the double tap. So you're setting up at least this double initiator with the Verdi to go for trap plays, go for double stuns, swing out on top of that. They got lucky though to start in that previous round. It was an aftershock to get the first pick onto Mazzino to even drop that spike. But overall, you did definitely see a slower pace coming out from Loud. Not adding too much aggression into their defensive lines. This time, though, you'll see the default walking down towards the sewers to give space with the fault line, if needed be, to fight. And as they take that control and early rotate back towards that B side, and there's already 2 players at least to help out there.
Some pistol round strat, right? one of the earlies for sure here coming from KRU as they run right back through and find Loud trying to make the same rotations, quickly coming out of a garage, trying to retake that grass control. And KRU is very much ready, but now down to a 2v2 as the fight's been quite scattered. Shy with that Phantom could do good damage, but Dante goes for the drive-by and it does not work out as he gets clotheslined. And that's going to be another round for KRU. We could just have a tied first half here.
The two newcomers for Loud are the ones that are saving the round for Loud as well. Hunter's Fury had absolutely no value as Robbie PK was trying to get those pings out to support. And it was actually an opportunity there as KRU were leveraging the beams as kind of like a visual shield to mow them down with the stingers. But thankfully here again, Robbie PK and Verdi are able to save that round for Loud, and what looked like was a very dominant half for KRU. As you mentioned here, Riv, one round away of tying things up are Loud.
What a turnaround.
You see they're playing a lot more passively for Loud once again, so Verdi not overextending. Now you have to play the guessing game, which is fine. Everybody's converted into this B-side take again because KRU has been focusing a lot on this B-side. Now if they take C just like the pistol round, well, you have Rolling Thunder to work with for the retake, and they're immediately going for it.
Oh, that's not looking good. Right into Melzer. The shots are still coming through as Luke Show's gonna have the site. They absolutely shut down KRU and say there is no ground for you to stand on to bring it to a 6-6 first half.
What an answer back coming in from Loud. An important timeout on their end, on the defensive side rather. Just slow down the pace and play as a flood retake as a group. Trap plays working out in their favor too. Now KRU will have to switch sides to hopefully find some sort of solution against how Loud's been playing.
Never mind, it's not fake. It's not fake because we killed everybody, I guess. I didn't realize.
We got a lot more action from Loud versus KRU after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stay cool with the Splash X bundle. It's available in the shop right now.
Thank you, crowd. Oh, man. Okay, so we're going into the pistol round for that second half. I don't even know how to top that. That was actually quite awesome from everybody. Great job. But yeah, we're going to go into the second half now. KRU on the defensive side. You're definitely seeing at least more util, at least in terms of weapons on the side of KRU. They're going Sheriffs, Ghosts, and a Paranoia to help out here on any type of crunch they're trying to do. You're seeing it's potentially just this walk down towards B again. TP already being set up in the very beginning so that Dante could maybe walk down to look towards grass or the window.
They're trying to get a little bit of space in garage at least. It's going to help for this retake. They're smoked off for now, but they have the 2-2 on that split when they want to get back in. The Paranoia is going to be just to the left side. Loud will punish that slight mistake. A little jump, a little hop, a little skip. Okay, there we go. Barry's Cowanzine after the dance. And they rotate around. They say goodbye. That's a little too much chaos for us. Wait, they're going to half that rotation.
Dante's shooting blanks, but yeah, Lucio's going to get a free kill onto Mazzino. That's open sight for B, unless Shy is able to stop that. But unfortunately, a smoke comes through. Ooh, still runs in for the fight. Robbie's low on HP.
Oh, he sees him. Now he knows he can't go on the right side. Actually, that trip was broken, but the guess, there's going to be no guess. They know exactly where he is from those shots, and Shy taking matters into his own hands on pistol round.
Super Shy again. Definitely finding the timing. He just gambled to push outside of that smoke to fight in the pack of Gong. He was able to get that pick onto Lucho. You see the other two players are trying to move up towards that front B site, though. They were a little bit split up. Robbie didn't really have that real support for them to move into a clear B site to plant.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
And with no plant on the side of Loud, that won't allow for them to go for any type of second round stinger buy.
Ow.
Vernon is just getting unlucky at the beginning of all of these rounds.
What was that? That's unfortunate. Oh, he's still tempting fate on that one. But they're getting an idea of what's up. They know Kesmet's towards the left side of the map. And from, I don't know what they see, but they may find out soon that Kesmet and Dante are going to be playing close to each other quite often here. But it's all going to be towards A to start. And they still have 2 here from KRU.
Gotta leave Shy right now to break the drone, but I think the drone saw more than just one. And definitely now you're gonna see the rotate coming through. The TP already across from Dante to support. Gets 2.
So clean. Just baiting him in. Throws out the bait, reels in 2 on that, and now it's going to be a gate crash. You see going across, making sure that this isn't a fake. KRU is thinking of everything that can happen in these rounds right now, and they are collapsing down onto Loud to make sure they cannot get too many kills here on this low buy round.
Okay, definitely see the value of that Outlaw investing into that one. 2 immediate kills as he TPs across to help the team. And it almost looked like Loud had a pretty decent start in that eco that they had. You wasted so much util on the side of Kesdet on that B side just versus Verdi. Yet we still wanted to try to walk back towards the A side to go for the flood hit when you would have less util to hold here towards C. That said, at least they stayed up as a group. They tried to trade up as much as they could, but the Outlaw is just too much to deal with.
Cover going down.
Even going into this round, 2 players are stuck on small shields, so there's still great value that this Outlaw brings into round 15. And that's Dante already walking up and taking full control of the A site. That would allow here the rotate out from Azino to help towards the other extremity of the map.
Yeah. Results KRU is finding that Loud was kind of suffering towards that A side. We'll see how much KRU can punish that one. And they will get the rotates in, but can't staying safe for Dante at C.
And you just talked about rotates, and that's what I want to commend KRU for. Because as soon as you have Dante TP out, look at how Mazzino just already rotates back towards the A side so that the Outlaw could go towards C. So they're really moving around the map quite well.
Oh God. It keeps happening, and we're thinking it's the person flying through the air. But that's great teamwork is what you just saw. Luke Show is going to go ahead and try to get in there with this Cypher Gate and slip right out. They can't work together. Oh, Robbie's found. Actually gets tagged a bit there for some damage, but he'll regen back up. Dante's on the line, though.
30 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
Did damage too until Luke Show is 2 HP.
A little bit of a turn. And it's just too many, too fast for Luke. He can't get every angle there as KRU collapses in, and now 9-6 here as we come into the second round. It's back to a low buy for Loud.
Yeah, KRU just really understanding how they want to move around this map. As Dante breaks that trip towards long C, the paranoia already prevented the players from Loud of getting a plant into that B site, so he falls back to just watch the angle with the Outlaw down towards that ramp, and again, the Outlaw getting tremendous value in the previous round. Money's going to be flowing for this side of Dante. I mean, he just had to purchase for his teammates, but they're still looking quite good for this round here and a buy into the next as Loud are on an eco. 4 sheriffs.
Revealing area.
And you're just stalled. They got to play within their own smokes. The attacker smokes. Even a ping to try to get a shot out, so at least for the defensive side for KRU, they know there's at least 2 players out here over on the A side.
See if they can get the sheriffs to go to work. They see Melzer up top. Dante already pushed all the way down long C in the first few weeks. talking about how Kesnet was one who taught him, you know, how to take space a little bit better, be confident about taking that space. And here giving a lot of info to Crew at that C long position.
And he could heavily lean towards that A side, triple stack. Trips towards B and Garage to get information. You'll react after that for the side of Crew.
Not enough coverage on there. Kawazine goes down, but it does give space for Verdi, and this is what they need, is to just encroach a little bit more. There's an upgrade, and that's a big one for Verdi.
Playing back towards that gong. 2 players pushing out towards the Garage.
This Outlaw is getting so much return on investment. Verdi's going to be pressured now, but he still wants to look for the first shot as he's trying to get bumped around.
He slides out!
In the drift. Verdi's still alive, somehow being slippery enough. Finally goes down to Dante here as the trades are starting to go towards the spawn side. Robbie tries to shank Kesnet. That's not going to work here. And Pankata, the last one, a big shot! The Sheriff, the Pankata hit. Oh, we see it all the time, and he delivers once again.
What a round coming out from Loud. Just on Verdi's movement to avoid all of that util around Dante's Dimensional Drift. Slides out from the clone, and even Dante coming out of Dimensional Drift. And wastes enough time here for the players to close in to help out Loud in their eco to get these picks.
They're trying to bump into him there, too. He was trying to give him a hard time.
Block him in that area. The triple swing was going to happen to spray back towards that gong. He still gets a kill on top of that. That's amazing coming out from the newcomer on the side of Loud again.
Yeah.
Finding his moments despite all these first deaths that he's experiencing in this series. And now Loud closes the gap by 2. Triple walk down, though, this time from Crew that hasn't really been observed this time around. I mean, a camera's going to help. There you go.
Camera taken out.
So now you react back for Loud. That's maybe the tempo up towards that A site.
Oh, what timing. Beautiful direction on that undercut. Verdi protects his teammate, goes down for the purpose, and now it's going to be Dante with a 3K. Absolutely lighting up the second half of Haven.
It looks like Crew really wanted to first swing out Verdi. I like the play because everybody else kind of just got hit by Paranoia trying to escape by flashes too. Gets the pick, but then everybody else from Loud is just swinging one by one to try to trade right after, and there was just so many players from Crew. You saw the amount of util that was being thrown from the A connector, yet Loud still wanted to funnel right into the mousetrap. Now Kawadzine, we talked about heroic plays that he needed to do. Oh no, that's a freebie.
Oh. Left ear, right ear, but not between them. And that's another one going to Crew. Still getting the cheer. You don't get those cheers on Sky as much. You just don't. You just don't. Good to see back on Duelist.
It's the second map. Although Keza did say that he's going to try and play some new agents, so hopefully we won't see it. But maybe he'll prove us wrong if nothing changes there on the side of Crew on that second map. But before we focus on that second map, this is still a very close first map here on how Loud is currently working this map. Timeout being called. I mean, they only found one round of success in their attack side so far. Despite the great movements coming out here in the site takes that Verdi did on that B site that allowed for them to get that round. But outside of that, there's a lot of good stalls coming out from Crew. Every time you're trying to go for a mid-round push, the first wave of attack, the counter comes through with so much utility for the side of Crew. I think it will be a great observation from the side of Loud that they are doing this a lot for Crew, and Kesnet is definitely using a lot of that early util when he spots players right into his crosshair. So you could default a little bit more, waste out that early wave of utility from Crew, and then they have a lot less to work with on the retake, or even for the second flood that you want to try to do here on your hit.
I love the fact that we can see the scores and whatnot here. We have Dante and whatnot up top, but this is an everyone participating kind of game. Frags across the board here. Yep. It's taking each individual to play their part on this game. And Dante is definitely putting up good numbers there. You cannot deny it. Ooh, okay. Kesnet gets taken down real fast here. Melzer will trade his teammate as this is one of the quickest rounds we have to get the action started here at Long A and down at Sewers.
Thought Verdi was going to try to go around the world, but that overdrive is now cooled down. You're giving the site over here for the side of Crew, but now everybody's pinched and forced to play inside the site for Loud.
Wait, they haven't turned around yet. They aren't thinking of the timing just yet. No, they're still looking towards sewers. Nobody went that way. And it's a costly one. Kesnet, Mazzino are gonna come up with some kills there that are really, really big, or Dante rather. And that is the finisher. It didn't even look like it gave them too much trouble. They route around their opponents, and Crew pull another one into their favor.
And Loud just went for the 1 gear themselves to try to get a plant towards this A site. When they did have a lower buy, try to leverage the overdrive, hoping to find some kills, but both teams kind of flipped the map twice over on the A side, playing right around the Rosie in sewers. And it's Crew that comes out on top. But again, that timeout wasn't really for this round here for Loud. The timeout is for this round right here. Trailing behind by 4 as Crew needs 2 more rounds to close out this first map. You're seeing at least how we start, still trying to do that same type of conditioning for Loud at the beginning. A little bit of util on that side of the A site, the wall to come up through, and already the undercut came through from Kesnet. So again, we talk about the early burn of util. Melzer still has his paranoia, but Loud are still just trading out the util that they have.
Yeah. How many more rounds can they get? This is Loud's pick of Haven, and Crew absolutely bouncing back on the defensive side of all things. We know both of these teams to be great with their aggression, but this is the turn here, and Crew is looking really nice.
Zeno's probably going to start falling back as well. He has Hunter's Fury to work with, so we talked about how Lau was good at moving around here on the defensive side. This time for Crew, actually they're stacking up, taking full control of sewers instead, so that Dante could fight from heaven.
Luke Show could do it. Just 2 is a number he can easily get. It's just above. What a duck from Mazzino. The site's already getting struck down. Is Loud. There looks like their shoes are tied on this one as Crew comes up with the fast kills entering the site almost immediately.
And they'll find out where Lucio's at 50 HP. All 3 of them just hunting down the last kill, and you definitely want to give this over to Kesnet, getting closer to the kill contract.
And it's just 1, 2, 3 right there at the front of the site. Like the moment they enter into the site, they are getting hit from every angle. How is Crew so ready?
The thing is, though, that second wave that you're trying to do with the Rolling Thunder, it completely missed the 2 players inside the sewers. So as you think you can fast tempo up towards that A site, there's not a early push coming out from sewers to get the information of how many players actually went down towards that spot. So Melzer, it's easy for him to turn around, look on top of that spot. Because he could just turn around and just get all these picks. And Lau were just not ready for that. There's mistakes that we talked about here going into this game. How to convert from the amount of first kills you get here for Lau, but now it's just everything's falling apart. Just on sheer macro around the map here for Loud.
The timing is not in favor of Loud right now. Trying to trade over towards Long. Verdi opens up some space for the team, but this is to move for more kills. The spike is still down, and they have to sort the map. A very big backstab on Pancata, who thought he had the line.
Yeah, 2 players still watching towards that spawn, and somehow Kesnet slipped the net and made it inside the window for the backstab. And here goes a double backstab from Super Shy.
And they know exactly where Verdi is, since the site has not been cleared up by Melzer. And there's the shot from Kesnet. Who else to get the final one for the team and get that final round to take the win on Haven?
Definitely looking good here on the first map for Crew. Again, they did such an excellent job shutting down this composition that Lau was trying to do with this Neon in the comp. And it's just telegraph at this point. Having a Neon in a breach, it's the breach Neon meta. You're trying to stun, move your speed to get the space. And you found perfect timings every single time where, unfortunately, Kawanzin's util just always missed that mark by a sliver that allowed Crew rather to really take and overtake this first map.
Great job all around from KRU, finding the pistols and whatnot from Shy, finding the game in the mid rounds from Dante. What more can they do as they head to their map of Bind? We're stepping away and we'll be right back after this.
Gun here. Sorry. I'm on my way.
Hello.
Indo, pancada, não podia tomar essa kill. E agora, Cauãzinho, é você. É no X1. Boa. Vai, Cauã!
Para esa zona de CT, no han plantado el spike aún. Viene Dante. ¡Oh! ¡Dante! ¡Deus!
You're the coach of KRU, Adam. Now we are going to your map pick of Bind next. We saw Loud on their very first time on the stage in Stage 2 on Bind. What did you see from them and why did you pick it to play against them?
Well, we picked it because they picked Haven. We were going to pick it, but they picked our map, and we prepared something special on Bind for this game, so I think it's going to be a memorable game.
When you say special, can we be specific?
Well, maybe casting it on a different role, or maybe on a different agent. It depends on how you see it.
All right, well, best of luck.
Welcome back. That was a big win to start this series for KRU of Visa and begin their bounce back from what had been a very rough week two. But I don't think it was a win that, well, the score may have looked dominant, ended the way we thought. Because, guys, that was a chaotic game. That was a bit of a muddy game. And it's glue, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that was muddy Valorant at its muddiest. 10 muddy men just wrestling around in the mud.
You said it.
But that was fun, I'll tell you that. It was a very fun game to watch. You
But break
cannot
that down
take
for
that
me.
away from the teams.
Why did you guys think it was like so chaotic? What were we seeing that
It
is
was
giving it that
1v1
vibe?
City. It was some of the same issues, or one of the primary issues Loud were having last week on Haven when they picked it, which was just succumbing to the urge for 1v1s. It was happening again. There were 1v1s all over the place.
Yeah, and it felt like whatever game plans they had in place were kind of like, as soon as there was a wrench thrown in it, they didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to move forward and change their mid-rounding positions in order to favor them. And this round made me laugh for about 3 rounds straight because Kawa just stuck in that trip trying to get out of it. But yeah,
and then look at this.
just
This
a
is
lot of
Shy winning a
1v1s,
1v3.
Literally, Shy won that by doing 1v3, just 3 1v1s by himself on this site, and it just kept going throughout the rest of the match.
Yeah, it was scrappy, it was brawly, and ultimately, Dante was the star of the map. A lot of the brawls were won because of him. He puts up like 24 kills, his best performance so far this stage.
Sure. I've got a narrative for you guys. Tell me what you think about this one.
I'm listening.
This is the style that will win this game for KRU easily, because they are a team that excels in scrappy brawls. They always have. With 2 strong players on double duelists, it's a great comp for it, and they're playing against a team who is getting used to a new language, might be having some communication issues behind the scenes, and forcing them into that style plays to KRU's advantage.
Yeah, I think that the one thing that KRU did really well is, even though it was scrappy, they still had a solid game plan with each other. Like we saw, they knew that Loud was gonna play super quick, so they ended up using the drone to just see where Verdi was going and just Sova ulting right off the bat. Literally 5 seconds after the barrier went down, that Hunter's Fury was used and a kill was given to KRU. So I feel like a lot of the KRU actions kind of played well, that they had really good playstyle understanding and adaptation when it came to Loud, but the scrappiness, I mean, I think they played into it.
I agree, and ultimately when Loud go on attack as well, KRU were reading them with ease. They were always stacking the right side, brawling them at the chokes with the double duelists and cooking them.
Yeah, it felt like they always had the info, they had the right reads, and they just like ran away with it. Granted, they did it with 1v1s, but it still worked.
I mean, despite the changes to the team, it did look like kind of a gap in experience in those very chaotic situations that KRU very much took advantage of. That puts Loud now in a tough position. Let's check in with them ahead of map number 2.
You're the coach from Loud leader. Now we're moving into KRU's map pick of Bind. We've seen you on Bind. You lost it 10-13 to Leviathan. What have you changed from then till now, if anything?
We watch the match and we see our city size was not balanced rotation-wise, and the way we see the map. We go through the map basics and then theory all the time until now, and I think we're pretty ready for the map. We just need to show our game plan and understand the basics and then be together, and it's going to be a good match, I believe.
Well, best of luck.
Sorry, the Duck said he was going to make the point coming out of that one, didn't end up doing it, so wasn't awkward. There we go. Finally, you're going to talk. Let's talk about these map number 3 that we're heading into. We saw KRU pull out the double duelist on that last map. Thus far in stage 2, they are 3-0 when they play double duelists. They are 0-3 when they play these single duelist comps. And Wyatt, I think the Bind last time they played was the most egregious example of that.
Yeah, they were trying to replicate success from earlier in the year. I don't want to see that. I want to see the 100 Thieves comp. Give me that Yoru and give me Kesnet on Raze. I want to see it now.
A chance for something new for KRU Visa if they want to end this 2-0, or an opportunity for Loud to bring it back as we step away for a moment and get ready for Bind. Thank you.
We are back here at VALORANT Americas, and it is now time to see what Loud can do on Bind. They were not able to grab their map of Haven, but Bind comes through now as KRU's pick, and they have another chance to keep this series going. But are they ready for this look from KRU that Adam was talking about? What is this look?
Yeah, definitely. If we're going to wait and see, looks like it was as expected. Putting Raze, or Kesnet back on Raze, is actually a great idea. And also going for the double duelist look, as Mimi has mentioned in the rest of the desk, that they've been finding a lot of success going into this double duelist role. The thing is for Loud as well, when the coach was talking about these defensive sides where they weren't able to rotate as quickly and whatnot too, you have to look at their composition as well. Nothing changes on that side, and it's very difficult for you to rotate as quickly as you want to or try to do as good traps because you're playing a Raze, you're playing solo duelists. Thankfully, you have the portals to help you out. But there's not really anything that goes into synergy for you to try to go for these real trap plays. So you kind of have to be good on stalls. You kind of have to be good on the rotates and the reads of where the opponents could be coming from.
Shy having a great pistol round. Just about both of those halves of the side of Haven. Let's see if he can keep his prowess up with the Ghost coming into this. We have just a few more seconds as the teams ready themselves. Seeing Kesnet back on the Raze, though, I'm sure he's got to be comfortable. He looked more comfortable entering the sites as well on the last map instead of being one who needed to stay behind and just throw out some flashes. Here we are. Let's get into it. We are on Bind with Loud versus KRU.
You're also stepping away here from using a Sky. Mazzino's the one playing on a Fade, so think about those delays, those executions, those trap plays that they could do themselves. So they're pulling out a little bit of a look from 100 Thieves. Already taking map control towards this A side.
Creeping in. Loud realizes it. They say give KRU as much space as possible. We set a trap at the back half of the site. And it's making it tough for KRU. You really don't want to do too much until you know that that portion of the site is clear, so they have to push forward. They have to push into Loud, and it is not working out for KRU. Loud grabbed the pistol round.
Great start coming out here from the side of KRU, and you kind of needed Dante to be with the rest of the group if you actually even had any flashes to work with, if they're going to try to overextend behind a triple box and try to fight the way that they wanted to right here. Because look, Kesnet moves in alone. There's a little bit of damage done. That's just unlucky on the side here of KRU that they couldn't capitalize on the immediate trade. But Loud had so many players in the back of that site where they could instantly trade if they want to. So that they did, and they're able to complete their pistol round, and KRU has to go into the min-max trying to go for orb control. Lots of util being thrown here towards the side of Showers. Small delays coming out from How and Zine. But they'll forfeit that spot here to allow Mazzino to pick up the orb.
Trading places, back in, out. Just making sure they get into line here, waiting for the movement up from Shy to get a position or hear something, but they cut audio, Loud, or KRU does, before they make this hit. Still Loud in a great position. I don't think they're going to move until they really see the hit.
For them too, they could just play the same thing. They don't have the Mosh anymore here to deny plant, but at least they have snake bites. They still have the paint shells in the back of that A side, so keep running that clock down. You see as well the forward position from Robbie BK all the way out towards that bottom of that long B. So if there's going to be a late TP coming in towards that B side, he has the full backstab.
Ooh, they hatched that nade inside Showers. It was right underneath them. And yeah, jumping out's not going to be a great choice. Loud reading this play almost perfectly. And Kesnet's going to have to throw everything in the kitchen sink to get into sight and get that spike back.
It's down out in the open. The more time you waste here, I mean, there's 15 seconds left, and there you go. Not doable. Pencata with the last 2 picks. And you talk about like this timing. How the hell did they know to throw those nades inside of Showers? Again, it's that forward positioning and push coming down from Robbie BK. He takes full controlling information down towards Long B. He already made it towards Sands and met 0 opposition. So at that point, you were expecting a 30, 45 second hit on a split towards that A site. So Verdi just goes for the nade behind the Viper wall too. I mean, what could you do there?
Jeez.
Just meet your demise. So great read, adaptation as well coming in from the side of Loud on that defense. And that's potentially the protocols that Loud was talking about going into this map, being a little bit more cleaner on the reads that you have in your defensive side. That's 4 players reading into this push.
Protection's there. They can still retaliate. I think they expect Robbie to be pushing out, and he actually does straight down to help. flashing to make sure nobody was quickly peeking out of hookah so they can retake with Cowanzine here. And they have that refresh with Dizzy too. So those flashes can be used to take a little bit of space back and make sure they can get back to a defensive position here.
Stay as a group. Robbie cannot get healed up, so they want to make sure they can play trades.
Oh.
Fully smoked.
They hear that movement away for a moment as well. And that smoke really cleans up the site take for KRU here. Beautifully done to deny a bit. Wingman's gonna let him know, yep, they are correct about the site being taken, and this is a full rotation. Do they know Robbie BK is gonna have this timing? It looks like Melzer is ready.
He's going to join up with the rest of the team inside the site now.
Right, he peeled off of that. Now they go towards elbow, taking a very aggressive position.
Big damage onto Dante, sorry, as that Dizzy's still available for them to flood retake.
Pushing forward to take down Luke Show. Wouldn't be too much on the retake, but still a helpful hand, and they're not even gonna have a chance. The wraparound from KRU is enough to decimate the rest of the members of Loud, and they grab their first round.
And when they've already met the two players out towards that long B side, because Cowanzine, I think, was the one that got that pick with that Bulldog, so you did know and identify that Cowanzine and Robbie BK were still somewhere inside hookah, working together inside the window to push back at least for something for the retake. So the decision to have those two players push back towards that spawn. Dante with a flash, double swing.
Yeah.
Rotate over from Lucio, gets fully blinded. He couldn't really help out or get anything done to try to win a duel down towards that spawn side. So KRU flips the map on the post plant. They're able to convert. Here's a rifle round. Loud did do some decent damage though. Look at the money left for KRU.
Yeah.
They lose this round here. It's not much to work with in the next. Talk about how good Loud's been, at least in these rounds, but they have even footing. Rifles to rifles. They have a chance now to close out another round on defense. Big delays through.
Get out of here.
Man, and Loud using all this info, right? You got Boombot going out of showers, which can also be Dizzy or Wingman, Trailblazer, Sky. They are trying to figure out where KRU is early and able to get that first blood, but in How Vans, it's about the conversion if they can get that.
He will.
Okay, Robbie BK trades, but it's a one and done. The team is there to help to anchor though. Great molly for denial of plant right away. 40 seconds left on the round, so there's quite a bit here.
Forward spike.
Straight push forward. They thought there was going to be a big lurk again. That's where Loud was coming from last time. They had fewer in spawn, a lot on the lurk, but it was a bit of a switch up.
Yeah, interesting call here from the side here of the attack side of KRU. It worked out when they had the spike plant at least, and you already had information where their players were at. But I think that's why, with that push, with that kill that Verdi had so aggressively down towards carpet at short A.
Come on, we know they're peeking. We know they're peeking. Keep peeking, buddy.
He probably knew here that Dante was going to keep flanking towards that back. Sorry, Verdi's going to keep flanking towards the back. He who keeps holding strong towards the short side. Boombot to get information. Showstopper at the ready if needed on both sides.
Going for it. Pancata denying a little bit with smokes, but it's going to be the kill for Kesnet, and it is actually huge to give them more space to stop the denial that would come in from the molly and the rest of what Pancata has. But again, they only have half of the site. This horizontal cut needs to be dealt with. And there's a shot from Kesnet. There's a shot from Melzer that bring him right back into this one with just two left from Loud.
Already did some damage there. Avoids the paint shells as well. Showstopper again, still available on the defensive side. Kesnet used his towards U-Haul.
Trying to draw a fight. Saying, peek me, where could you be? And they're going to use the Nightfall in this as well. Just to bring some assurance to the round. The last kill from Shy there with the Stinger. They get the upgrade, and KRU look to even it up if they can grab one more.
That's great util cut out from KRU. You saw Kesnet satchel the same pathing as Asuna does on top of APC, but commits it to a forward push because the snakebite actually went to cover the back of the site. Kill some people while you're vulnerable. Easy kill there onto Pancata. I mean, easy. He makes it at 14 HP and 8 HP left, still gets a kill on Robbie BK. That was the big opener here that allowed KRU to get the round. Although there was such a nice double flash that came through on the defensive side from Loud, yet you got some blind kills, luck coming on the side of KRU that allows for them to convert the low buy. And that puts Loud onto an eco.
Yeah, they're just playing which site to lean at right now. Where can they put the most bodies? You see them in spawn, back and forth, deciding where they can just dump some util and see if they can strip some of these guns from KRU, make them spend a little bit more. We're only 6 rounds in, so you could definitely start to do the damage now and see the result later. They have to start now.
The dog finished inside the smoke, and they're like, oh, there's nobody. Let's just rotate back towards the A side. Although it's a good read, the over-rotate on the side of Loud has the perfect number of players inside the A side to fight with these Sheriffs and Stingers.
Oh, they cook lamps. It should be everybody safe getting out. But the hand of Loud being forced does push him out of the woodwork for the first frag there in favor of KRU. Oh, Melzer dancing, jazz hands. The team has to come forward to protect, and it's not going to be enough. Cowanzine too. That's Verdi with the ultimate, and they push forward. Wait a minute, Dante missing a few there, and Cowanzine's able to calibrate. Another shot of 4K.
Cowanzine coming in as this Gecko. Another round where you get first blood or good value into your fights, into the stack, and the ults pay dividends on your side. KRU on the previous round with a showstopper from Kezit. This time, the Thrash on top of a showstopper from the side of Verdi. Doesn't allow KRU to really cross that line of scrimmage from that Viper wall in the first place. And yeah, he's like, hey, I could do it. I still got it. I still got it.
2 collats? What is that, a Raxus Sheriff or something today? Might have to switch my skin. That's crazy. That's going to prompt a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a big swing round coming out from KRU. A timeout where, before we even get inside the server, there's 3 of them that already went for an instant purchase, while 2 of them are still broke. That's Dante and Melzer that don't have too much to work with, although they have 2 big ults. So maybe they still want to do some sort of investment there, or go for this type of like lower buy and leveraging the dimensional drift for information. This is probably a good call on the side of Adam. It also stops the momentum that Loud just picked up by that 4K from Cowanzine. Realizing that every time KRU is trying to be explosive and trying to get into this A site, there's just so many players in the back by triples, and their crossfires. They found good success from the snake bites in the back of the APC for Kezit to open things up.
Yeah.
But when you are actually set up as well with more players for crossfires for Loud, they're doing a great job holding out the defensive side of the A site.
Using the info really well that they have. I mean, they have a plethora of it.
Yeah, and look at it. So after this timeout, you will invest everything that you can going into this round. So Dimensional Drift to find info. Stinger is the lowest weapon you have from Melzer. Rifles for the rest. Good util. Jenner push though!
Pancata and Verdi, everybody on Loud ready for that fight towards long. And they push in strong, but Melzer has just booked it through Hookah to get himself into the fight now, and he's going to go all the way through to the other side.
Turn around, look, show. You heard the TP.
He's wondering.
He heard the TP.
He's making sure. He's making sure. No, yeah, he should be running over towards that side.
Yeah, Brimstone threw his boots in there or something to sell a fake? No.
Is a molly there? No, it is not. So he has to stay in position to figure out where Luke Show is going to be coming from. And Luke Show does not shy away from these moments. We've been praising how well he's able to play in it, and there it is again. The rookie comes up with another 1v1 for the team.
24 HP remaining on top of that, and veterancy from Melzer. Again, getting that plant and just trying to find the best position as possible. The big pathing that he used just to try to get back into an open space towards that spawn was, unfortunately, probably not the best pathing you wanted to take. Hesitating on where Luke Show could be coming from.
Okay. Little handshakes. They're ready. Coordination is on for Loud right now, and Luke Show in that 1v1. Verdi brings out the raise up.
And that's why I was saying that this was an important round for KRU in that previous round. Investing into Dimensional Drift, 0 value. Now you have to go into a Stinger buy. A pit already crossing out one of the lanes of Bind. Flash gets full contact here. That's going to keep Loud at the ready. And they have Orbital Strike on the defense.
Yeah, they put the pit down over towards A. And they say, yeah, if you just want to watch showers, we're good. 3 stand ready in the site. Continually denying with smoke, having the ability to clear one after the other with this util and just stall out KRU.
Launching smoke.
Good news for the side of Loud is that they don't have any type of util, again, that we were talking about to get a seize or anything to trap players and get value off the orbital strike. So now you pull out 4 TPs across and even a decoy to go through the fake 5 players. So the insert's going to be on Dante, but he's only got a stinger to work with. He hasn't even gone in.
Around the world.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Because now you're looking at, what, 10 seconds, 12 seconds for everybody to group up, fully hit towards this B site. Orbital strike's going to delay things, even if you try to pit rather inside your hit of the B site.
Well, they have a bit of the site to themselves. No, Cowanzine starts to enter back in. That's going to be Robbie taking back elbow control here, so they will be ready. This wasn't something Dante had already prepped for the team. They were waiting for everyone to get in, and this is the slowdown now. A breath to be taken, but only 10 more seconds. Spams come through, Seekers go out. Everybody's about to unload. The full arsenal coming through here, and it looks like KRU is not getting the time that they need to set up. The spike does go down, but they're just stuck in the pit now.
This is so winnable now for KRU. We use those ults a little bit too early. Thankfully, there's still a flash available, but Robbie still falls.
Okay. I thought if they took down Dante, they have the site to walk into, but it's not the case. Dante cleans it up. Guardian shots from that long B area, and Loud is left wondering.
Exactly. You're looking at how the position is for Loud. I just literally talked about the time remaining. The orbital strike at this spot right here, it doesn't give any help for Robbie BK towards the elbow to try to go for the crossfire setup for the ones flooding out from the window. And those flooding out from Hookah got the opener for the site, allowing that pit to go down. And then you have no ults left for the retake to counter inside the pit. That's a fumble.
KRU running away with the rounds to get themselves back to a tied game. We saw what happened on that first map. Straight into the site goes Kesnet. They're going to lose a few to Cowanzine's. Bucky, though, as the rocket misses. Still cleaned up by Kesnet. They're going to take the site and get the plant.
That's how you can find some redemption on the side of Loud. 2 kills with the Bucky. Player advantage on the side of Loud. Still a bit of util to work with.
Just peeking. Dante able to clean these ones up as they're going to get the last few kills. It doesn't look like Loud should be able to get in. As we question that, no, the final one that they really need. Oh my gosh, Vance, no, it can't, okay. Dante, a 4K, but still, that should have then been Loud's. KRU had no right losing that, but then Loud should have won it, and KRU still takes it. This is a teeter-totter of a game, back and forth in these rounds. You don't know who's going to take it.
Now you're starting to see the value of what Dante brings here for the side of KRU.
Yeah.
Why he was picked up into this roster and why they had to go for that change into Stage 2, trying to qualify back into Champions. But in big numbers on our first map, and now multi-kills after multi-kills for KRU.
Who's next?
Rookies right now going onto this map, they're insane.
It's true. Dante, the first one in. Kesnet ulted in last time, now Dante ults in, but it's a ruse. He sells the fake to the right side, gets back to the team with the drone still drawing attention to the members of Loud and B, and they're calling for A. Luke Show able to start off with a beautiful high shot onto Kesnet, and this is going towards A now. Do they teleport? It looks like they're actually leaning towards that left side and see if they might want a mid-round change again.
Looks like Robbie just went for a flash without really having players swing out of that. Now Pancata solo inside Hookah.
Fancilly. Not like this. What are these rounds? Pancata gets 2 here on the switch.
Wait, you forgot the spike.
1v3, and it's going to be Birdie to get that one.
What we're going to do is Stimmy leave the spike behind. We talked about a muddy game on the desk here in that previous round, and now it's definitely starting to get really muddy here in the final rounds of the first half. But hey, we'll take it. I was expecting this type of matchup anyways between these two teams. And a double swing actually was quite clean from Loud towards the end. Not letting themselves get flushed on that round that they could have swinged in their favor earlier on with those 2 ults available on that B side. They're able to maintain their lead against KRU so far. KRU's looking for the reset. Another one of those scenarios where the lowest weapon that you have is a stinger, round rifles, and you have 2 big ults to work with. You'd be surprised here from the attack side with the lean that you currently have from both Mazzino and Melzer towards this A side that you go for that C's orbital strike maybe for your late hits, but it'll have to start with those two players on this B side to see what they could find.
Shower area has been an agreement to if you fight, we fight. We see another peek out by Loud. This is huge though. Kesnet creeping in. The crossfire, it's going to be a shoulder. Gets angled there by Robbie BK, and now this push in. Verdi sees one, and they should have a good read. This is just a default by Loud.
It's a triple walk down from Loud. Didn't want to play that player advantage 2. Wanted to just commit into gaining that space. There's still an insert at the top of long B, though, on the side of Shy.
Launching smoke. Molly.
So we're setting up here for a haunt to be thrown. Gets shot off right away. Verdi with an early showstopper, too, so the push down the market.
Spike down A.
Okay, Dante cleans it up. These plays that we're seeing, hold thought for a moment as Luke shows just going to play hide and seek here with Dante real fast, find the spike.
Pulling our knives out here and run around the map.
Those are both great examples of what's happening to both teams. Is everybody's so sure they've confused the hell out of their opponent that they have some free space, but really they're unsure of that space, still running into it with knives out without the utility they would usually be textbook using to take a space, and it is just everyone walking into the clothesline.
But the Kesnet literally walked into the hookah. Was crossfire set up. So he has information that there's two players there.
Exactly.
When Shy walks into the B site and says, okay, I have B site under control, there's still players in hookah. You got to get ready for potentially a push on that side. This is so free for Robbie.
Jeez.
And that's where it gets difficult too, going back to the basics of this map, the fundies, where you know the change and the shift of what you're trying to pull in your compositions, not having a sentinel in your composition anymore. You have to be aware of these type of pushes on gaps that you throw on your default positioning on the attack.
Oh, Robbie. This is a very forgotten position, and he's hiding behind his own smoke, or the smoke, I should say, as Robbie cleans up 3. Oh no, he almost got the knife. That's the second time he's tried. How are these situations even happening so often?
Oh man, what am I watching?
By the way, that's first half, 8-4. That's going to be the first half, right there.
And this is not uncommon, though. I think the position you play around that smoke has to be looked out for. There's been players doing that before, too. We've seen this in international events as well. Yet Robbie, 3 kills once again. This guy is so sneaky for the side of Loud. Good IGL calling, good reads. They talked about it on the defensive side of how they could understand that, and they definitely did here on the side of Loud before buying to kick things off.
My God, he is loving this right now, and Loud probably very happy they're up 8-4 here. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back for the results of this second map. Knives out as we charge into the second half of Bind. It is going to be Loud on attack, KRU on defense. As we see what they can start to put up here. We did. The KRU team and KRU got that change into Kesnet, what they asked for, but they're still not getting the results as Loud seems to have that momentum in the read so far.
KRU disrespecting the Viper smoke. Triple walk down. Luke Show again. This time Dante's not able to find that quick opener. And the carry here that he's been for the side of KRU at the beginning. Silver lining is that they're able to pick up the orb, and that's going to be in the hands of Kesnet as they forfeit back into the B site and forced to play a 3-1, leaving really Mazzino alone. KRU, on the other hand, though, went for full ghosts. So they could trade out exactly like that.
They still want hookah control. Luke Show's trying to push up towards that other side. They give themselves a little bit of coverage as Dizzy hits. They can get a good entry onto the site, but they are slowed slightly. Shots not hitting for KRU as Pancada is able to find his mark. This is going to be a pretty easy plant with Mazzino just finding his way into the battle.
Despite that, you're planting safe inside the tin. The crossfire setup's there. Nothing here Mazzino could do, and I was actually intrigued in terms of how we leveraged the util on the side of Loud. For Robbie BK, he went for the full Sky utility. So he has double flash, the dog, used all of that to really try to fight out for showers control, but all of that to sell that fake. And I think just by doing that in itself, that allowed here, or forced thinking that KRU had the timing to push down towards B. Lucio just watches the angle, gets that pick. And they still have a Dizzy to work with to re-hit the B side, so they still have some sort of a flash for them to entry. So nice little look in the piss round for Loud.
Did I get one? Did I get one? We're still running across.
3 guys shooting with the Bulldog, and it's just what? The sheriff that goes through to get the pick.
Yeah. 2 defenders down now for KRU. They wall up and TP back over just to continue that defense in the same spot here and at least force Loud away from this position. Shy creeps up into the spam range and goes down as well.
Yeah, I thought it was just wall up and TP so we could just go into the next round, but we're just waiting for the inevitable now. 2 players walking up. Maybe they can do some damage here as Mazzino's trying to close that gap for short, but now that the rest of the group has met up here for the side of Loud, an easy 2 picks, a flawless on that round. And Loud's been looking pretty strong here. So at this rate, it looks like we're going to be trading maps between these 2 teams.
Like, I bet you Summer's still there.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, bro. Just shoot him back, bro. Just shoot this back, bro.
Robbie's a vibe. Robbie's definitely a vibe.
He's making different noises every play, yelling out. He's also got a sick mouse 360 flip he does. It's crazy. All right, into the site. Right to the default plant spot, but Mazzino's ready. They're actually expecting KRU to not be here for this, and maybe towards the other sides, maybe since shower control was so much, but no, KRU has the whole family there.
And Verdi satcheling in, and felt like there wasn't enough util to really allow for him to get value out of the gap or the space that he's taking on these satchels. Out in the open here, and there's no flash coming from the back. And everybody's just swinging one by one right after that, unfortunately. So if anything, it's a util on that side from KRU as well. The poison orb forces players to get decayed as they go through that orb. That's a solid hold that we just witnessed here from the side of KRU on the defense. A bonus round that had 0 value on the side of Loud, but thankfully they still have a full gun round to work with. A little bit of denial, attempted on the side of Loud. It works out. The TP goes back from Dante, and that orb is still up for grabs. Looks like Kesnet doesn't really want to re-swing out to pick up that orb, so successful mission to start things off for Loud side.
Dante very low, still going for an attempt here. You gotta love that confidence.
He TPs away, and that's 2 players left towards the A site. The call from Robbie PK now is gonna be for Loud to hit and split towards A.
Yeah. Looking for plant denial right away. That should be able to take down Wingman. Oh, no, he hits it. Not actually going to hit. Can't find out where the next person is. They're all hiding lamps. Mazzino does, though. Luke Show's going to answer onto 2 fast kills as they come through, and Loud continue to control the site. The crossfires are set up now. This looks almost impossible for Crew.
What a big round there for Luke Show. McKenzie trying to save the round, salvage Luke Show. Another ace in the making.
Guy by power ace coming in from Luke Show. Unlocking another ace for the community. Beautifully done there with each one. A PC getting given out for the first one of the week, I believe. And then after that, you're getting the Riot gift card as well as the iBuyPower reward. So make sure you're following on socials. Hashtag unlock your ace, because Luke Show, he's going to be trying to give out more PCs this season.
The fact that he actually ate a lot of the damage from the paint shells inside U-Haul, was confident that he wasn't going to get taken down. He's going to lose a lot of HP in that process, but still stands his ground in that spot and gets 2 kills. And that starts snowballing into that ace that we just witnessed.
Need to call a timeout on that, though.
Yeah,
Stop the pressure. The heat coming from Loud right now into the second half has been so strong. And they've really just cleaned up a bit of what they've been doing, getting the protocol onto their side. Because both teams have had a scrappy match right now. So even just that little bit of fix in the way you're moving around is going to put you on top.
Also, you're trailing behind by 6 rounds for the side of Crew.
Yeah.
Need to muster up something here, because you'll soon see we're going and gambling into the bye. Don't want to force this into the overtime, and Melzer will only have a Bucky to work with, as you can see actually at the bottom of your screen. So that said, a couple of them are still pretty close to the ult, and that's the value here, and how it was good for Loud to contest against the orb control that Kesset was trying to take towards top B. Because even if he gets an orb now, he's not going to be able to get the showstopper. But at least Mazzino's there to try to get the Nightfall out. So coming out of this timeout, Loud still wants to take full pressure and fight back against the orb control on both sides. Look at Verdi playing solo over towards the A site with the Boombot. Takes control of that side. On the other end, flash through the smoke, controlled along B side. And now there's no orb control on the side of Crew. What a huge play to kick things off for Loud.
Playing nicely on the extremities to cover everything. No ground being gained just yet by Verdi, but they're still going to support to continue to take showers. They say, Cowan Z, we can get you Thrash here. And this is going to be a full site clear by the Thrash. Probably pull back as well for a second use once the spike is planted. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Crew hitting some shots through the smoke now. This is what Loud was getting the benefit of before, and it slows down Loud this time around. Okay, okay, whatever.
Return the favor. And now this is a real insert that you currently have here from Luke Show. Already made his way outside of hookah, although elbow is not really cleared yet, so he's not overextending into the spawn. And look, Loud are actually keeping their guns out. This is great. They're rotated back on that side.
30 seconds left.
They don't have really a Dizzy to try to clear out spots, but at least they stay and hold their ground. And since all this time Luke Show hasn't really been contested yet, it should be an idea that the site's clear and for them to be able to plant for this round 17.
Oh. Trails inside the pit now. Prowler's going to be hungry. It's going to want to find something, but Cowanzine steps out to make sure he has an open line on Mazzino there. Shy still using a bit of this. And now the trails fade, and he has no idea where they could be.
Trying to dance around the pit too, but it's being watched here towards the edge. That tick. Possible task now for Shy.
Oh. Hello. Oh my God! What, you gotta be kidding me! Who else but Shy to come up with the shot, flick towards a Tracer, and find his final kill? Dude, absolutely incredible.
One bullet inside the pit as it's the King walking through.
That is a Red Bull clutch of all time. Oh my gosh.
Last player standing.
The flick on the first one.
Oh, he didn't even get a shot at a Tracer. No, exactly. He tried. For some reason, I thought there was a shot that came at him. Oh my gosh. Mind blown. Luke Show's like, how else do I play this?
mean, everybody was like that too when Shy hit that shot. Just tried to go for a lucky shot here, thinking that both players are going to play the buddy system inside of that pit. That said, though, looks like Loud doesn't want to give a chance here for KRU to gain that momentum. Already trying to dictate the tempo at the beginning. Satchels into Hookah to create some sort of presence. Although, when you're looking at it, it looks like a big gamble because they haven't really inserted anybody around the map. It's just going to be a 5-man death ball. Rushed up towards this A side. No ults to open it up.
All right. Vertigo's actually for the pocket here because they're going to try to protect the wingman as it goes down, not try to get across. Dante? 3 with a bulldog on them entering the site is kind of incredible. And now he's going to have the ultimate to continue to finish the round and keep KRU going, keep Loud off game point.
Gets information on the first. I don't know if Shy slipped through, or Luke show rather. Yeah, he did.
Almost a clap, but they don't get the cleanup there on the favor of Loud side. And now Pencata, a very tall task ahead of him. He's heard running around. Mazzino, KRU feeling very good about how they're able to collapse down on Loud for that round.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what really happened when that would allow Dante to be out in the open with a bulldog and get so much value.
Yeah.
Wingman went first. Got some info out of that. Oh, we're not even looking. Oh. We're not even looking. There's no flashes either. There's really no util to support. Dizzy was already used in the very beginning where he got no value, so that was just a little, let me step outside of the smoke, outside of the Dizzy, try to time that out, and he gets a 3K out of that.
That's why I was a little interested. The first tuck from Verdi was into the pocket. Without any shower control, that right side of the site just becomes so scary. And yeah, Dante was not worried about wingman planting. Just the 3 heads that popped up on his screen.
That's 2 rounds here. The first one, I mean, you're going to have to say, okay, whatever. It's Valorant. Shy got a 1 versus 2. Lucky bullet in our head. And then we lose a round. It is what it is. But that previous round, as much as I was joking around that they were clearing out angles by holding up their weapons when they were rotating back towards that B site when they lost that round to Shy, they actually didn't really clear the corners on the execution going into the A site. Or if not really have a buddy system to be able to trade out on that spot. Verdi was a little bit late to swing out after Kawazin fell. Then the third player swung after, and Dante got the easy pick. So you got to clean things up right now in your side execs for the side of Loud. Doesn't really look like they want to try to go for any type of big plays with the orbital strike available with their lower buy. They're just buying for the next round. So it's 2 singers now for Kawazin and Verdi. Fast control attempt done towards Hookah.
All right. They're trying to go for free orbs we see on the side of KRU. As Loud is, like you said, death balling here towards Hookah. Draws a bit of attention and draws too much attention, if you ask me. Verdi goes down there.
Even good there for Shy to pull that wall down. Had to be a call to allow here Kesnet to get that pick off the Outlaw. Already rotating back towards the A site. It's a fake wingman to go towards the A site. Doesn't do the same noise.
Yeah, it's true.
So he's rotating with the rest of the team to hit towards this B site, but nobody really peeked out in that spot. Dante gets the opener.
Spam down. They have to jump out of the smoke, right? Force themselves into the site. Pencata has ult here, but it would be risky to use if they don't know where the rest of the members are. Could be for a big delay, though. Oh, holds it out. Wants that timing. Kawazin can't really offer too much other than the crossfire coming out. He's going to tuck him, and it's not going to be enough. Mazzino keeps the sidestep rolling and drops him for the round win.
That was so close. It almost felt like Kawazin had to let himself get pinged by the Haunt so they could all swing towards him. But just the missed timing on maybe the radius of the orbital strike being a little bit too deep. Where Pencata, unfortunately, couldn't mow down the 3 players in the end. It was close. You got great value out of this buy to look at that. Oh, you're just so close there on the side of Mazzino to get some damage done.
These are coming down to the wire on these rounds, and it's always some extravagant play to make it come through because of the chaos that's happening.
Yeah, and remember, though, it was 2 stingers and just an orbital strike that did so much damage against KRU.
Yeah.
So good on Loud. Look at the money left on the side of KRU this time around. Actually, on both sides. This is probably have to be the round that would dictate the victory for Loud or potentially the comeback from Crew.
Shy Guy drops his opponent. Oh, it's already going to be inhabited now by Robbie. He's going to be decaying quite fast. I think he chills on this one now since he didn't get the fight right away. And they also have a lurk up towards mid here. Loud, a lot of prongs on this attack right now.
Robbie's just going to keep holding the angle. He's just hoping somebody's going to walk through and try to re-clear. Especially now that Lucio has fallen here towards that A side.
All right. He decides the movement wasn't there. You're going to get his health back and go right back to it, though.
I mean, he's got a dog as well. He's going to walk back instead of giving his position away.
Oh! Robbie BK inside the head of Shy for that play. Understanding the drone is the one walking forward here. Just absolutely on point from the IGL position as he pushes elbow. Dante, they've both been hot here. He actually triggers the ultimate from Grim on that one as well.
Seekers.
He's pulling so much out of Crew.
Seekers information, all three players. They still have a Thrash to work with for the post plant. Loud has the advantage now in the post plant.
Ooh, still alive. Trying to play the box left and right. The 3K for Robbie as the team and Hookah's having trouble stopping the entry of Crew here. Robbie's just hiding, cut in the corner. Last moment play is all he needs to get, all he wants to get here. There's one, there's two, the ace for Robbie B. King.
Two aces on the side of Loud. And Robbie BK just ran around the map of that B site and just found timing after timing. Shy got surprised out of that flash peek. And look at those clean shots.
Dang. And how there was twice there. He's playing in the mind of his opponents. They think he's outside. He's still in the site, still lurking around. Flash Shy in the face, took him out. That was a flow state round for Robbie.
We talked about the econ remaining there. Meanwhile, hashtag unlock a race, you know, yada yada. Social media stuff. Back into this round though, because it's getting quite intense for the side of Crew. 2 orbs available for Kesnit to try to get the showstopper, but they do have a Nightfall to work with. Stacking a 4-on-1 scenario on that side. Big stack coming through.
All right. They're trying to play fast. They're trying to play loose right now with these ults into the site to see what it can open up. And now Pancada, in a bit of a sticky situation, can also play the audio and let the team know the rotation might be the play.
Kesnit just dropped his weapon on the floor here so he can pick up another one, and that allows Dante to get a pick on top of that. Gonna have to give credit to Kesnit. Selfless play for that one as well. They have cleared advantage. Shy inside the B site.
Whoa, Shy's trying to be as quiet as possible. They haven't even checked yet. Can't get the upgrade for the moment, but he needs the rest of the team here. It is just Mazzino, but it's going to be enough. Now Robbie.
One swing.
Looking for a repeat. Almost pressured into it. But Shy and Mazzino have it on lock, and they're going to go ahead and get the defuse. Loud stays on game point, but Crew creeps up to 9.
You got to commend Mazzino, stay alive at that point. The push that they had towards Showers and getting no counter push out from Loud just allows for them to look back inside that second for Mazzino to get the pick as Verdi lands from the showstopper. Gets the instant trade, gets value off the information that he gets. And you need a hero plays once again from Shy. I mean, he's clutched it before. He fell inside the pit, but finds redemption with the patience that he displays inside that B site. Lau was expecting a stack towards the A site as the B site was so quiet. Shy got the backstab kill off the Stinger. Now Crew are at 9. Forcing now Loud back into an eco. This time around though, no ults available on the side of the attack. So this gives a little bit of a hope for the side of the defense to close that gap and try to fight for the overtime.
Oh. The smoke clearing just in time for all three to have that peek onto Mazzino. They're gonna run these Stingers, these Sheriffs with that Phantom real quick into sight. Oh my gosh, the wall drop just catches Melzer right off guard.
I mean, everybody's just getting instant shots right now. Walls up and down. Everybody's just clean on reaction times.
3 more, and we have a new map, Vans. So 3 more, and we go to Ascent if Loud can drop these 3 members of crew. Coming in. Oh my gosh, Shy gets 1 though. Evens it up. Still the stinger for Cowanzine. Luke Show on the Spectre. Is it going to be enough for them to look forward to the next map here? This one has been tough, but they find the grind. They find the win. 13-9 is Loud will bring us to Ascent.
Both of the teams trading out their map picks. Ascent will be the decider. And Loud has definitely looked much better here in the second map. KRU trying to come out with a different composition. I mean, playing to comfort picks. I think it was obvious at this point, after the results of last week, that you wanted to see Kezit back into a raise, and it just makes sense with how Dante has been performing on this Yoru for this whole series so far, that he will play the Yoru for this map. Gets great value. They're able to try to fight back and try to close that gap, but unfortunately, there was too much of a spread from great defensive plays on the side of Loud to really close this series.
Yeah, Loud, huge. Luke Show, what do we got? Robbie from Aces. You better not be losing the game when you get 2 of those in there. Really great job for Loud to come through here and start to spark a little bit of new life that they will need for this 3rd map. We are going to be right back with that Ascent match, so don't go anywhere.
Indo, pancada, não podia tomar essa kill. E agora, Cauãzinho, é você. Era um X1. Boa! Vai, Cauã!
Para essa zona de CT, no han plantado el spike aún. Viene Dante. ¡Dante! ¡Deus!
Well, KRU may have made the adjustments in composition people wanted to see. It was not enough in this game against Loud. They've taken Bind and now are sending this series all the way to 3. Guys, this was a surprise, I think, in the way it ended up going, because all of the talk that we've had thus far this series was coming down to excitement around KRU going back to their strengths, playing into the double duelists. But here, despite those pivots, it felt like they got sucked into the same chaos of game 1, but could not rise to it in the same way they did there.
Yep, basically. I mean, you said it very well, Mimi. I'm going to repeat everything you just said. But no, it was like KRU, yeah, I'm glad they made the comp switch. But man, we're just right back to the 1v1 zone. Just some of those post plants on attack. Oh my God. Like, we're getting the spike down. set up a crossfire, please.
Yeah.
But we're just swinging one by one.
Let's
oh
show
my
some of these
Lord,
rounds, because I think in particular some of these crew mistakes, Robbie was getting away with murder, Myrna.
Yeah, I feel like he was getting into positions that he shouldn't have, and a lot of the times it just felt like people weren't looking in the right positions. Like this one where they took control, they just walked all the way down to hookah and managed to get 2 players rotating back. Like that by itself was pretty wild, and then Shy is just alive on site, able to get kills.
This is ridiculous.
This one was gross. Like just standing here in this one. I feel like people forgot about this spot too, because Robbie, not a single person turned around. The flash came in, all the util was there, and overall it just looked so good for Robbie. But I think one of the things that actually contributed to this is the fact that Loud had so much util with this comp, with the Gecko, with the Sky. I thought it was going to be played a lot slower, but I mean, obviously, when they're taking a lot of these 1v1s, they actually had so much more util on top of that. So Crew couldn't really get a good grasp on how to counter that, in a sense.
Yeah, definitely. Loud definitely hit the gas when they played this map. We saw that in week 1 as well against Leviathan, where they only fell short because of Sato dropping 30 kills on the map, going absolutely crazy. But they were still impressive in that game. And in that one and this one, Verdi's Raze has been really good.
I think it's looked like his best role by far. And for a team picking up a new kind of unknown, at least in America's IGL, the energy he's bringing has been palpable in this game with the pop-offs after all of these rounds. It's been very impressive, and on top of those like chaotic ones they're winning, it was also these eco rounds. Loud early in the first half picked up an eco, almost won a second in that half as well, Wyatt.
Cowanzine looks like after this eco round, he doesn't even know how it happened, how he did it. It's ridiculous. He had a crazy sheriff round on Haven too. Where are these kills coming from?
That's the second time this BO3 that he's gotten a collat with the sheriff and killed 2 people with 1 bullet. Like, I actually think that's kind of crazy,
face
no?
After. I mean, he did a YouTuber thumbnail face after he got those kills. Yeah, this was just absurd. This was Loud absolutely thriving in the chaos on this map. There was some crazy shots from Dante. He was on fire early, but fizzled out.
So I want to try and bring some sense to it. What do you think was different, Athena, from the crew in map 1 that was thriving in the chaos and looking very comfortable in it on Haven, to the crew here who really fell apart in those same rounds?
I think one of the biggest things is the util difference, like the Gecko in the Sky and a lot of the flashes kind of catching them off guard. But it also felt like they were trying too hard to move in a pack. Whereas before we saw them just going one over here, one over there, one on every side of the map. They tried really hard to move as a pack, taking the TP during showers, but not having any map control. So it felt like it punished them almost every single time, where they kind of had a lurker on one side of the map, but they would rotate into the side that they don't have any
it's like
control
that Robbie
on.
round we just watched, right? Where he's walked all the way out.
Yeah.
And gets pretty much the whole team off of just that
but
one
the
play.
Viper had all of long that round, but it just didn't matter because they just keep rotating into spots that they know aren't clear. It just felt like they didn't have a good grasp on the map control as well as they did on Haven.
Let's look ahead now. We're heading to Ascent map number 3 of this series. Why it should be a very different pace here compared to both Bind and Haven with these very util-heavy, chaotic comps. This is one where, at least for Loud, they're playing something more default.
Yeah, we saw them play the default comp with the Cypher instead of the KJ going up against a crew who we saw playing the double duelist, and their 13-1 victory against MIBR with that Yoru Jet is what inspired so much of the conversation of people wanting them to play more double duelist. That 13-1 win was also against MIBR running the default comp. On defense, they were just so active, pressuring both extremities with the Jet and the Yoru, having the get out of jail free card abilities, and just being so aggressive, gaining map control.
But Loud won this against Lev,
yeah,
right?
they did
And
win a little mirror match.
Yeah, I think that one, it probably wasn't as clean, but I feel like the Loud that we see in this Bind game might be a lot closer to the Loud that we saw in the Ascent versus Lev.
Yeah, so talk to me then, if you're looking at that 13-1 win that Crew got, do you think that there are lessons from that game where Crew stomped MIBR for Loud to take away here and change up their style into this same Crew comp?
They're going to have to be ready to absorb the aggression when they're on attack that's going to come in A main and B main from either Kesnet or Dante. It can be a nightmare trying to play against an AWP on this map as well.
Yeah.
When you're on attack, attack, and one or the other is going to be so proactive with that every round. So they're going to have to be pretty careful in that regard.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to have to set up a lot with their lurkers as well. Like, they can't just commit to like one side and then just fall back when they have no failsafe. It just feels really weird, but I think for KRU on this map, they have a lot more solid of a mid-round game plan, and I feel like they have a lot more protocols that are set in stone.
Yeah, the IGLing has looked solid for Melzer here. Let's talk about players. Who are we looking at to be the big names going into a map 3 of Ascent?
Ooh.
Do you want to go first?
No.
Or, personally, well, for KRU, I'm still looking at Dante because I think he's having his best series so far of the 3 that he's played.
He looked outstanding on Bind.
He cooled off a little bit on that second half of Bind. The first half, he was going off. He was hitting some crazy little snappy tap shots, clutched out one of those rounds. And map 1, he was the MVP of the game in its entirety. So I'm looking at him to keep up that performance because, dude, Kesna today has been a little bit off.
Yeah, if you're to flip sides then, Athena, for KRU, who are you looking at as heroes here?
For KRU or for Loud? Because I have someone for Loud.
Oh, I'm sorry, for Loud rather.
Okay,
flip
for
Loud,
I'm thinking Luke Show, because if you have KRU that continues to move in this kind of pack formation, then when you have a player that can hold down a site like Luke Show, playing that Senti role, that should ideally be the rock to kind of hold it down on one side, because I think they're going to do a lot of this ping-ponging on either side of the map, and it's probably going to go pretty hard.
Yeah, that it is here. We're just dealing with a little bit of a delay on stage. It should get sorted in just a few moments, but while we wait, earlier we spoke with Melzer about what he needs to do as an IGL to get this win over Loud today.
Creo que el factor determinante como IGL va a ser dos aspectos. Uno dentro del juego, demostrar con mi experiencia, con mi temple, a que el equipo esté tranquilo en momentos, en situaciones de estrés. Y también eso aplica en que yo haga mi rol de líder y mantenga el equipo unido, que no se me venga abajo en temas de actitud. Creo que si logro hacer esas dos cosas, va a ser la diferencia entre ellos y nosotros.
Melzer's going to have to show that united team on map number 3. That's Ascent, and we'll head there right after this break.
We are back for Ascent. We rise for the map here for Loud versus KRU. And what are we going to get? Are we going to get some crazy compositions, Van Silly? Do you think we might get some crazy or some default ones?
I mean, if it's on the side of Loud, usually they have been playing a lot of that default, and it may seem to be the case. But at least for the side of KRU, I mean, you go with what worked against MIBR. So going out with this double duelist, they have been very, very good, at least on the defensive side. That said, they're starting off there in the attack. So I think you're looking at two different things here. For the side of Loud, playing like the default comp, you still have to try to expect how KRU could be playing their attack side, because there's actually no tape on how they're playing that double duelist on the aggression. So you're starting off on defense so that hopefully on the technically easier side of Ascent, you could pick up as many rounds as you can here, so that the preparation that you put into how KRU has been playing the defense could turn out into your favor here for the Brazilian squad.
Robbie's holding it. He's saying, wait, we're going to use the full agent countdown to strategize. That's a good leader right there. Never rush into anything, especially the third map, because this is going to be the one that matters for both teams. I think they're both only one win in their last 3, so they'd love to get a run going here. Start early, not the easiest strength of schedules to return to as well. I think Lev NRG and 100 Thieves MIBR, these teams need to face coming up soon. So
yeah, and what better than victory against you know, one of your biggest rivals when it comes down to the head-to-head here to get that second one into your split. You've already seen throughout this whole series the amount of hey, let's make sure that we have actually downed our opponents and empty our clips on them. So it definitely means a lot for them to try to get this victory, especially when they've traded out maps throughout this whole series. So Ascent to decide it all as we move in now to this third map of this series. We'll have to see again what you would try to do here for Loud. If you're seeing that KRU's playing this double duelist and you have this free escape from the side of Kesnet, do you want to force the hand on the defense yourself? And it may seem to be the case. Look at 3 of them already congregated towards middle.
Yeah. You see Luke Shaw on the right side of that as well, so they're looking to keep the spread. One shot, almost another one, but that's going to be just a roam out for Verdi there. More peeks into mid. As Loud wants to take these fights as soon as they hear a few shots. This is getting really scary. Cowanzine down to 1 HP, and he gets shock dart out of the game. Just taunting fights everywhere that they can't help with teammates. And again, that was a lot of actual 1v1s we just saw. The devs talking about it, and they're presented to KRU again.
I'm still intrigued, though. I'm still shaking my head on how we actually had Verdi walk down, not even activating the dash towards the A side.
Right.
Look at how they set up the defense. We talked about 3 players sticking up towards that middle. Crossfire set up towards Pizza. You have a knife to find early information towards Gelato. Even though it doesn't spot anybody, you still have a camera looking out towards B main. And if B main hasn't seen anybody pushing up on that side, you have to expect a slow hit towards middle or maybe a late hit towards the A side. And it just gives his life away. So it opens up the defensive side. KRU's able to overtake that side, play inside as well. Cut rotates. Loud, unfortunately, decent game plan at the beginning, but just small mistakes in the choices to push forward the way that Verdi did.
Thinking that was a flash. You just see how fast Dante moves there, considering the util he might be seeing. This is what brings him the success in his gameplay. Is that there you go, dash activated to create an aggressive positioning. Kesnet can't do the same here as the team's about to gather and get into market. They're doing a little window shopping right now, but they may decide not to buy.
Chip damage as well with the classics.
Okay. Out of charges.
How does Robbie get value out of that one? Just back pedaling into lane. And finally, we stop the bleeding unless Cowanzine can pick up one more, and Dante is going to be the one moving down for that plant, getting closer to the Blade Storm.
It'd be nice to keep Dante alive, at least a kill, but you're right, the point would help. KRU has suffered a little too much on the rounds. They do have an advantage, and it costs them in that economy later in the game. This time they won't. 3 alive. That's going to feel good here as they move into the next round and see what kind of bonus they can get against Loud.
You can see how much damage they were able to do here with that stack this time towards that market. What happens when KRU actually walks into that spot? A deep trip to kick things off here on this side of Loud to get some early info on middle. So you would expect here a little bit more of aggression in the extremities within this round. Bonus round coming out from KRU, as you can see here at the bottom of your screen. Half shields, no outlaws being purchased on the defensive side for Loud either. So Verdi opting to go for the Vandal instead.
A little bit of a different dart. They went straight ahead with the last one. And still towards mid to see if that's going to be the first bit of pressure that they find. Oh, I love that. Right to the gate crash. He gets the cloudburst coming in from Dante so they can keep this moving, keep it flowing, but they don't know the crossfire. Once they get into B, everything looked good up until that point.
We've forgotten the whole of today to check logs.
Yes. Oh. Still up top. Oh, how do you, the defender, why is everybody still standing in the middle of sight? Melzer just walks through the team with 3 Guardian shots, one after the other, and now it's down to a 2v2 somehow.
You just talked about it, how to stay calm in these scenarios, and he's able to turn it back into favor of KRU. Both of them stacked up on the high-low on the lane, and he's first contact on that side. Actually, they're looking to converge back into the market. Spotting one.
Enemy remaining.
They're gonna pick this one up. They're gonna pull it from behind and find a way to do it, aren't they? Pencada's healthy, knows this situation, clears right with protection from the box, almost! But they're not lined up. It's not to be had by Pencada. KRU picks up that bonus round.
Doesn't matter here if you don't check logs when you have Melzer coming in with the Guardian. I mean, just look at his POV.
Ooh.
what can you do? I think at this point, you had a person trying to play out for the instant trade, but he just jiggles every single time and just got every single player isolated, as even Sean was still looking to fall back so he could stay alive for the flood retake with his other teammates, and those are just some sick shots coming up from Melzer. Now Smoke up on catwalk so that Crew could take control of middle. Dart coming into M1 from the top of middle. But with this focus that they have on middle, and Mazzino moving in with the team to try to clear out that util, this position right here from Verdi could be very deadly for potentially the mid round, because it definitely looks like from the positioning of everybody with the gate crash as well, that you may want to try to finish into a split towards A.
Yeah, a lot of the time. Okay, I was going to say we see Kesnet and Dante up here already. And they go right back for the same play. Hearing those low guns means they're going to stick together, trying to get these trades caught. Crosshair is broken, but the ping detects Dante. And now with the door shut, they get stalled out here. There's no welcome mat, and Crew's going to have to create another one for themselves as they take down Pencada. The red starts to lead the way. Whoa. A little bit of damage on that Chalk Dart. Can't get the right-click classic to come through. Shy clears 2. Verdi's looking to come from behind with a bit of timing here, but Kesnet already reading the clock, reading the round, and 4 for Crew now.
Yeah, in the end, for the pivot back towards that B site, it's just a simple, hey, I droned out from M1. I see nobody towards that spawn, nobody towards to market, so they potentially have to be stacked towards the A site. So Crew technically didn't have the best of reads, and the call to go towards that B site was still a death trap on that side because we had so many players from Loud over on that end. But thankfully, they had better weapons. It's an eco on the side of Loud.
Yeah. Stay safe.
And the right clicks couldn't connect on the side of Robbie BK, just at the bottom of the lane. So 4 unanswered rounds. Big money in the bank now for Crew. Finally, a knock coming out on the defense for Loud, and they're trying to hold towards the middle, watch it down that lane.
The one time Crew doesn't go there. They're right towards the spot that Verdi was playing. Here towards A, realizing where that economy could flow. Maybe they expect a long rifle to be aimed at them. They've been triple swinging mid almost every round, right? What a switch up. And now they have Loud kind of running back and forth to see what the best defense is.
And they have good positioning as they rotate into mid round. Yeah. Now you block that lane over on that B side here for Verdi. You have the Silva playing towards back spawn, so he can actually go for jump spots and also drone at the minute mark. And yet still delays from KO Mollies, Paranoia to stall towards this A side. So I still like what I'm seeing from Loud within this round of how they're trying to readjust in the mid round.
Oh, hoping to get the ping right off the bat there. 1 tag, 2. Oh, he's going to get a bit of damage there as the hit starts to commence. Trying to just run out of smokes, use these pings, but Crew is still watching every entrance into the site. Still 2 members of Loud to get here. Robbie 1 kill off an ult, but it's all going to be too much. They're not going to have enough room to use any of this or even get in for the kills. And Crew waiting this one out, cut the A strat and bring it right back in just a moment later.
Yeah, that's where it gets difficult here for Loud, despite having the good numbers to hold towards that A site. The amount of util that comes in for Crew by having this Yoru, in the hands of Kesnet on the attack side. The extra flashes, the clone. It's very difficult here for Loud to choose the right targets as Crew floods into the site. Now they're closing that gap too, going on the hunt. We talked about how the money is actually really good for Crew. 4 unanswered rounds on the attack side. So we're definitely going to try to eliminate these weapons.
Oh!
Hey, you pinged them at least, Robbie.
Yeah. Just plainly expecting him to be farther away since the distance traveled from the dart. But it was Dante that had the close play. Another kill for him. Jet knives already there as we see this retake. And then Dante has just been providing that break the crosshair entry just about every site.
No way he got those 2 kills fully blinded. That has got to be so annoying. Yeah,
he's
like, oh.
I am so sorry. I'm going to send you an apology card after this. That shouldn't have happened. I'm just so sorry. Timeout now from Loud, as this is the biggest gap we've seen between these 2 teams in the series. Just start right off the bat, 5-0. So they've got to right the ship here.
Now you're looking at from the side of Crew how they've been really attacking around that map. I mean, it's a lot of almost like this double senti style that G2 Fnatic kind of does. A lot of pressure towards middle in the very beginning and just trying to force these rotates across and going for final hits. I mean, they're definitely putting those darts in from the M1, the drones coming up on that side too into the market, and not too much happening towards the extremities. And at one single round, just so you mentioned here, Riv, that Verdi was actually looking down the op from Pizza. KRU doesn't do that anymore, so they've done great jobs in conditioning at that point. But I think you're going back into scenarios here where KRU will be trying to work towards the extremities. And they will definitely post up Verdi on the A side. I respect that because even if that happens and the hit splits into the B side, or sorry, towards tree later on, at least Verdi's position right here could cut the rotates and a retake towards the end towards A.
Melzer quickly smokes behind him as they get paranoid from B, expecting to get crunched right now. But now they have to kind of re-clear for themselves. So that's a dimensional drift early. They expected Loud to be very active around the map on this one with a bit of a low buy and maybe get in their face, but they will find out. It was just to slow things down, and now Kesnet has zerged himself right into the site. And there is Dante right behind him as well in the timing. Luke Show starts it off. Dante takes to the air with a Vandal to take down Luke Show as they start getting into the site.
Dude, Dante's using a Vandal like an Odin.
Yeah,
just running it down and emptying the clip so that the rest of the team can go in.
Even if he doesn't have updraft, he's still trying to just jump in these instances. Man needs a jungle gym to play on right now. 3 members of Loud, though, still left wanting some frags here. Will they be able to set it up or just protect Verdi for the most part until the end of this round?
Protect Verdi, try to cut those rotates out, preventing KRU from exiting the sites to really take down the biggest weapon into the round, and also not giving your positions away so that you could dodge a spike. So it starts off, at least the camera spots Kawadzine, but Kawadzine could still do some damage here. He has a stinger to work with.
Cook him. But now they just wait and all swing together. Good kill for the stinger, though. Get a point in. And Kesnet stays safe as well. So the op is still on the map, but it becomes a big priority. If Verdi's not finding these kills, it's not slowing KRU down. If they're able to find it, I'm sure they're either going to go at it hard or avoid it. It's just, it doesn't seem to be a win condition for Verdi in the squad right now.
It's just been very unlucky, again, just to continue on that story from Verdi.
Yeah.
The story from Verdi from that first map going into now, where he's trying to find some space, trying to find some value here for the team with the operator, with the Neon, just not finding a sponsor, getting instantly punished. Just not his day for today. Opping towards B this time around. Hunter's Sphere on the defense, actually with a flash too, it does get a ping.
Splitting them, trying to now go over towards tiles, maybe towards mid to get one last hit there. And again, KRU are playing to the off side of the map where the op is not there for Loud. 3 members are though for Loud. So this could be a big one. Kawadzine playing his life a little bit there.
No molly, just a delay. No more flashes from Picada, and no more util for the side of the attack at least. So a great stall in the end. That forces some players back, and you still have this forward line. I mean, the trip came across. You could see it being placed on the attack side now as you're lurking up here for Shy. But you still have a tight angle that's able to be held. And that's full B control on the side of Verdi, which is quite good. This allows these players on the A side to set up the crossfire.
Paranoia through tree. They have to tuck back left for that first kill. Kesnet winning the 1v1 out of main, and that's going to be incredibly big for the side of Loud. A quick TP out, very fast thinking by Pancata to get himself to safety here and be able to play with the team, but they need everything to go right on this round to get back in. The operator, is it going to be able to hit a shot here? Smoked out already, makes it tough. Verdi's going to join with the team from the low side as they all come from tree here.
Interesting.
One down. Pancata's already tagged up, and he's waiting for the push. That's never going to come from KRU. It's so tough for them to get back in. KRU's been choosing the opposite site, causing that operator to just fall into nothing for the side of Loud.
Yeah, retake was going to be impossible. Pretty much at that point after you forfeited the A site. Now Loud seems like they're running out of options here of how they could play the defense. You want to start off on your stronger side. The easier side technically since this map came out. But that is also the evolution of what you're currently seeing in different types of compositions from double duelists from KRU. Double Senti for the side of G2 and Fnatic. Even Sentinels playing the double Senti from the past too with a Deadlock Cypher. Those were all ways to really try to counter out this default composition on the side. That's been the main comp for so many years that's being displayed by Loud so far. Not saying that it's a comp that doesn't work anymore, but that it's those scenarios. You're still within these scenarios for Loud, getting able to find some fights, but it's just not landing on your side either. Crew's been winning every single one of these duels.
And they're winning on the map control too, right? They got null command at the beginning of that from KO, still made the play work. Oh, that kind of goes down as they try to trade through the one-way, and it's still not going their way. That gate crash is going back towards the site. It looks like they might want to pop in once again once they get Dante here to updraft in and create a little chaos, but it's just Kesnet going in with a little bit more utility over the shoulder, and another miss from Verdi there as he goes to peek again. The flash here, he's going to be pushed off the line for just a moment, but no, Kesnet's not going to give it to him. He knows Verdi's tempted there.
Verdi at this point is just pissed. He's overextending his stay because he's like, I need to shoot a bullet out of my op. I cannot shoot a bullet out of my op. All my teammates are falling. I cannot shoot a bullet. And that's the thing, too, with how Crew is executing towards this these sites with the Yoru. The paranoia and also the TP allows Kesnet to get an instant space taking, for Crew inside the site. You add that with the jet dash. I mean, how do you hold that towards the end for the retake? Especially now on Loud side, playing the Cypher instead of a KJ. You don't have an opportunity to play lockdown for retakes for these big swing rounds when you have ults available on your side.
He gets the ult up with that round, but what can they do now? 8-0.
When it comes down to the prep going into playing against what Crew could have over here, like I said, there's not enough tape, unfortunately, of Crew playing this double duelist. You have to learn on the fly. And I think at this point, after 8 rounds and the amount of conditioning that they've been doing on the XX and the double duelists over on that site, you gotta have your Cypher there. Put that unbreakable trip towards A main, try to do some sort of info there. Place a trip to close that gap on the Euro TPing or the jet dashing. Trying to get some kills through the smoke from there.
Oh my gosh. Kesnet is vibing right now. In Loud need an answer here. You have Kesnet and now Dante, right? We were wondering if Kesnet still had that back to the Yoru. It's like riding a bike, as either one of them can go into a round getting the util or playing that solo hit, as we just saw Kesnet gate crash into the site and start taking things under control as the team followed in with a bit of that initiator utility. It's wild, the amount of versatility that brings into the table for them. As, like you said, they have the double duelist now to flex on. And be confident in Dante, too, as a new player.
And now the unfortunate part, though, coming out of this timeout is even if you want to try to set up your Cypher over on the A site, this could be a whole different pivot where when that happened last time, Crew went for a whole different change of how they want to hit the site. That's one thing. Secondly, even if you set all of your util on the A site, with your trips, there's still a dimensional drift from Kesnet that's going to be able to get all that information for your side. But out of this timeout, though, it goes back to the default.
Who's next?
Info trips being set up by the Cypher over towards B and mid, and it's going to be all avoided by this dimensional drift.
Loud playing a little bit more outside site, staying in spawn, but they now go for stairs. Luke Show plays his life to play the advantage in the end. Cowanzi now starts to go up with a few, gets a little too close for a hug from Melzer, and Mazzino start to get online. There's one from Birdie as they start to clean up the round a bit. He dashes back to try and get there fast, but pauses.
Birdie's finally able to shoot an op bullet and gets a kill with it too. I was about to say at some point, Mixwell, get your tweet ready, but finally Loud might be able to salvage at least a round within this half.
He chases. Glass isn't broken, so this is going to be a tough one, but he wants to fight and stop Birdie for a moment. The continued extra step that Birdie takes there. Dodges the bullet, gets this shot. And that's the kind of relief that Verdi needs with this operator for so many rounds in a row. It's not them saving this time, it's them taking the spike.
Yeah, and it's actually for 2 players on the side of Loud too. Not only on Verdi with the op, but Luke Show finally getting a little bit of action and getting value out of it too.
Yep.
So finding the timing, pushing out of that smoke, getting that first kill right here, backstab onto Kesdit, and that allows the players, I think that was Robbie BK towards that back of that B site, to really stay alive, use util to support in case the push continues on the side of Crew. Beautiful hold towards the end. Beautiful shots as well from Kawazine from the spawn. That allows Loud here to find their footing finally on the defensive side of Ascent.
Consider that damage Crew has done already from attack. Teams usually feeling a bit comfortable on defense. So let's see if Loud can set themselves up with 3 more rounds back to this A pressure.
Flash recon, Verdi, nice shot.
There's one. Kawanzine's there to assist, and this is what they've been looking for to stall out the A pressure from Crew.
That looks simple on the side of Crew, what they're trying to do. Get control of A main, you can drone in, get the Hunter's Fury into the site. Being good on how you're flooding with the Kesdit util too. But currently what Loud's doing here on the A side is just to disrespect the util, disrespect the smokes, and just fight back here against Crew and finding good timings.
Oh, that ping slowed down the clone play. Shy working the gate as they have a bit of an extended high-low there in different positions, but Loud looks like they'll be able to close down and clean this up. A little bit of life after the timeout means Loud will start to gain some ground.
Definitely Luke Show too. As you can see him on the screen. Beautiful hold towards that B site. Everything was pristine in terms of how Loud just bounced out of bounced from each other here on that swing towards the A site. Starting off with this.
Yeah. Nicely done by Loud. Still playing a bit forward, right? You can't always consider, man, we're not hitting our shots, we're not doing things. We have to play in the back and play retake. No, they're still going ahead and trying to create their own protocols here. That one clicks, and they will get a timeout from Crew here, so Adam can stall that momentum from Loud.
Could be going back to, or maybe actually not back, but a little bit back into the pressure of the mid.
Yeah, triple swing it again.
Yeah.
It's really working for Crew as they were all just on the same line to shoot.
Thankfully, the economy's still quite good here for Crew because you've won 8 rounds in a row. Losing the last 2 is not going to break down the economy on your end, especially throughout the whole half. You didn't really need to focus into an operator to help out into slow plays in the beginning on the side of Crew. Been quite good in just staying as a group and going for full executions. But Loud, the win condition that they've been doing was not allowing Crew to really set up for these type of hits. They're trying that again. You see now Verdi walking down towards middle, looking at top mid. Smoke looks to be still thrown here for maybe in a front smoke towards A, maybe not even a one-way. Okay, it is a one-way with a knife still. Fortunately, no value being taken from the position from Verdi, and you're not even trying to walk out.
Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to bring the off back out. They lose Dante in the mix, though, as Kawanzine finds his mark. Delay everywhere at the extremities. You can see the molly being thrown down, thinking it might be A. All preventative measures from Loud right now. And Robbie pushed up with this crossfire to get the better of Crew with Kawanzine.
Left on an island, though. That's Loud fighting back.
Oh, what a great 1-2 punch from Loud. Verdi now looking at Melzer to be one of the last ones towards A main, moving into A lobby now. Get himself some gelato before heading out of this round. And yeah, out of the timeout from Crew, Loud still bite down and get that mid information, thinking Crew is going to try to attack the middle of the map again.
Yeah, I think we just started with a small overextension, though, from the side of Dante. I think he was trying to find that timing as Robbie's getting that drone out from tree, dashed forward, and just try to take him down. But as he dashed forward, there was actually still support on the side of tree. Kawazine was there to help out. And where's that util on the side of Crew to get maximum value from Dante? Nothing was there because they were still fighting for mid control. So that slight overextension really allowed here for Loud to take full control of Catwalk, even taking control of Spike as well. What looks so dominant for Crew, they're starting to let this slip. Look at that. Yes, they tried to do it with a Hunter's Fury, but
yeah,
That's not going to help too much when you're still dashing into the unknown.
All right, last round of the first half. Does Crew make it to 9-3, or does Loud continue their momentum? Back to basically pistol round strat here with a little bit of speed. We would actually normally see Mazzino up here with Dante at this point, but they're going to change it up. They're going to change it up, and so does Luke Show to push out a B for one of the first times.
The timeout was Luke Show, please activate.
Yeah. Verdi seems to have cleaned off the scope as well.
The lurk maybe from, I mean, everything's being watched actually. This is quite nice. Beautiful defensive round coming out from Loud this time around. With Luke Show pushing out alone, you still had Verdi watching the spawn side so he could focus on fighting towards the B link. Adds up for a second kill. Looking for another flawless.
Yeah.
The end the half with a flawless round for Luke Show and the rest of Loud, committing 4 rounds in a row in their favor. That is a great way to kick things off on the second half.
Really great stuff coming out of Loud to end that one, and it's a big ups to that timeout coming from Loud's leader, actual coach leader, to make sure that they could get these rounds. We'll see if they can continue the momentum as we come back from the break after this.
Hey, that's what I'm...
We are back. 8-4 here at Crew's first half on the attack side. They gain a lot of rounds. Now as they move to defense, Loud needs to bring out all the stops here to put up a good half, and starting on pistol round would be the best way to go about it.
When Crew actually got that victory against MIBR to get the 13-1 and Ascent, 11 of those rounds were on the defensive side. And the value here that Crew has by playing this Yoru in the comp was how fast they're able to get aggression and fast rotates. You're always going to have like a 3-person push somewhere, fast TP on one end to support. If you're looking at it at least from this point of view, looks like it's a support towards the A side. You want to play a retake towards B. So Recon now towards Tiles, try to get some info on that spot, get Kesnet down that line, and see if you need to fast rotate somewhere else. But early aggression comes out from B.
And from Cat, oh, another peek? Yeah, Verdi's gonna let him know that wasn't the play. And the Sheriffs ring out across the map as we have 1 drop on each side. Some good damage done as well to a few more members. And we'll reset this one to see where the teams go.
I mean, at this point, it just becomes a duel. That's right. There's no util left on either end. They're not even waiting for the next wave of recons. Let's just swing and fight. And Crew takes the advantage.
Crew, they were about to peek out mid. Shy actually pulled back. I think the team called, hey, numbers up. We don't need to peek. That fateful calm that everybody remembers at one point or another. But Spike's still waiting. Mazzino takes another one down as they're keeping this death ball towards mid for a fast rotation, or at least a rotation to either site with the full team.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Staying as a group. No TPs left. Play retake elsewhere. And now with the knife that they just heard and this trip about to break, it's unbreakable at least to start, and there you go. Now they know the hit's coming towards this A site.
Oh, lots of feet. Oh, wow. They take down that door so quick. Robbie, though, playing the generator. Plays the right side, knows he's gonna be behind him, and it's the back and forth from Melzer that trips up Robbie in the moment, and KRU walk away with the pistol in second half.
Yeah, even if they got the first blood from Loud, there was an instant trade that came out from Mazzino towards middle. That was still a nice shot though through that door. But again, just on a 4-on-4 in the mid round, KRU just decides to re-aggress because they already had players with forward position towards M1 and Catwalk. You've already in the game plan forfeited the extremity, so make sure that you at least cover your bases on middle. They did that perfectly. And they're able to get that nice little retake towards the end. No buys coming in from Loud because they couldn't get the plant. Mazzino able to avoid the little ping from the drone, or from the dart rather.
Yeah.
That'll slow things down, and we go back to basics here for Loud. Try to get these orbs up, try to get Robbie PK into the next Hunter's Fury.
33 HP there. What a hit from the first shot, the shock dart.
Scanning ahead.
Will they keep moving into the site? Yeah, they will. They're gonna play it slow, but this pressure now from KRU is gonna say, hey, we have nothing at A. Where could they be? Maybe mid. KRU's keeping a default defense here.
Just because Catwalk's still open, pretty much, so you want to stay a little bit more passively towards the A side. You still have trips for information in the camera to look at the info as the hit actually ensues from Loud rather into the B site.
Should be pretty clean.
Spike planted.
A lot of classics in sight. They just have to make sure they don't get collided by 2 or 3 people. Not collided, but taken down all at the same time. Robbie BK falls. The rest of the team starts to flood in. Kesnet with this Sheriff to switch back to the Stinger if he wants. There's the frags coming in, and they swarm onto Loud inside the site. Flawless round for KRU.
Kesnet laughing the whole time too. Just feeling it right now on the retake.
Blow him a kiss. He's like, I love you. There it is. Side eye.
Well,
it's like you saw that camera.
And now the bonus round too after a flawless. Remember what they brought into that previous round? You had the Marshall at least for one of the players. And that was Dante. The rest of them are still trying to play with close range weapons, and you saw the position they were doing into the anti-eco. You had players pushed all the way up between one-way smokes. That was actually Melzer with the judge. And they'll try it again because there was no pressure coming out from Loud at the beginning of that previous round.
Yeah.
So they go back with that same smoke, putting the judge under that one-way. You have the knife here that actually doesn't really spot Melzer, so he still has a pristine position just under that area.
Dante, Marshall peek towards mid. Oh, right into the wall. He's safe. He's safe. Just got caught, stubbed his toe for a moment here.
Still did some damage though. Kawanzin's lightly tagged out of that one. So you'll take that advantage for the chip damage.
Ooh, going all the way back, and they're gonna insert Luke Show here to see for a moment if there's any more audio that they can catch before they commit towards this A side. I wonder if they split or they're all just gonna crash through here. Yeah, they're going to crash through towards A.
Looks like a crash, which would be kind of good because Melzer's rotated away from his position with the judge, so he's not going to be able to help out Dante in that spot. And also, you see here from Loud, they wait till this moment because there's no gate crash to support for the fast rotate. So Loud could come in and go for a plan as soon as they close this door.
30 seconds left.
And with 5 players still alive in the post plan, that's a great start at least on your attack side for this round.
Luke Show hasn't been known as well. They got to expect him coming from somewhere. It's actually Shy looking for him as the fight in the site starts. Mazzino with 1. Can they convert this 5v4 on the lower buy is the question. Oh my God. Dante with 2. Sheriff Mazzino with another. How in the world does KRU come up with these rounds and they know exactly where Luke Show is now? Mazzino with the 3K. KRU pushing to 11.
Bonus round converted on the side of KRU. Loud tried to go for the heroic play. A pop flash from Kawanzin for one player only, to slide through the door and try to punish towards tree. When already you've had an open site to take on your attack side, you only commit 1 player for the super play to not allow the flood retake to happen. slowly but surely, those numbers dwindling down, and Crew just goes for the full drop all the way from heaven to pick everybody off. A misplay again coming out from Loud, unfortunately.
They set back up the same, and now on either side of the wall, Pancata and Melzer feet away. Flashes in. Dante's gonna have to make some crazy moves to get out of this one or get himself the safety. Oh my God, they do! They stay alive by protecting each other. The Hunter's Fury as well as causing chaos all the way from spawn as they were ready for any play across the map here in round 16.
All right, Rev, what type of podcast you want to start talking about? We have a minute here on the clock.
Okay. Let's talk about Splash X.
Now available in your store.
Perfect. I love it. Oh, God, the timing. You're kidding. You're kidding. He sits him right down. And
Which
it's
is
12 for Crew.
Again, quite surprising, though, because at this minute mark, the reason I was just joking around for us to do this podcast was you need that weapon going into the next round.
Yeah.
Despite you going on a 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5, whatever, you got to save that weapon. Don't close that gap towards that A site where everybody died in the first place. Move back towards a spawn, go somewhere at least. You've done such a great job on your defensive side for Luke Show in the past since that timeout to get great value out of your Phantom. And this time around, you're moving into backs against the wall, series point for Crew, and you have nothing but a Sheriff to work with around the rest of the low buy that Crew is bringing, or sorry, Loud is currently bringing into round 17.
I'm loving the ankle breaking that Dante's doing. Very Foxy 9-esque jet style play, just dashing in, swinging around, breaking crosshairs, and the team can follow, but so can Dante, which is the crazy part. He's still getting the win result in a lot of those instances.
Yeah, I mean, Keza was there to support him too when he was going away, and then they double swing out for the fight. I mean, it works out. Yeah. Everything worked out. Just how good Mazzino's played in the first pistol and Taiko.
Kesnet onto Pancata. They begin what could be that game point round, and it's going to be just a step forward from Dante. Leaving no chance for the side of Loud. Robbie, BK, and Luke Show now walking the tightrope of this third map as they try to get in.
Last player standing.
Up to the IGL in a 5-on-1. Guardian. Maybe he could repeat what Melzer did a long time ago. Head-to-head against Shy. With 13 seconds left, though, camera sees him, and it's over.
Crew against Loud get even louder, and they find the win here on the third map of Ascent.
Oh, look, we're feeding in with the Crew. Big victory towards the end, though, for Crew, continuing to take the lead off the rivalry, adding another one to the tally on their side, where Loud has only picked up one so far since kickoff in 2025. Bringing in these new players in for Loud, you still had some sort of hope, some sort of good luck, though.
Yeah.
On that side of how they currently played with Verdi and Luke Show. I mean, everybody really had moments where they stepped under the plate. Remember that second map where you had an ace coming out from Luke Show, an ace coming out here from Robbie BK as well. But it's just not enough in terms of the preparation that they had in the third map of Ascent against Crew. Crew had a great defense, a great attack, and even if you had some preparation against Crew's defense, you still faltered because it looked like they could do no mistakes on the side of Crew on how they set up on these trades, these hits, this double duelist, the Hunter's Fury to support.
And the community weren't the only ones to see that the sky wasn't working.
Yeah.
And it's like riding a bike for the duelist, for Kesnet to go back onto this race, for Dante to be in here playing amongst another duelist in his rookie stage. They seem to gel so well together, where it could be one or the other looking for initiator, utility, or support. They're doing things solo, but also as a team when it's needed. So Adam really struck gold with those two and being able to go back to that double duelist comp to start throwing teams off their game.
And that one of the rounds here to really kick things off. Turning it over, bringing the momentum on the side of Crew, where that could have been that first gun round that would have been huge for Loud to kick things off, to bring that confidence against their rivals again. And this reminds me how many times Dante was able to escape away from danger, getting kills through smokes, full blind kills as well. I mean, luck was just also on the side of Crew. Everything was working for them today in this series.
I love that point. You see Dante, and it's never a straight-up fight. It's going to be something chaotic. You're probably going to have to use a little more util than usual.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's something I'd probably back away and look for another teammate if it happens all the time. What pressure that this Crew team can create. And they held quite a big lead in all their games. So really nice to see that even can come back, but also continue the lead in the game.
Yeah, and definitely. And we preface this matchup being an important game for these two teams. You needed somebody to come out with a second victory in this stage 2, and now it's Crew this time.
All right, well, that's going to do it for us, but we are sending it down to Elizabeth at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Dante.
5 o'clock somewhere.
It's not just Dante, it is the god Dante Deus of Crew. I mean, what a performance from you. The first thing I want to talk to you about is this duelist arc that we've seen you on. Coming in, did you know that you're gonna, what was the conversation about playing duelist with Kesnet on the team? What were your goals? Were you surprised by your role in this team?
Entrando al equipo, ¿cuál fue el proceso, cuál fue el arco de el jugar duelista, el jugar con Kesnet? ¿Sabías desde el inicio que iba a ser este doble duelista? Como que nos cuentes el proceso.
La verdad que en el rol de duelista me siento muy cómodo. O sea, realmente creo que el Kesnet me ayudó más de lo que debería en el rol. Todos acá en el grupo me tratan súper bien, están atentos. El staff me ayuda mucho en todos los sentidos, tengo muchas conversaciones. Entonces, yo creo que lo que se pudo ver hoy sobre el duelista es por la ayuda que ellos me dan internamente.
The double duelist that we're playing is something that Kesnet is actually helping me a lot. He actually helps me, I feel like, more than it feels like with this double duelist, and the staff and the team. We're all doing really good things. So what we were able to do today is going to be great for what is going to come after.
I'd love to hear in specifics, how has Kesnet helped you on this duelist role?
No, la verdad que Kesnet me ayuda mucho en Scream, cuando jugamos Ranked. Ahora cuando estamos jugando me la subían, o sea, amasaste mucho, me hacía reír, hacía caras. La verdad que siento que Kesnet es un jugadorazo y una excelente persona, y todo lo que me está ayudando en este tiempo está dando frutos.
Kesnet helps me in scrims, in ranked, even in this match itself. He was hyping me up, he was making faces, he was making me laugh. So he's just an incredible player, an incredible person, so he really adds a lot.
I mean, we saw those faces on the broadcast and the smiles. You're officially the youngest player in the league. You were born after Spike, we checked. I mean, talking about being the youngest player in the league, is that pressure? Is that exciting? Is like, I'm the not child prodigy, but the young prodigy? How do you feel about that?
Siendo el jugador más joven, ¿te agrega más presión? ¿Te sientes como el prodigio? ¿Qué se siente el ser el jugador más joven de VCT Américas?
No me fijo mucho en eso, la verdad, porque siento que en esta liga, que es de las más grandes que hay, ya hay mucha presión en sí. Entonces trato más de enfocarme en lo individual y en lo que trabajamos como equipo. Y de eso ya voy como formando una confianza o como un ego, digamos, individual.
I don't care about that too much. I try to not pay attention to it. There's a lot of pressure in the league already, so I try to focus on the team and the things that we're doing in the team and the things that I can do individually.
A very mature answer. My last question for you is, I always ask people, what's the hardest thing about adjusting on the stage? I'm going to switch it up. What has been like your greatest, like your happiest thing you've done on this stage so far? What are you most proud of what you've done on this stage so far?
¿De qué es lo que te sientes más orgulloso de lo que has hecho en el stage hasta ahora?
Yo creo que levantarme, porque la verdad el primer partido que tuve fue tirando malo, que ser realista fue malo. El segundo partido contra 100 Tips tampoco fue el mejor, y siento que en este partido me redimí y pude mostrar un poco de lo que soy capaz.
I think just getting up, the first match that I played, it was bad. It was kind of bad. The second one, it wasn't also great against 100 Thieves. And then on this third one, it was very different. So being able to get up and make that comeback.
Again, an incredibly mature answer. Crew,
Thank you.
Get up for Dante. Don't be quiet.
Visa Crew.
Thank you. We have match point coming up with Adam. He has places to be.
Hey, welcome to Match Point. We're joined here by Coach Adam of KRU after his win in this last series of the weekend. Adam, congratulations. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's good to be back here.
That's good.
On this beach party.
Yes, back in the beach. Back in the beach.
pina
I want
colada.
to ask you really quick before we get into it. This was a back and forth game. Do you think this is the game the boys needed after that tough loss last week?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, our group is getting pretty crazy. MIBR won yesterday, so every game it's heavy. Any game you lose it's been really close to be out of playoffs.
Yeah.
So it was an important win, and I believe that we made a lot of changes this week, and winning today is like proving that we are on a good path.
Yes.
So
yes.
it's pretty.
I
good
think
for
you
the
showed
team.
that, right? You changed into the double duelist, make some switches. It works out. We're not just going to talk about the game. We also have a little game prepared for you to pull up. It's called Vincent Fan Go. So here's the pitch for this one, Adam. Basically, we have asked fans in the community to draw art and create it of any player in Americas. And on top of that, every artist that we're going to be featuring today, they're going to get the super exclusive I Create Gun Buddy for featuring their work on the show. Your job, though, when you see this stuff, just guess what player it is.
Okay. Is the one that is in the screen?
Let's show the first one. This is the previous one. Let's get into the first image. Okay, that's the gun buddy that the fans are going to get if they submitted a piece of artwork today. And now let's show the first piece of art behind you on the screen here, Adam. What do you think that is?
Oh, I got a good idea on that.
I think it's supposed to be Jay.
Okay. Okay. Do you agree?
I agree with that. I'm picking
going
up
for
what you're
yay.
putting
Let's
down.
see who it is.
Yeah.
You're right.
Let's go.
It's yay. It's beautiful.
Okay.
It's beautiful. Okay, let's show up the next one.
That's
here.
actually not that bad.
No.
No, that's okay.
Oh.
I spoke too soon.
G2 player of some variety.
Blonde. Who's from G2? Oh no, wait.
A
Glasses?
blonde
Wait,
player
who's
from
blonde?
G2. Do you have a guess?
That's a mouth or a mustache?
A fantastic question, honestly.
I think he is. I don't know who wears glasses in G2.
I have a good idea.
Do you have a guess?
Yeah.
What's yours?
I'm thinking Giacomo, no?
Giacomo?
With his blonde hair at that moment?
Okay,
Maybe
let's
Professor
reveal it.
P?
Let's reveal it. Who was it?
Professor P?
Can confirm that it
Giacomo?
was Giacomo.
No, you guys don't know
They
your
made it a
lore.
little hard for you.
He's great. The one who drew this doesn't deserve the gun buddy.
Luckily, it's being given to all of them, despite other artistic merit. Let's hop into our third one here.
What?
Oh, okay.
Who do you think that is? Because to me, I know this one immediately.
Wait, yeah.
That's Baby Bay?
Yes, that is Baby Bay.
Absolutely. We don't even need the lower for that one.
Yeah, what was your reaction when you saw Baby Bay was getting signed to G2?
Oh, well, we saw it on Prax.
Yeah.
So it was. I thought that he was just like subbing like for the day.
Yeah.
And then
At
it's like,
least
he's
Liv was
playing.
on the doctor or something.
Yeah.
But then when we saw that they announced him as an official player, we said, hey, that's weird. He's a host, a
it's
caster.
crazy.
It was weird, but it's okay, man.
Yeah, well, it's a
G2.
beautiful art piece of him back there. Let's pull up the fourth one here. See what this one is going to be.
Oh
What is
my
going
God.
on?
Energy,
Okay.
crazy
yeah.
hair, maybe
Energy, crazy hair.
Ethan?
I love how there's just a random
Ethan? Okay.
scribble on this side.
Do you have a guess, Athena?
Dude, I actually have no clue for this one.
Yeah, this is a difficult one. Let's pull up the answer. It's their rookie player. It's Scuba. That's surprising to me. Beautiful artwork across the board. I think we have another one to show here. Let's take a look at this one from another fan.
Oh my God.
I don't know who he is.
That's so
You don't know who this
good.
is? Yeah.
No, he may be from Loud.
Yeah, I think that's Pancata, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, it's a really good drawing.
Yeah,
That is
He
a beautiful
deserves
sick drawing.
the gun buddy
Yeah.
for sure.
This is a real artist. That's Bang, of course.
For
Let's show
sure.
the last one here. See if it can live up to the beauty of that previous one. And this is like anime
Oh my
style.
God.
That's a player?
I think so. Who is it, do you think?
Mada?
Mata? Okay, that's a good guess.
Maybe Verdi?
Verdi.
Verno.
Verno. You've got it. It is Verno. I can confirm it to you.
Yeah.
With the anime look. That is crazy. Okay, well, thank you for playing our little game. Reminder, if you submitted your artwork and were featured today, you're going to get that gun buddy in your account. And make sure if you see future opportunities to contribute to that as well. Here's the standings after all of this weekend. You can see KRU there sitting in the middle of Omega. Your group is pretty interesting to me, Adam, especially with 100 Thieves losing this week. Does it feel like it's open for anyone to take that #1 seed?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty, anything could happen. I believe that next 2 weeks are going to be probably most of the hardest weeks in the whole history of VCT, because any match will move the whole table. Any match will change anything for every team.
What team are you looking to play against most?
Well, we were pretty excited on playing MIBR, but it was our first game.
Yeah.
Now we're going to play Lev next week and then Energy. And yeah, Lev is always like our classic, you know? Like,
true.
Yeah.
Do you have anything like prepared specifically, or are you just sticking to your game plan?
Yeah, we made something different this split to have like different stuff for the late split. So we have some stuff in the kitchen, but we were more focused on Loud's match, and now we will be fully focused on Lev and then Energy.
Yeah, going week by week. You have Lev coming up next week, but what we're going to be starting with, first of all, on next Friday will be Cloud9 taking on 2G, followed by MIBR going up against NRG. It's a big week to really define the playoff picture. I know that you're a team that always makes champions in the past. It's your opportunity to do it again. So thanks so much for joining us. Congrats again on the win, and we wish you best of luck next week. That does it for VCT Americas this weekend down on the beach. Summer's over, and playoffs are on the line in week 4. While you wait for that, here's your Samsung SSD Fast Replay.
For G2, their story is figured out. They know they're headed to champs. They know they're going to be in Paris. But for EG, Christy, there's a lot to fight for here. Just a brief moment of respite, now pushing into it, settles in a 1v1. Nature with the gun advantage, Jonah with the positioning, and it's Nature who comes out on top. Gives the space back up, 15 seconds left, they've got to find a way through. Derek and Nature, it's all on to Derek now, Valen gets all of them. Baby Bay falls, Ye getting the pick. It's a 5v3 as Ye gets another. Better late than never, I guess. Trent has to pull it off on his own, a 1v2. Time is short, snaps onto 1. Can Trent do it again? A 1v1 with Icy there. And it's Icy who delivers. EG hang on and take map 1. And EG huddled into garage.
No one looking for the jump up in the window, just Jonah P holding the line, but they are lining up for him. It's too easy.
Romgo has a TP behind him, but Valen just swings out to take the site. Valen flushed out. Icy arrives onto the site as Valen gets his 3. G2 looking to take us to Ascent. And now the op in play. Connects. Trent down. But Valen will swing back. Can Valen pull this off? Derek and Sufa have steady hands, but they've gotten it down to 1. Dark betraying position. Derek on the swing, but it's a game of cat and mouse. And Derek has to be faster than this to get the defuse. And it does not matter.
I prayed to God. I prayed to God and he won.
The flash is there, Ye still hits the shot, and that should seal the deal. And who else but Valen is the tip of the spear. God's the last one in his crosshairs. It's Jogama who cleans him up. G2 best, EG.
It's KRU's double duelist going up against the rookie Neon in the South American battle.
And they're immediately going for it.
Oh, right into Melzer. The shots are still coming through as Luke Show's gonna have the site. They absolutely shut down KRU.
It's not fake because we killed everybody, I guess. I didn't realize, my bad boys.
Goes down for the purpose, and now it's gonna be Dante with the 3K. They aren't thinking of the timing just yet. No, they're still looking towards sewers. Nobody went that way. And it's a costly one, and that is the finisher.
Definitely looking good here on the first map for KRU.
Oh, Robbie, this is a very forgotten position, and he's hiding behind his own smoke. Robbie cleans up 3. Oh no, he almost got the knife. That's the second time he's tried. How are these situations even happening so often? Zeno does, though. Luke Show's gonna answer onto 2 fast kills as they come through. Crossfires are set up now, and this looks almost impossible for KRU.
What a big round there for Luke Show. But Kenton trying to save the round, salvage Luke Show. Another ace in the making. He's gonna walk back instead of giving his position away.
Oh! Absolutely on point from the IGL position as he pushes elbow. Still alive. Trying to play the box left and right. The 3K for Robbie. Cut in the corner. Last moment play is all he needs to get. All he wants to get here. There's one. There's two. The ace for Robbie. B King. 13-9 is Loud will bring us to Ascent. Oh, still up top. Oh, how? A little bit of damage on that Chalk Dart. Can't get the right click classic to come through. Shy clears two.
Birdie watching the spawn side so he can focus on fighting towards the B link. Adds up for a second kill. Looking for another flawless.
Yeah.
Committing 4 rounds in a row in their favor.
Gotta expect him coming from somewhere. It's actually Shy looking for him as the fight in the site starts. Mazzino with one. Oh my God. Dante with two. Sheriff's Mazzino with another. How in the world does KRU come up with these rounds and they know exactly where Luke Show is now? Mazzino with the 3K. KRU puts it to 11. KRU against Loud get even louder, and they find the win here on the third map of Ascent.
I'm still such a noob, bro. Like, I forget all the processes and shit.
Nah, noob, bro. You 10, bro. Chill out. Show him the camera today. This is what you gotta do on the camera. Oh, baby!
Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm gonna pop off.
What was your rapper name?
I don't even know, bro.
Yeah, you do.
Baby Dre.
Baby Dre.
I didn't have one, bro. Yeah, forgot about Dre, bro.
Demon 7.
Demon 7, bro. That was my name in Crossfire. How'd you know that?
Wikipedia.
No way.
We had to look you up, bro. Come on, bro.
Actually, Demon 7. Bro, how does nobody knows that? That's funny.
No one knows that. Yeah.
Yeah, keep that to yourself.
Keep that to yourself. Who said that, Alex?
Yeah.